Have you always wanted to learn Revit but didn't know where to start? Or maybe you tried a few tutorials but still can't build a complete project from start to finish? Welcome to the Complete Revit course for architectural design, a beginner friendly, hands on course where we build and document a full residential project in Revit 2026 from scratch. You don't need any prior Revit experience. This course is designed specifically for beginners who want to learn how to model, document, and deliver real projects using BIM workflows. We go step by step from setting up your first levels and grids to creating walls, floors, roofs, doors, windows, stairs, railings, and a whole lot more. You'll also learn to create your own parametric families for everything from doors and sunshades to curtain walls and balusters. Once the model is complete, we dive into documentation, presentation plans, floor plans, elevations, sections, door and window schedules, stair drawings, and fully printable sheet sets. You'll also get exercise files, templates, and lifetime access with every future update included. If you're serious about mastering Revit the right way, this is the course for you. Let's get started. All right, so welcome to the Complete Revit 2026 course for architects. In this course, I'll take you step by step in modeling and creating high quality professional drawings in Revit. So our project is Villa Simon and Maria, and it is located in Kerala, India. It is a real life project. So you'll get an insight into what goes into creating actual projects on site. I will show you how to create these start sheets in Revit so that as soon as you open a project, you will be welcomed with the screen here where you can see progress about the project, who's involved in the project, for example, the client, architect, structural consultant, and more, project start date and the completion date. We've also divided our project into two phases. We have phase 1, which will be built in 2025, and phase 2, which is this first floor extension, which will be built in 2027. I've also added some BIM information here. For example, we have something called the employee information requirements and BEP. Generally, these documents are used for bigger projects, but I've added a template here just to give you an insight into what goes into building a BIM project. We'll talk more about BIM in another course, but in this course, we are more focused on creating high quality architectural drawings and in the right way. So we will learn how to use BIM modeling techniques, how to detail your model. The goal is to build a replica of what happens on site. So we'll learn how to use the various tools in a professional way. And then I've also added some general notes, sheet index, and more. So we'll learn how to create the sheet in our course later on. Let's go to the next sheet. Now this is a presentation sheet. Now here I've consolidated all of our plans and elevations and also two sections here just to give the client an overview of what the project would look like after phase 1. This is the site plan. So you can see we have the built up area here. This is also generated in Revit. So I'll show you how to create the site plan, how to import a site plan, how to separate your project into different models. That's also very important. So we will learn that in this course. So you will get a brief overview of some BIM techniques, but more about BIM would be present in another course. All right, so this is one of the drawings which you would learn to create in this course, which is a professional looking drawing with a lot of details here. You can see we have the door window detail, also some legends here about the hatch patterns we've used in our drawing. How to dimension this drawing is also very important. So I will talk about how to dimension your 3D model in a professional way. Of course, this sheet here you will learn how to create as well, and I will talk about that shortly. This is a terrace plan of phase 1. So you can see that we have high quality professional drawings. We've taken care of the line weights, some hatch for the stairs, and a whole lot more. These are some of the elevations. We learn how to create annotations, how to add levels, grids, and a whole lot more. These are some isometric 3D views just to give the client an idea of what to expect. And these are some perspective views. So it's a very simple house, which with some traditional elements and some contemporary elements. And this project is located in Kerala, India. All right, so let's start with Revit. I'll show you how this looks in Revit as well. So this is our project, and this was the starting view, as you can see. So you learn how to create sheets and a whole lot more, how to organize your sheets and how to organize your views. We learn also how to use different kinds of views for each phase. For example, this is phase new construction. Then there's also phase future expansion. There's also a phase for where you can organize as per discipline and a whole lot more. We'll start with the Revit template in 2026, and we will learn how to create our own template by the end of this course. All right, so I can't wait to get started, and I'll see you guys in the next video where we will import our 2D drawings so that we will showcase in the next video. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. In this video, we're going to register on Autodesk, download and install our Revit trial version. So to start off, you can search for Revit on Google or any browser that you're using. Let's open the first link that shows up. Now here, if you like to change the language, you'll find it on the top right here. In our case, we're going to go with English. Now, Revit is a bit expensive and the price ranges from region to region. So if you'd like to go ahead and purchase the full version, you can do so from here. In our case, we're going to download and install the trial version of Revit. So click on download free trial here. Now, Revit offers us 4 options. If you'd like to use the free version and if you're a student at a university, you can select the education option here and then click on educational community. Now from this page, we can select Revit here. You can select student if you're a student at a university. If you're an educator or school IT administrator, you can select the other options here, but in most cases, it would be student. So let's click on select here and let's click on continue. Now here you would need to add your account details. Once you've added all your details and clicked on submit, you would receive an email from Autodesk, post which you can use Revit for free for 1 year. Now let's go back and click on download free trial again. Now, if you're a general user and not a student, in most cases, you will need to select home use. So let's select home use here. Click on next. Now you need to add your email here and click on continue. Now, if you have an existing account with Autodesk, you can go ahead and sign in here. But in our case, we're going to go ahead and click on create account as we are creating a new account on Autodesk. Now here you need to add in your details and click on create account. You'll receive an email as shown. Make sure to verify your email and then sign into your Autodesk account. Post which you can add your valid email here, which you just created, and click on continue. Now you'll need to add in some more details that Autodesk requires and click on complete to submit. You'll also need to verify a phone number. And now you should be able to install the Revit software. So go ahead and click on install here. Now, in case you get lost in the process, what you can do is you can sign in to your Autodesk account and then go to products and services and you will find Revit here. So click on install. Generally, when you click on install, it would download a file and you'll need to open this exe file, post which a window like this shows up. All right, so here you can click on install. I would highly recommend that you install it in the default directory as it would be easier to install the plugins and more. So I'm going to keep it in my C drive and click on install. Now you'll need to wait for a couple of minutes for Revit to get installed. It's about 10 to 15 GB. So it might take quite a while. All right, so you can see that Revit is complete. And in most cases, you will need to also restart your computer to finish installing. Great, so Revit has been installed and we can open it up to check if it's working. So you can double click on Revit here, 2026. You'll need to wait for a bit. All right, so if this is your first time opening Revit, you'll also need to add in some information here. So which industry you belong to and what is your role, or you can also skip this window. Click on save and you can click on continue. So voila, so that's how simple it is to install Revit. In the next video, we'll create a new project and I'll talk about the UI in Revit. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, I'm going to give you an introduction to Revit and the Revit UI. So once you open Revit for the first time, you will generally be seeing this welcome screen here. Now this is the new welcome screen. If you'd like to switch to the old welcome screen, you can click on this toggle button and then you would see the old welcome screen. In most cases, let's click on new Revit home. since we'll be using this in most cases. Now here in the center, you would find all your recent files that you opened. So these are all the recent files that I opened. And you can always sort these recent files by name, date modified, and type, or also check it as a list. In your case, if you've not opened a file yet, you will not see all your recent files. This is only when you start opening projects or creating new projects. Now on the left here, you can create a new project or open a new project. In the newer versions, it's called models rather than projects. In the previous versions, it was called projects. So they've changed this to models here. So when you want to open an existing project, you can click on open. Or when you want to create a new existing project, you can click on new. Now we also have families, and families are the individual elements that help build your project. So you can create these families from scratch by using family templates. And we'll talk more about families as we go through the course. We're going to be building families such as doors, windows, furniture, and a whole lot more. And then we will add these families to our project. So families are individual elements, and these are the ingredients that you add to your project or models on top. Now, what's also interesting is on the top left, you will see your Revit logo, and this is our start view here. So if you click on here, you can switch to what the Revit UI is. And when you always want to switch back to the home screen, you can click on the home button here. So it will always bring you back to the home screen. On the top right, you will be able to find your account details where you can sign out and log in maybe with another license. If you click on account details, it opens your account details. And then we also have the help button and more. So let's start off by creating a new project, and I'll take you through the entire Revit UI. So let's click on new here. So when you click on new for the first time, you'll be introduced with this window where you can select the right template for your project. So we have different templates. In our case, let's go with architectural template. So let's select architectural template, and we're going to create a new project and not a new project template. We'll talk about project templates later in the course. For now, let's create a new project and click on OK. Now, in your case, when you've created a new project, you would generally find your project browser stacked below your properties window here. So I would highly recommend that you click and drag your project browser. So click and hold down your mouse and drag it and dock it to the right here. I always like to keep my properties window here to the left so I can see more of the property parameters. And I'd like to keep my project browser window on the right. Now, what is the project browser window and the properties? Now in Revit, when you want to create views, sheets, and a whole lot more, you will find all these views and sheets sitting under the project browser. This is how you sort out your project through views and sheets. Now, in the previous versions, you generally had only your all window here and all the views, legends, schedules, sheets stacked one below the other. But in the new version, you can sort it out by, for example, views, legends, schedules, sheets, families, and groups, and also links. So it's easier to go through, for example, just the views here and select the right view and then open it up here. By the way, this is where the magic happens. This is your work window. This is where we'll need to create our project. We'll talk more about this once we get into the project. And what's also interesting is when you double click on a view here. So when I double click, it opens the corresponding view in our work window. So you can see level 1, it opens as a tab, and you can also switch between the views here. Or when you double click, it always switches this way as well. Let's close our tab window here. So click on close. Now, each time you open a view, it opens as a tab window. So for example, when I open level 1, site, and what generally happens, it populates this bar here with a lot of tabs. But there is a quick shortcut which would help you close the other inactive tabs. So right now, this is the active tab, site is the active tab. And if you want to close the inactive tabs, right on top is the quick access toolbar. And you can click on close inactive views here. You can notice that all the inactive views gets closed automatically. Now, what's very important on the left is our properties window here. So in Revit, each and every element has parameters, and all these parameters, you would find it under the properties window. Now, for example, even your views, for example, this site view has parameters, and all these parameters sit under properties. what's interesting is when you select an element in Revit, so I'm just going to click once on this elevation here, this elevation symbol. You can notice that the properties window changes, and now I see only the properties for this elevation window. Let's say, for example, I select this symbol here. Now you can notice I see the properties for this project base point. We'll talk about this project base point and more later, but it's just to show you guys how the properties window changes each time you select an element. And what's interesting is when you click outside on the work window here, I've deselected everything. And now I see the properties of this view, which is the site view. So you can notice I'm using 1:100. The display model is normal and a whole lot more. We'll talk about these settings later as well. So that's very important to be aware of, where when you select an element, you see the corresponding properties of this element. And when you deselect any element and only the site view is active, you see the properties of the site view. So that's very important to be aware of as a beginner. Now, right on top is our quick access toolbar. Now, these are common tools which you would be using quite a lot. For example, the 3D view, the section tool, thin lines, and a whole lot more. We'll talk about this later. You can also add elements or remove elements from the quick access toolbar by going here. So you can customize your quick access toolbar. For now, we can leave it as is. And what's important for us is the ribbon window here. So this is where all your tools sit in Revit. And the tools are categorized as per discipline. So for example, you can see that we have the architecture tab. And under this architecture tab, we see only the architecture tools. Then we have the structure tab, where we see all the structure tools. We have the steel tab, where we can create steel elements and more. There's also precast. Now, systems is for the MEP discipline, where we'd like to create our ducts, our pipes, electrical connections, and a whole lot more. That sits under systems. Then we have a bunch of management tabs here. So under insert, you can insert Revit models, IOC files, CAD files. Now, there's a difference between linking files and importing files. We talk about that later as well. And that's very important to be aware of. In most cases, you would only be using linking, and this would also not increase the size of your model. So please be aware that in most cases, you will be only linking your files. In very few cases, we would be importing our files. For example, you would like to show some details in Revit, and you would like to tweak those details, make some changes, then you would need to import, for example, CAD files, and then you can change the lines and more. Now, annotate is what we use to document our projects and create high quality documentation. We can add measurements, we can add detail lines, we can add tags, and a whole lot more under annotation. Now, Revit is a very advanced software, so it also offers us options to create some energy reports, also add load points. So this will help us with the structural analysis. So all the analytical components sit under Analyze, where you can analyze your model and create energy reports, structural reports, and a whole lot more. You can also link, for example, your structural model with robot structural analysis, and you can switch between the two softwares while doing your structural analysis. There's also more options here. For example, we have an option to create an energy model. We'll talk about these options later as well. Now, massing inside is what we use for landscape modeling. In the newer versions, we have something called TopoSolid, which gives us the option to create the site and also create our streets and a whole lot more. The newer versions, Revit has also enabled us to add negative offsets to our TopoSolid. So we'll talk about this later as well. Now, collaborate is very interesting. This is where you can collaborate with other team members and work together on a single project. You'll need to work with work sets first. You'll need to divide your project with work sets. And then we can, of course, copy monitor a model. We can split our models into different disciplines and learn how to coordinate our models. So all this and more happens under collaborate, where you get to collaborate with each other on a single model. Now, view tab is where you can create new plan views, elevation views, section views, 3D views, and a whole lot more. You can also hide and unhide elements. You can use something called the visibility graphics, which we are going to use quite a lot in our course. The shortcut is VV. So that's the first shortcut you generally learn as well in Revit. So the visibility graphics is something we're going to use quite a lot. And all the view elements where you want to manage your views stays under the view tab. Now manage is where we get to manage the project. This would also be used quite often by the BIM manager, where you can set the line settings, the line weights. You can manage the materials, the object styles. You can manage the links, which models are linked to this project, and a whole lot more. There's also a few advanced options like design options and phases. So we'll talk about these later as well. Now add-ins is where all your additional plugins sit. So when you install a plugin, it sits under add-ins, or it comes in as a new tab as well. Now modify is very interesting. So the modify tab automatically shows up when you select an element. So let me go to architecture here and let me select, for example, this elevation symbols. You can notice that as soon as I selected this symbol, the modify tab shows up here with the modify elements, which are, for example, move, copy, rotate, align, and a whole lot more. You can also copy paste. So we'll talk about these later as well. So what's important to be aware of is when you want to access the modify tab, rather than accessing it from here, you can always select an element and then it automatically shows up on top here. All right. Now, in the bottom here, you will find some additional settings. So for example, the scale for your view. Now these settings, you would also find it under your properties window here. So for example, we have the view scale 1:100. So when you change this here, you can notice that it automatically changes here as well. And what's very important to be aware of is when you want to make changes in Revit in your properties. So for example, I'll change this to 1:100. You can notice I've changed this here, but it's not changed in our window yet. And when you want to make the changes, all you need to do is just simply move back. As soon as I move back to the work window here, you can notice that it changes automatically to 1:100. So that's very important that when you want to make changes, once you make the change here, you want to apply the change, you need to simply move back to your work window. So that's one option, or the other option is to simply make the changes here, and then you have the apply option on the bottom of your properties window. So that's how you make changes. And what's very important to be aware of is when you make changes and you want to apply the change, simply move back to your work window. Perfect. We'll talk about these options here later as well. For example, the crop view and a whole lot more. And then in the bottom, we have an additional toolbar with some quick access settings. So here, for example, you have the work sets. Now you can access the work sets from here or under collaborate. Then we have design options. So this you can access from here, or under manage, we have design options. And then we have this option here, which is select links, select underlay elements. So you can either enable or disable the options here, or you can enable and disable from here as well. So you can see we have select, and we can always select links, select pinned elements. You'll always find it here under modify, the left under select. All right, so that was an introduction to the Revit UI. Now, in case you're using the dark version, and if you'd like to switch to the lighter version, you can always go to File here, click on File, and then we have the Options window for Revit. So click on Options. And then you can go to Colors, and you can switch the UI from, say, light to dark. And when you click on OK now, you can notice that I'm using the dark version of Revit. So that's how simple it is to change your UI. In this course, we're going to be using the lighter version. So I'm going to switch to light here, and I'm going to click on OK. We'll talk about these options here later as well. It's not as important for now. The only important setting was here, which was under colors, the UI active theme. Perfect. So that's an introduction into Revit. In the next video, I'll talk you through some important points before you start with the course so that it is easier for you to follow the course as well. So see you guys next video. Cheers. In this video, I'll show you how to change the language in Revit. So all you need to do is in your desktop where you will find your Revit icon, you'll need to right click, and then you'll need to click on properties here. And then you can notice in target towards the end, we have something called the language code. And in our case, we're going to use the English version. So that's ENU. So in most cases, in your case, it would be ENU. In case you like to change the language, these are all the supported languages that Revit has to offer. So for example, if you like to change it to German, so it's DEU. You can either copy this, go back to your properties window here, and then simply type in DEU or paste that in. And then when you click on OK, you need to click on continue here. And now when you open Revit, it would be in that particular language that you saved it in. In our case, let's stick to English. So I'm going to keep it as ENU and then click on OK and double click Revit to open it up. For this course, I would highly recommend that you stick with the English version. But if you'd like to follow along with your preferred language, you can do so as well. But in this course, all of the options would be shown in English. All right, with that out of the way, I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, I'll show you how to use the exercise files for this course. So to download the exercise files, you can click on resources here and you'll find exercise files _Revit _2026. So you'd find it either under welcome to the course resources, or I'll also add it to the exercise files video resources. So once you've downloaded this zip file, you'll need to extract the zip file. So you can right click on the zip file, and depending on what you're using, you can click extract all, which is from Windows, or you can open the zip file with WinRAR and extract the file here as well. So these are all the exercise files for this course. Now, for example, when I open a lesson and you want to start the lesson, you can always click on the lesson name with the start at the end. So that would be what happens at the start of the lesson or video. And if you'd like to open the finished product or what happens towards the end of the lesson, then you can open this file here as well. So always open the start file when you're starting a lesson. And if you like to check whether it's the same, you can open the finish file as well. Now, in some cases, if you do not find the start lesson in the next folder, you can always open the finish file from the previous lesson and then start working on the next lesson as well. So that's how simple it is to use the exercise files for this course. In case you have any questions or more, you can always go to Q&A here. You can search for the question. In case you do not find the question, you can also ask your question here and I'll be happy to answer your questions. By the way, you can also make notes. So you can create a note at a particular time interval. So for example, if I go here, you can notice that I can create a note at 1 minute 19. And in case there are any announcements to the course, for example, new course lessons and more, you can always find it under announcements. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. All right, so let's start off by building our project. Now in Revit, we have projects, and in the newer versions from 2024 or 25, it's called models. So when you want to start a project, you need to start here. Now we also have something called families. Families we use to build individual components of a building, for example, a door, a window, and so on. We'll learn more about families as we build custom families for our project. So let's start off with the new project. So let's click on new here. Now we have two options here. You can either select the metric multidiscipline template or you can select the imperial multidiscipline. Now, since I'm teaching the English version, you will see the English templates here. But if you change the language of the software, it would automatically change the templates as well. So if you're using German, then you would see different sort of template files here. So in our case, let's go with imperial multidiscipline. Now, if you're more familiar with the metric unit system, you can select metric as well. I will showcase both units in this course, but I will primarily be working on imperial template. So I'm going to select imperial multidiscipline and click on OK. Imperial means feet and inches, and the other metric means, of course, meters and millimeters and more. All right, so I already gave you guys an introduction into Revit and its interface. So we're not going to cover that again here. Rather, we're going to jump into the thick of things and let's import our files into Revit. So to import a file, you can go to Insert, and here we have different options. Now we have two ways to import a file. We can either link the file or we can directly import the file. I would highly recommend that you stick with linking for the foreseeable future, and only in exceptional cases, which I will explain in the future, you would be using import option. to import your files. So let's click on link CAD. So let's navigate to the exercise files of our course. And under course file start, you would notice that we have the site plan, the ground plan, and the first floor plan. All right, so I'm going to select this plan here, this DWG file. And then we have some options here. We need to check some of these options. So we're going to preserve the colors, which is part of the DWG file. You can either preserve or you can convert it to black and white, or you can inverse the colors as well in case you have very saturated colors in your file. We're going to bring in all the layers in this file. And we're going to import the units based on auto detection. If you already know the units in your DWG file, you can select the appropriate units from here. The positioning, I will leave it auto origin to internal origin. We will talk about the different coordinate systems in Revit as well, but for now we'll leave it as is. And let's click on open. So I brought in the file. By the way, what's also important to notice is the level. So right now you can see it's placed at level L1 because we are presently on L1 architectural. So that's why it automatically gets placed here. And now you can start modeling. So before we start modeling, we need to set up the project as well. And we need to specify the project base point. So we'll learn more about the project base point and more in the next video. And we will also learn how to set up the project before going further. So this is how we link a CAD file. You can of course link it as black and white as well. I've linked it as a colored file. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. So in the previous video, we linked our CAD file, and now in this video, we're going to position the CAD file based on our project base point. And then we will also set up the project by creating levels and more. So what is the project base point? Basically, in Revit or any CAD software for that matter, we have an internal origin. Let me move this CAD file. Now, if you want to move this CAD file, select the CAD file. And then we have something called unpin. The shortcut is UP. If you want to pin it back, there's pin as well. And the shortcut is PN. So let's unpin our CAD file and then we can move it. So in case you're not able to move, that's how you move it. And then once you've moved it and positioned it correctly, you can click on pin again. So let me just unpin again. Now for any BIM project, I would highly recommend that you decide on the project base point. Now generally the project base point is a corner of the building. So in this case, it could be the intersection between these two grids here, or it could be the corner of this column here. And then we would need to move this point to our internal origin. So before we move it here and before we decide for a corner in our building, let me switch on the project base point and the survey point as well. So you can tap VV on your keyboard. Now VV is the shortcut for visibility graphics overrides for floor plan or for any view for that matter. Now if you'd like to access it from your ribbon, you can go to view and right on the left here, we have visibility graphics. So let's click on that. And in the visibility graphics at the bottom, if you go to site here, you can also click on any of the categories here and tap S to jump to the right category. So I've just jumped to site here, and under site, when you click on the plus button, we have the internal origin, the project base point, and the survey point. So let me switch on the internal origin and click on apply. So this indicates where the internal origin for a software, a building 3D CAD software is. Now, even in AutoCAD, we have the internal origin. In Revit, we have the internal origin. And this is where it lies. This indicates the 0, 0, 0 coordinates in your software. So this is the internal origin. And generally, the project base point lies at the internal origin. So if I switch on the project base point, this is the symbol for the project base point. And this lies at the internal origin. So you can notice that it lies at 0, 0, 0. So now what we need to do is move our project and decide on a project base point for the building. So in this case, I would go with the corner of this column as the project base point. So I'm going to select this CAD file and I'm going to tap the next shortcut, which is MV. Now this is the move tool. You will find the move tool under modify. Here we have a move. So let's select the move tool or tap MV on our keyboard and then select this point, this corner point here. and then move it to this point here. Let me just recap what I just did. So you need to select the CAD file first, select the move tool next, and then you'll need to select the point which you've decided as the project base point. In this case, it's the edge of this column. And then I would move it to our project base point. So now this corner lies at the internal origin or at the project base point. This is very important because when you link files with each other, when you link Revit files, you also have the option here to link Revit files. You can link them. So if, for example, if I select link Revit, we have different options here to link a file, and we can link by internal origin, by the project base point, or by shared coordinates. We'll talk about shared coordinates later when we start modeling our site. But for now, we've done our job of moving the CAD file to the project base point. Now, this is very simple, but very important when it comes to BIM workflows. I will add an article to this video in case you would like to read more about the internal origin, the project base point, and the survey point. Now, once you've positioned your CAD file correctly here, it's a good idea to pin this CAD file. So you can select the CAD file and tap PN, or you can click on the pin icon here. The reason why I'm using shortcuts more than the ribbon here is because once you get in the hang of using shortcuts, you would work faster and more efficiently in Revit. And that's what companies look out for when they search for seasoned Revit professionals. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video where we'll set up the levels, the grids, and a whole lot more. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. All right, welcome back. So in this video, we learn how to create the levels for our project. As you can see, we have the levels here, and we'll also create the grids for our project. All right, so in this project, you can notice that we have L1 and L2. So these are the two levels that we have in this project. Now to see our levels better, we would need to switch to an elevation or section view. So on the right in your project browser, we have the views, and then we have architectural floor plan, L1. And we also have here elevations. So let's click on elevations here, and let's go to the north elevation. So this is the elevation view, and here you will find the levels. So right now we have L1 and L2. So let's rename the levels here. So to rename this level, there are few options. You can select the level and you can change the name here. So in this case, let's call this ground floor, slab, top. And this would be the first floor. So let's select this level here and call this first floor, slab, top. And to apply the name, simply move back to your window here and it would automatically change the name. Now there are some naming systems which I will share in another project. For this project, let's keep it simple as it's only ground floor plus first floor. Now the next step is to change the height of our levels. So let's select this level here and let's change the elevation to 10 feet. So then it would automatically change. You can also change the elevation and the name directly here by selecting the level once and then clicking on the name again, and then you can change it as shown. Same goes for the height as well, or you can simply change it here. So you have the name here and the elevation height. Now we need to create some new levels for our project. So to create new levels, you would find it under architecture. We have the level command. So you can tap LL on your keyboard to activate the level command, or you can select level command from here. So let's tap in LL. Let's create some new levels in between these two levels here. And let's rename this level. Now this would be a lintel at ground floor. We'll call it lintel LVL just to be more specific. So the lintel level for this project is at 7 feet. So let's select this level and let's change the elevation to 7 feet. Now, if your text overlaps each other, you can also organize your text better. So if you select the level here, we have this elbow icon here. So if you select this elbow icon or you click on the elbow icon, it sort of gives you a elbow line. So then you can organize your levels better as well. What's also interesting is you can link the new level lines with the existing ones. So for example, the ground floor level, and the first floor level is linked to each other. How do I know it's linked to each other? We see this dashed blue line here. So if I move this dashed blue line, automatically the above line would move as well. So if you'd like to link the new level lines with the existing level lines, what you need to do is, first you would need to move these level lines with this point here. You can see a tiny point here. So let's click on that point and move it outside the crop region. This is the crop region in Revit. So let's move it outside the crop region. Then select our new level line and move this level line outside the crop region as well. And as soon as I move it outside the crop region, you can notice that we get this point here. So with this point, when I select this point and drag it, I can now snap it and snap and lock it to our existing level lines. So which means if I move my level lines now, it's linked to each other. Perfect. So go ahead and create the other level lines as well. Tap LL on your keyboard. Let's create another level line here, all the way to the right. And I'm going to click here to finish. Select my level line and then snap it to the other level lines as well. And then of course I would need to rename this. So this would be the parapet level. And this would be at about 3 feet from our slab top level. So that would be about 13 feet. Now, in case it's overlapping, you can click on the level line, select this elbow option, and then you can select your level line. Then we have 2 points here. So let's select this point and then simply move it up, move this point to the left, and move this point to the left here. So we've organized our levels better as well. So go ahead and create the other levels. I will create the other levels now. By the way, if you like to copy a level in Revit, what you can do is you can select the level and we have the copy tool in our modify ribbon. So the copy tool is here and the shortcut is CO. So I'm going to activate the copy tool. I've already selected the level first and then clicked on the copy tool or tapped CO on my keyboard. I'm going to click once and release and hover up, tap in 2 inches or 50 mm and tap enter. So this is our finished floor level. So I'm going to select this level here. I'm going to click on my ribbon icon here, elbow icon that is. And I'm going to call this ground floor, finish floor. Or you can also tap in GFFF. So we have the ground floor finish floor, the ground floor slab top, the lintel level, and the parapet level. Now, in case you have too many levels in between and it is intersecting with each other, a quick hack what you can do to make the text smaller is to change the units here. So right now it's 1/8 of an inch equals 1 foot. Now if you select a smaller unit, you can notice that the text automatically shrinks. So I'm going to select slightly smaller. Yeah, I think 1/4 of an inch equals 1 foot works. Now, if you're using the metric system, you can also click on custom here and change the scale this way as well. So I'm going to tap in 1:50 and click on OK. If you like to change the display name, you can change the display name as well. So let's say this scale would be called as 1:50 and click on OK. So you can notice the display name here 1:50 and the scale is 1:50 as well. All right, so let me just move this up a bit. Always be careful not to shift the entire level. You just need to shift these lines here. So you need to select this point here and then move it up and not the line. Similarly, I'm going to copy the finished floor slab top as well, 2 inches on top. And then I'm going to organize this level better as well. Perfect. So we have the levels ready for our project. We also need the bottom footing level. So let me quickly create that as well. So I'm just going to select this level here and then simply copy it down by 1 feet or 30 centimeters. and then tap escape on your keyboard. So we'll need to call this GF bottom slab bottom. Perfect. So we have our levels ready. In the next video, we'll learn how to create our grids. Now, in case you're wondering why some of the levels are blue and some of the levels are black, when a level has the blue color here, it means that there is a corresponding view related to this level. In this case, it's L2 architectural. So you can see we have ground floor slab top, which is blue in color, and first floor slab top, which is blue in color. The others are black in color because there is no corresponding views in our project browser, floor plan views related to these levels. So when we create a new view for this level, it would turn automatically blue. So we'll learn how to create that in the future videos. So in the next video, we'll learn how to create our grids and go further with our project. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we learned to create our grids in Revit. So right now we are in our elevation view. So we need to shift back to our plan view. So let's go back to L1 architectural. Now, as you can see in this plan, we have some grids. So we can create our grids on top of these lines here. Now, when you're using a DWG file, you can also in Revit isolate DWG layers. So to do that, you can select the DWG file. And then we have something called query here. So you can select query. And then we can click on the grid line. So when you click on the grid line, you can notice that we can see our layer name. So it's called grids. So we can use this to show only this line here. Now we also have two options here, which is delete and hide in view. So if you want to hide your grids here, you can click on hide in view. So it goes away. So in our case, what we need to do is we need to hide the other lines. So I will quickly undo. So if you want to undo, we have the undo button right on top, or you can tap Ctrl+Z on your keyboard. So let's query the other lines here and let's hide them to show only the grid lines. So select the DWG layer again, click on query, select your dimension lines, for example, and click on hide in view. I think that should suffice. The dimensions were a bit too much for this plan, so that's why I couldn't see the grid lines, and now I can see it better. All right, so to create your grid lines, what you can do is go to architecture, and right at the end, we have grid here, GR. So let's select grid. The shortcut is GR. And generally when you're creating grids, you always start from the bottom left. So you can see A, B, C, D, E, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to click here to start creating my grid. So I'm going to click on this point. So you can see we can now create our grid. I'm going to go all the way to the right here and then click again to create my first grid. So in Revit, when you create grids, it will automatically auto number the grids as well. Now, for example, when I create the second grid, you can notice that it comes in as number 2. But in this case, I would like to make it come in as A, B, C, D, E. So what you can do is you can rename the grid first. So I'm going to click on the grid and click once more on the number, and then I can change this to A. Perfect. Now when I create the next grid, so if I go to architecture and click on grid, or if I tap GR, and when I click here, the second point, the second grid line, you can notice that it automatically changes to B. So that's one way to create the grid, which is the grid tool. And once you've created a bunch of grids, you can use the copy tool, which we learned in the previous video. Select the grid, tap CO, select the line as the reference point, and then drag it, hover on top. You do not have to click and hold the mouse, simply hover on top and click again to create the next grid. So I'm going to quickly create the other grids as well. So this is the alphabetical horizontal grids. Now let's create the numerical ones vertically. So I'm going to activate GR again, and then I'm going to start from here and go all the way down. And this time I need to change this to 1. And then I can either copy it or I can create the grids again. So I'm going to copy it to 2. So you can notice that it's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Perfect. So you can go ahead and do that and pause the video and do it. Now, once you're back, what you can do is you can select this grid line here And if you want to see the numerical or the alphabetical value on the other side, you have this box here. So if you tick this on, you can show your grid on the other end as well. Similarly for B as well. Or what you can also do is select the grid line, and in your properties window on the left, we have the edit type option. Now you'll be using edit type quite a lot because every element in Revit has properties, and there are type properties and instance properties. We'll learn more about type and instance properties in the future. For now, let's click on edit type. And then here we have an option called plan view symbol end 1 and end 2. Right now it is activate in end 2. So let's activate it in end 1 as well and click on OK. So now you can notice that it automatically shows up in the end position 1 as well. Now for grids, we also have this elbow option here. So you can sort of arrange them as per the drawing. And then of course we have this, it is locked to each other. So if you want to unlock a grid and move it individually, you can select the grid, click on unlock, and then move it. So simply select the grid, click on unlock, and then move it. If you want to lock it back, simply move this point to this point here, and it is automatically locked as well. So that's a quick introduction into grids. Now grids are very important before you start a project. So I hope you create these grids before going any further. Now in the next video, we will jump back to learning more about the visibility graphics tool, which is VV on your keyboard, because we would like to hide some elements and unhide some elements in Revit. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll learn how to hide and unhide elements and learn more about the visibility graphic settings as well. So in Revit, every element belongs to a category. If you want to look up this category, you can go to your visibility graphic settings. So you can type VV on your keyboard, or you can go to view and click on visibility graphics here. So in the visibility graphics, we have the model categories, annotation categories, analytical model categories, imported categories, which is our DWG files, and filters. We will be using this window quite a lot, so get in the habit of using the shortcut VV or VG to open the visibility graphic window. Now, for example, if you want to hide the DWG file, you can go to your imported categories here, and this is the DWG file that we bought into Revit. Now, if you want to hide it, simply untick this box here, click on apply, and then you can see that it goes away and only our grids remain in the window. If you want to bring it back, you can click here again and then click on apply, and then it shows up. Now remember that we hid the dimensions. Now if you want to show the dimensions back, simply open the layers button, simply click on the plus button here to reveal all the layers. And here you can see we have the dimensions layer. So simply activate that, click on apply, and then the dimensions come back to life. Perfect. So that's to quickly hide DWG files. Now, if you want to hide Revit elements, I'm going to hide the entire DWG here. And I want to hide, for example, let's say the grids. Now, grids belong to annotation categories. So if you go to annotation categories here and click on any of these categories and tab G, it would jump directly to grids. So you can select this, uncheck the box here and click on apply, and the grids go away. Similarly, if you want to hide, say, the project base point, that belongs in the model categories tab, and it sits under site. So we have the project base point here. So if you want to hide that, you can simply uncheck the box there, and you can hide the internal origin and the project base point. Similarly, every element in Revit has these categories. It works similar to layers, but you cannot add a new category or remove a category from this list. It is built into the system by the Autodesk developers. So these are the various categories that we have. We have walls, we have windows, and a whole lot more. Now you can either hide and unhide categories from the visibility graphic window here, or a faster way is to select the grid line here. And then we have this bulb icon here. So you can click on that and you can hide the category this way as well. If you want to unhide the category, you can either open visibility graphics and unhide the category. So in this case, it was the grids. So you can see it's automatically unchecked. So you can tick it back on and it shows back in the window. Or what you can do is you can hover to the bottom here and we have reveal hidden elements, this icon here. So click on that. And then you can see all the hidden elements in our window. So simply select this, one of these red lines, right click, and then we have unhide in view. So you can unhide category. So this way, when you toggle or close reveal hidden elements, the grid lines come back to our workspace here. So play around with the hide options, either in visibility, graphics, or here. When you select an element, we have the modify grids ribbon, and then we have the hide in view. The modify tab automatically shows up whenever you select an element in Revit. So that's very important to recognize from the start. So we can start modeling our project. So to model our project, we need our DWG file. So I'm going to activate reveal hidden elements, select the DWG file. You can either right click or you can also click on unhide category from our ribbon window here. So you can see we have a third option as well. Perfect. And if you'd like to hide a specific element that, for example, the furniture and more, what you need to do is select the DWG file, click on query, select the furniture lines and click on hide in view. And then the furniture lines goes away. Similarly for the text as well. So that's another way you could hide DWG elements in Revit. Perfect. So in the next video, we'll start creating our walls and more and start building our project. Now, before I start building the walls, I would also like to see the new views that I've created, which is the ground floor slab top and first floor slab top, and not L1 architectural on and L2 architectural. So I'll show you how to create views in Revit, which is also very important to know right from the start. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to organize our project browser a bit better so that we can only see our architectural plan and architectural views here, since we're working on the architectural drawing in this course. So from the previous videos, you must have noticed that I renamed the levels here. So we renamed L1 to GF slab top and L2 to FF slab top. So L1 architectural was related to this level here, and L2 architectural was related to this level here. Now, if you want to rename the views here, you can simply right click, click on rename, and you can call this GF slab top. And if similarly, if you want to rename L2, you can right click, click on rename and call this FF slab top. So that's one way to rename a view. The other way is to simply select the view and click once more. And then you have the option to rename the view this way as well. Now, what happens when you delete a view and you would like to create new floor plan views for these levels here? So I'm going to select these two floor plans, right click and click on delete. So it goes away. Now we want to bring it back. You would need to create the views from scratch. So to create the views, simply go to view here. And then we have plan views, select plan view, click on floor plan. And then we have the different levels here. So you can notice that these levels here are black because there are no corresponding floor plans for these levels. Now, if you create a floor plan for, let's say, for example, FF finish floor, I'm going to select FF finish floor and click on OK. Now, when you go back to your north view, you can notice that it changes the color to blue and it shows up here as well, FF finish floor. Let's create the floor plans for FF slab top, finish floor, and ground floor slab top and ground floor finish floor. So if you'd like to create the floor plans, simply go to plan views, click on floor plan. And if you'd like to create additional views for these levels, you would need to uncheck this box here. Do not duplicate existing views. Let's uncheck that. Now you can see your ground floor slab top, first floor slab top, and also the finish floor levels. So let's select ground floor slab top, ground floor finish floor, first floor slab top, and we do not have to select first floor finish floor because we've already created that. So I've selected the right levels. I'm going to click on OK now, and then it automatically shows up here and sits under floor plans architectural plan. Now it's also important to recognize that you've used the right template while creating these floor plans. So when I go back to view, click on plan views and click on floor plan here. On top, we have few options. So right now the type is architectural plan. We can also create a lighting plan, a mechanical plan, plumbing plan, power plan, and so on, site plan as well. Now for these types, when you edit the type here, when you click on this box here, you have some options. So you can notice that those were the different types here. You can also create your own type. And when you create a type, you would need to use the corresponding. So in this case, for example, we have architectural plan, and the corresponding view template for architectural plan type is the architectural plan view template. So when I click here, you can notice we have some information here. We'll talk more about this later because this would be a bit advanced for you now as a beginner. So we'll close this for now. And all you need to do is simply create the corresponding views for the levels. All right, so we've created the corresponding views here. So if I go to the levels here, you can notice I'm opening new tabs on top as well. So when I double click, I open the floor plans, the corresponding floor plan. And a good tip to know is when you want to close the other tabs here and only keep the active view open, there's an option right on top in our quick access toolbar called close inactive views. So if you click on this, you can notice that the other views automatically gets closed, and this would save up some memory as well. All right, so that was a quick introduction to how you can create plan views. Now in the next video, we can start building our project. We set up the floor plan views, we set up the grids and the levels, and now we can start building our project. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll start building the walls for our project. Now, before we start creating the walls, we'll need to bring back our DWG file. And in the previous video, you must have noticed that when I deleted the floor plans, the DWG file went away as well. So let's quickly re-import our DWG file. So it's always important not to delete the floor plan in which the DWG file sits. So if you delete the corresponding floor plan where the DWG file lies in, then the DWG file automatically gets deleted as well. All right, so let's bring back our DWG file. Let's go to Insert, click on Link CAD. Let's select our ground floor DWG file. Let's place it on ground floor slab top and click on Open. Perfect. Now let's select our DWG file. Let's unpin the file. Let's move it up a bit. We can also hide the dimensions. So let's select the DWG file, click on Query, select one of the dimension lines and click on Hide in View. Perfect. And finally, what you can do is tap Escape, select the DWG file. We decided that this would be the project base point. So I'm going to tap in MV and move it from this point to this point here. This is where the internal origin is. I'm going to simply tap VV just to reconfirm that it is the project base point or the internal origin. Yeah, so that is the project base point. I can reselect my DWG file and click on Bin again. So that was a quick recap for you guys in case your DWG file went away when you deleted the floor plan view in the previous video. All right, so now let's start creating the walls in Revit. So to create the walls in Revit, go to Architecture, click on Wall. And then we have some options here on the left. So when you click here in the properties on basic wall, we have the different types. We have generic 4 inches, 8 inches, foundation, concrete, 12 inches, 8 inches. We also have walls with different layers. We'll talk about wall layers in the future video. And then if you scroll to the bottom, we also have our curtain walls and our stacked walls. We'll talk about these later as well. In our case, the exterior wall is 8 inches. So we can select 8 inches and then we can start drawing our walls. Now, before you start drawing your walls or before you start clicking here, it's important to go through some of the settings here, the options bar, and also here. So for example, right now the height is unconnected, but I would ideally like to create my walls up to a certain level. And that level would be, for example, let's say slab top, which is first floor slab top. So our walls go from ground floor to first floor slab top. And now you can see that this gets grayed out here. And you can see the unconnected height is set to 10 feet, which is exactly what we need. Then next is the location line. So the location line determines from which point you would like to draw your walls, either from the wall center line, the core center line, finish face exterior, or core face exterior, and more. I'll show you what this looks like. So right now when I click, I'm not going to click on the DWG file yet. I'm going to click outside here. And now when you click, you can notice that it draws from the wall center line. Let's see what happens when we change it to finish face exterior. Now it starts creating from the outer edge of the wall, the exterior face of the wall. Then we have the finish face interior. So this is the interior face of the wall. And then we also have the core face exterior and core face interior. Now the finish face and the core face seems to be the same for the wall here. That's because this wall doesn't have layers. But when I use a wall with layers, let's say for example, I use exterior split face and CMU on MTL stud. And now if I select finish face exterior, it's right from the edge of our wall. But when I select core face exterior, you can notice that it is from the exterior of the core of the wall. Similarly, if you select core interior, it is from the interior core of the wall. It is not at the edge, rather it is as the interior core of the wall. Now, what does that mean? So if I go to my edit type here and click on edit structure, you can notice that this wall has different layers. So what you just saw was the core boundary exterior here and core boundary interior here, which was 6 inches. And then we have an half inch on the interior side. We'll talk more about this later. For now, we can select our generic 8-inch wall. I'm going to select finish face exterior, and then I'm going to start drawing our wall. I'm going to draw it as a chain. Offset is going to be set to 0. I do not need a radius at the edges. So I'm going to leave that as is, and I'm going to allow it to join with each other. We'll talk about these soon as well. So let's start from this point here. And now let's go in a clockwise direction. So I'm going to go all the way to the right here. And I'm going to click on the next point. And then go all the way down. Select this point here. Go all the way to the right here. And go through the entire drawing. So we're only going to make our exterior walls for now. We'll make the interior walls later. Perfect. So I've created the exterior walls. You can notice that it overlaps top of the DWG file. And we've created our 8-inch exterior generic wall. Now you can notice if I change my style to half tone. So if I go here, visual style, hidden line. Right now it is hidden line. Let's change this to wireframe. You can notice there is a slight discrepancy here. And that is because this drawing was set to 200 mm. And that is about 7 inches, 7 divided by 8. So what we can do is we can change the width of this wall a bit to match the exact DWG width. So to change the wall width, what you can do is select the wall, which is generic 8 inches, click on edit type and click on edit here for the structure and change this to 200 mm. So you can simply type in 200 mm and tap enter. And then it shows up as 7 inches, 7 divided by 8. So now if I click on OK and click on OK again, you can notice that it perfectly matches the DWG file now. It's also a good idea to rename your type since it is not exactly 8 inches. You can rename the type here. So click on rename. You can either call it 200 mm or 7 divided by 8 of an inch. Perfect. And click on OK. So you've just created your first walls. Now you can go ahead and create the other walls here as well. Now, I would highly recommend that before you create the other walls, it's a good idea to make your DWG half tone so that you can see your walls better. So to make it half tone, what you can do is tap VV to open your visibility graphic settings, go to imported categories, and next to your DWG file, click on half tone here. And then click on apply and click on OK. So now you can see your Revit elements better, but my walls are still a bit too dull. So what you can do is you can change the graphic display options here to either hidden line or to shaded as well, so that you can see the color of the wall. Now we'll talk about these different graphic settings later. All right, so once you've created the exterior walls, we can now create the interior walls as well. So before you create the interior walls, it's a good idea to measure the walls as well. So there's two ways to measure in Revit. One is your temporary measure tool here, so which is measure between two references. You'll find it in your quick access toolbar. So simply click here and then select the inner line. So this is the plaster. So we need to select the inner line here. So click here till here, and you can notice that it is exactly 6 inches. So we can use a 6-inch wall. So let's go to walls, select basic wall generic 6 inches. Make sure to check these settings once more. So the base constraint is ground floor slab top. The top constraint is up to slab top here. So you can either change it here, top constraint, or here. And you can notice that the unconnected height is 10 feet. All right, so I'm going to start from this point and then go all the way up here and let go. And then tap escape once you're done. Similarly, we have a 6-inch wall here as well. So I'm going to click here, go all the way to the other side of the wall. And you can notice that Revit automatically connects these walls together. And this connection was the join status here. By the way, I tapped WA to activate the wall tool. So get in the habit of using the shortcut WA for using the wall tool. So what happens when I set the join status to disallow? So I'm going to set it to disallow. I'm going to click from this point, go all the way and click on this point here. Now you can notice that there is a line here and it is not connected to this exterior wall. But if you if you check these other walls here, you can notice there is no line, which means that it is connected to each other. Now, if you would like to connect it back, you can select this wall, right click here and click on allow join. So this would allow the join between your perpendicular walls or connected walls. Similarly here as well, you can right click and click on allow join. So you can either activate that right at the start of creating your walls using the join status, or you can disallow the join status. In general, we keep it allowed in most cases. In case you'd like to create a radius between two walls, then we have the radius option here, which means if I go straight up and go to the right now, you can notice we have a radius for the wall. But in this case, we do not have any radius for this plan, so we can leave it as is. Finally, we also have offset here. So if you like to create a wall with an offset, say about 2 feet, and if I click here, you can notice that now the wall creates at an offset of 2 feet from this reference line. By the way, if you'd like to mirror the wall, just tap the space bar on your keyboard while drawing the wall. And the last setting is, of course, chain. So when you switch off chain and when you start drawing the walls now, so I'm going to click here and click the second time. Now you can notice that I cannot continuously draw the walls. I need to click again and then draw the walls here again. So I would generally leave the chain option activated as well. All right, finally, we have a small wall here, which is about 4 inches. So you can go ahead and do it on your own as homework. So we've created the walls. In the next video, I'll show you how this wall looks in 3D. And I'll show you more about the wall command in Revit. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to learn more about walls in Revit. Let's quickly create the wall here. If you have not done that yet, let's measure this wall. So you can see it is about close to 4 inches, which is about 100 mm if I'm not wrong. So let's create a wall type. So let's go to edit type here, click on duplicate. I'm going to call this 100 mm. Perfect. Now let's click on edit here and let's tap in 100 mm and click on OK. Click on OK again. Now let's create our wall from the finish face exterior, that is from here. Let's go all the way to the end. You can notice that it sits in perfectly. Now I want to give you guys a quick look into the units in Revit as well. In case you would like to switch between the units as you're working the project, you can do it and it wouldn't affect your project in a negative way, but I would highly recommend that you stick to one unit right from the start. So to access your units, let's go to manage here and let's click on project units, or you can tap UN. Now you can notice these are the units that we're using for the project. So right next to length, we're using feet and fractional inches. So if I click here, you can notice we are using feet and fractional inches. To the nearest one is to 32 of an inch. To the nearest 1-1 divided by 32 inches. So let's change the units to meters, for example, and click on OK. Click on OK. Now you can see your units in meters. So if I go to the wall, click on edit type, you can see the units in meters. So in case you would like to change the units, you can do so, and you can always change it back as well by tapping UN, going to your length and changing it to feet and fractional inches. So let's change this to 1/16 of an inch should work for us. All right, so let's get back to we'll talk more about units as we go through the project, but the main parameter that you would probably be changing in a project would be the length parameter, which is the distance between elements in Revit. We'll talk about these other parameters later. Now let's get back to our wall topic. So we've created all our walls. Now we'd also like to add layers. So there are two ways to add layers. You can either add the layer directly into the wall type, or you can add it as a separate element on top as well. So I'll show you the first option here. So when you select the wall, you can click on edit type, and under construction, we have the structure. Let's click on edit here. So these are the layers in the wall. So right now we have only one layer, which is our structural wall layer, and it is a structural material. So you can see this is ticked on, which means it plays a role in the structural calculation of the building. Let's create a new layer. So to create a new layer, you can click on insert here, and let's move this up. Let's change the function to finish one. And let's change the material here as well. Now, if you'd like to change the material, you have this small box here. So you can click on this box here. And these are the various materials you can select from this list. So let me search for plaster, because this is a plaster finish on the outside of our wall. Right now, we do not have a plaster material. So let's create a new material. So let's click on create and duplicate material, create new material, rename this and call this plaster-white. Now to change the color of this material, we'll change it for now under graphics. We'll talk about appearance and identity later when we talk more about the materials window. This is just for a quick addition of a material. So let's change the color here and let's select a white material, not completely white, about 249 or 242. That would work better. Perfect. Let's click on OK. And now you can see that we have a plaster white material on the outside. Now, if you click on OK, you have an error here. That's because we do not have a thickness for our finish here. So we need to add a thickness. And the thickness in this case is about 18 mm. So you can actually type in the value with its units and tap enter, and it would automatically translate to the project units in Revit. Now let's click on OK, and let's click on OK again. And now you can notice that our wall has become a bit thicker. Now, if you'd like to see the actual thickness with the layers, you'll need to change the detail level in Revit. So to change the detail level, in the bottom toolbar here, next to the scale option, we have the detail level button. So when you click on this, we have three options. We have coarse, medium, and fine. Coarse means that it is not too detailed. It gives you a coarse view. Let's change the view from coarse to medium or fine. Now you can notice that the layer gets added to the exterior, but it sits inside the exterior face. And that is because we set the location line for our wall to finish face exterior. So what I will do is I will undo. Yeah, so we're back to our simple wall here. And what I need to do is before I add the layers, I will need to change the location line for all of these walls. So to change the location line for all of these walls together, what you can do is hover over the wall and tap the tab key so that you can select all the exterior walls. So I've simply hovered over the wall and tapped the tab key and then selected the walls. And then under location line, I'm going to change it from finish face exterior to core center line. So I've changed all the walls to core center line. Now, when I select a wall, you can notice that this point here, which indicates the location line, stays right in the middle of our core wall, which is the structural wall, which is exactly what we need. And now when I add the layers, so if I go to edit type here and click on edit, I'm going to insert a new layer, move it up, change it to finish one function, and I'm going to give a thickness of 18 mm. I'm going to add a material as well. Let's create, so let's search for the material. When you undo in Revit, generally the material goes away. So you need to create the material again. And let me call this plaster white. Change the color. Click on OK. And then click on OK again. So now you can notice that it sits exactly on the outside of this wall because we changed the location line of this wall to the core center line. Similarly, we can add the interior finish as well. Let me quickly change the detail to medium or fine so that you can see the layer. So let me change the interior finish. So let's click on edit, click on edit here again. And in the newer versions, you can duplicate layers. So click on duplicate here and move it down so that it sits below the core boundary lines. Let's give a thickness of about 12 mm. Generally for the interior plaster, you give a thickness of 12 mm, and for the exterior, you give about 18 mm. Perfect. So let's click on OK and let's click on OK again. And now we can notice that it sits exactly under the core layer. By the way, when you select the wall, we have the core layer, which is the structural layer. And above the core layers, we have the external layers. And below the core layers, we have the internal layers. I would also like to point out that when you select a wall, if you like to know where the external layer is and where the internal layer is, you will simply need to check where this symbol lies. If the symbol lies on the outside face, then it shows us that this is the external face. Now this symbol, when you click on the symbol, you can simply switch the external face of the wall either to the outside or to the inside. So since in our case, the external layers lay on the outside, it's a good idea to keep your symbol right on the outside, which means that our external layers here lies on the outside face of the wall. So you can see that all of these walls have their external layers on the outside. It's also important when you draw walls. For example, when I click on architecture and click on walls, the direction of how you draw the walls are important when you use finish face exterior. So for example, when I click here and go on a clockwork direction, now I need to switch on my chain as well so that I can create it as a chain. So let's switch on chain and let's go in a clockworks direction. And now you can notice that all our walls, the symbol lies on the outside. But what happens when I go in an anti-clockwise direction? The external layers now get created on the inside. So when you select the wall, you can notice that the symbol lies on the inside. So the direction of how you create walls are also very important when modeling in Revit. So to recap, we created our different layers in this video. We created our internal wall. We learned about units. We learned about how to create a material as well. And we learned about how the location line plays a very important role. So always get into the habit of using the right location line. In this case, it is the core center line. What is the difference between core center line and wall center line? When you click on edit type and click on edit here, the core center line is the middle point of our structural layer here. So that would be the core center line. And the wall center line would be the middle point from the finish till on the exterior to the finish on the interior. So that would be the midpoint of the entire wall. So we have a midpoint for the core wall, which is the structural wall, and we have a midpoint for the entire wall, which is the wall center line. In most BIM projects, it would be a good idea to center the wall to the core center line so that it lies in the center of the grid, and you can add your additional layers easily as well. In the next video, we'll add our slabs and we'll work with 3D as well. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll learn to create our slabs in Revit. So before I create my slabs, I'd like to see what I've created so far in 3D. So if you like to switch to 3D, right on top in our quick access toolbar, we have the 3D button. So simply click on that and then it switches to the 3D view. Now in the 3D view, when you want to zoom in, you can simply scroll up or scroll down to zoom out. And then when you want to orbit, you can hold down the shift mouse button and the middle mouse button to orbit in Revit. And when you want to pan, you can let go of the shift mouse button and just hold down the middle mouse button to pan in Revit. You can also use this ribbon icon here. So if you want to switch to the left view, right view, you can use this ribbon icon, which is also pretty useful. Now, if you want to orbit using the ribbon icon, that is also possible. Simply click and hold down on the ribbon icon, and then you can orbit this way as well. Same goes if you want to rotate the view, you can use the bottom surface here, click and hold down, and you can rotate this way as well. Perfect. Now let's create our slab. So let's switch back to our ground floor. We need to create our ground floor slab first. So to create a slab, let's go to architecture and we have the flow option here. So under flow, we have multiple options. You can select flow architectural, flow structural. In this case, it would be a structural slab. So let's select floor structural. And you can notice we have different types here. So we have the generic 12 inches, which is about 300 mm or 1 foot. And then we have concrete 4 inches. Let's go with the generic 12 inch for now. And then to create the slab, there are different options. On the top right, you can notice we have here the line tool, the rectangle tool. So let's activate the line tool. It is already activated. And to create a slab, you can simply click on any line here to start drawing your lines. So when you want to create a slab, you'll need to create an enclosed region. So if I click on the green finish edit mode now, we get an error. So line must be in closed loops. So let's create closed loops. And the best way to create lines would not be manually with the line tool, rather with the pick lines option. We're going to be using pick lines quite a lot in Revit. So get in the habit of using pick lines and simply select the exterior core layer of your wall and not the finish face exterior. You need to select the exterior core layers. In case you're not able to select the core exterior line, what you can do is you can tap the tab key. We use the tab key quite a lot. So you need to tap the tab key about 2 times or 3 times till you get this line and then simply click on that line. So we picked this line. Similarly, I'm going to go through the entire project and go through the entire building and select the core exterior line, not the plaster finish line, the core exterior line. That's very important. I'll show you later how you can add a finish to your slab as well. Generally, that's how we do it in the construction site, where we create the slab and then we add plaster on top of the slab. So we're going to mimic real world conditions and learn to model the perfect way. Perfect. I've created the boundary lines. Now I can click on finish edit mode, but I still get an error. And that is because these lines are not touching each other. So we need to trim these lines. So this would be another very useful tool that we would use a lot, and that is the trim tool. So we have trim extend to corner, similar to fillet in AutoCAD. So select trim extend to corner, select the first line and then the second line to trim this line. So I'm going to go through the entire building and trim all these lines. Now, most students make the mistake of selecting the shorter line first and then the longer line. So you would trim it the wrong way. So make sure you trim it always by selecting the longer side of the line, which is this line here, and the longer side of this line, which is this side here, so that the shorter side gets deleted or trimmed. Perfect. So I've trimmed all my lines. And also, before I click on finish edit mode, it's a good idea to go through these settings here. So the level where I'm creating this slab is ground floor slab top, which is right. Height offset from this level should be 0. We do not need an offset. And it is a room bounding slab. We'll talk about room bounding option later when we create our rooms in Revit. Perfect. So now I can click on finish edit mode and I've created my first slab. So let's switch to 3D here. You can click on the 3D icon or click on the tab here. And when you scroll in, you can notice that we've created our slab. Perfect. Similarly, let's create a slab on the first floor as well. So if you like to create the slab on the first floor, you need to switch to the first floor level. So let's go to first floor slab top. Now in this level, I do not see a CAD plan because we placed our CAD plan on ground floor slab top and not on any other level. So that's very important to recognize in Revit, is that when you place a CAD plan, it would be placed only in the level that you placed it in. Let's place our other CAD plan in first floor level as well. So let's go to insert here. Let's go to link CAD and let's select our CAD file. So in this case, it would be first floor level. So you can notice that it is placed at a certain level. So in this case, it would be placed at level finish floor slab top. So I'm going to click on open and it is placed in place. Now we'll need to move this CAD plan. So let's unpin it. So we can click on unpin here and move it a bit. Now, since we've already created our grids here, we can use these grid intersections as our reference points. So even in this CAD plan, we have a grid. So I'm going to move it from this point to this intersection here. So I'm going to select the CAD plan, tap MV or click on the move tool, and then select this point, which is our intersection here of the grids, and move it to the intersection here. Perfect. So now it sits in correctly as well. So once you've created the grids, it's easier to place your other plans as you know exactly where you need to place them. So now let's create the first floor slab as well. So let's go to architecture, click on floor. We can use another type here. So let's go with concrete 6 inches this time. This is placed on first floor slab top. Let's use pick lines. And let's pick the exterior face of our core structural wall. In this case, we can simply select the CAD lines as well. Now there is an opening for the stairs. We would need an opening here. So that is why I'm selecting the interior face and not the exterior part of the stairs here. Perfect. So I've selected all the lines and now I can use the trim tool and trim off all these lines. Perfect. Once I'm done, I can click on finish edit mode. Okay, so sometimes you can notice that we have some errors here. Lines cannot intersect each other. So maybe when you have two lines in the same position, you have this problem. So you can simply delete those lines or you can undo. Let me double check where that problem is. Yeah, so the problem was not this line, so I'm going to undo, but rather a horizontal line here. So make sure to make a drag selection just to make sure that you have only one line here. And in case you have two lines, it highlights in Revit. So you can see that our pink line turns blue. So I'll need to simply select that and delete it and then click on finish edit mode. Now, generally, when you click on Finish Edit Mode, you get this option here, which is whether you would like to attach your walls to the floor. In this case, or in most cases, I would highly recommend that you click on Don't Attach, because if you attach all your walls to the floors, it may cause issues in the future. So it would be advisable just to leave it as is and click on Don't Attach. So we've created our top floor slab here as well. And you can notice that it sits perfectly on top of our walls. Now, if you'd like to double check, I will show you in the next video how you can use if I go to my first floor slab, how you can use the underlay option in Revit. We'll talk about this in the next video. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, I'll talk about the underlay option in Revit. So the underlay option plays a very important role when you want to look at levels below the current level. So for example, right now I'm on first floor slab top. And if I'd like to see the levels below this level, I would go to the underlay option under my view settings. So generally, when you do not select any element in Revit, it would show the settings of your view. And when you select an element, so for example, the floors, then it would show the settings of your floor. So if you like to see the settings of your view, simply click on the outside or simply tap escape on your keyboard. So you deselect everything and then you can see the settings of your view. So in the project settings of your view, we have the underlay option, and under underlay, we have the range base level and the range top level. So in this case, I would like to see the range from the ground floor slab top all the way to not the finished floor, rather to the first floor slab top. And I would like to see the underlay orientation to look down and not look up. So you can notice here in this help prompt what it means. So the underlay range includes elements between range base level 1, which is our bottom level, and the next level up, which is our top level. These elements display in half tone, so you can position other elements above or below, for example. Use underlay orientation to specify whether you look up or look down. So in this case, we will be looking down. So as soon as I move out of my properties window, the settings get applied. Now, this is also very important to recognize in Revit, is that when you make any changes here, and you want these changes to have an effect on your screen, you simply need to move out from this project palette window to your work window. Or what you can do is you can change the settings here, and at the bottom we have the apply option. So that is another option as well. But the fastest way is simply move into your work screen. So now you can see what lies below this level, and it is in half tone. And then you can of course edit your slab better and more. So right now we've added our slab correctly. You can notice that it is on the interior side, and we would need to add a plaster finish on top. So I'll show you how to create these plaster finishes later as well. So that was a quick video into understanding the underlay option in Revit. We can turn it off once we are done. And in the next video, what we can do is we will learn to create our doors and windows, and we will learn to create them from scratch. So we'll learn how to use the families in Revit to create your own window. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we learn to create our doors in Revit using families. Now, before I jump into creating doors, I would like to improve the view here. So right now it is set to shaded. So simply change the graphic display options to hidden line to see your view better. And we also have this symbol here right in the middle, which indicates the span direction. So you can select the symbol and click on delete. Doesn't really matter. It's a 2D symbol, so we can simply delete it. But make sure you do not accidentally delete the floor slab or any of the walls, because these are 3D elements and they play a big role in your BIM model. Alright, so with that out of the way, it's time to create our door family in Revit. So to create a door family, we need to use a template. And to use a template, go to File. Do not click on New, rather hover on New so that these options show up. And from these options, click on Family. And then we will need to select the right template to create our doors. So if you scroll down, you will notice that we have a template to create doors, and that is the metric door template. In case you're more familiar with metric, if you want to use the imperial template, you can go to Family Templates. And in this list, you can select the English Imperial folder. In this folder, you will find the door template and you can use this template as well. This is if you're more familiar with feet and inches. Let's head back to our regular English metric family list. Now from this list, we'll need to select the right template for our family. And in our case, it would be the metric door template. So let's select this template and click on open since we're creating doors. Perfect. I'm going to close our project for now. Reopen it once we're done creating our family. So the family window is pretty much similar to the project window as well. We have our properties, we have our project browser on the right, and then we have our ribbon on the top. Now the ribbon looks a bit different. We only have options to create elements for our family. For example, we can create extrusions, sweeps, and a whole lot more. We can of course insert CAD file and a PDF file, and we can only import them but not link them. So that's important to know. We can add, of course, dimensions, and then we have view, manage, and modify. Now, in a family, before you start creating the extrusions, it's always important to create a backbone or the skeleton for your family. And the skeleton is your reference planes, which are these green lines, and the dimensions. So in this case, you can notice we already have some reference planes here and some dimensions. Now it is parametric in nature. So we also have an opening here, which means that if I go to my family types, so we have family categories and family types. So let's open family types. Here we have the dimensions. We have the height and the width. So right now the width is 1000. We can change this to say 1200 and click on apply. And then it would change automatically as well. By the way, if you like to use feet and fraction inches, you can do so as well. Simply go to manage and click on project units or tap UN. And then we have length here, which is set to mm. Simply change this to feet and fractional inches. In this case, for the families, I prefer working with millimeters. So I'm going to continue working with millimeters. All right. So in the plan view, we have the width. And if you go to your exterior view here, we have the height. We also have some additional parameters. So if you select the dimension line, you have the label parameter here, and right now it is set to width. So if you click on this list here, we have different options. We have the frame projection exterior, frame projection interior, frame width, height, rough width, and width. Now, in my case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the width to rough width because this is the rough opening. So I'm going to select the width and change this to rough width. Similarly, I'm going to go to the exterior side and I'm going to select the height and change this to rough height because the rough width and rough height indicates the exact opening from the wall edge to the next wall edge, and it is not from the frame edge to the next frame edge. Now this here is a frame which is sitting on the outside. So if I go to my 3D view, you can notice that this frame here sits on the outside. So we learn to create this again from scratch. So let's delete this for now so that you can clearly see your rough opening, which is your rough width and your rough height. So that is from the wall edge to this wall edge here. Perfect. So we've set up our family to start creating the door. So like I said, you'll need to first start creating some reference lines and then create your extrusions. So in the plan view, which is floor plans, you need to double click here to open the plan view. So in your plan view, we can start creating our reference planes. Simply go to create and click on reference plane here or tap RP and then create a reference plane on the left here from top to down and on the right here as well. Perfect. Now what you need to do is you need to parameterize, you need to make these reference lanes parametric. So you can make it parametric with dimensions. So to create a dimension in Revit, you can go to annotate and click on the align dimension, or you can tap E on your keyboard to create the dimension. And what is very important is that you need to always start from the stronger reference plane, which is here, this line here. So click on the stronger reference plane and then click on the weaker reference plane or the new reference planes that you've created. So which is this line here. So always go from the stronger side to the weaker side. Perfect. Now to make this parametric, simply select both of these dimensions. And then we have a create parameter tool here. So click on create parameter and call this your frame width. All right. So in our case, we already have a parameter called frame width. So we can use that parameter instead of creating a new parameter. So let's go to our list here and select frame width. There would be instances where we need to create some new parameters. So in that case, we can use the new parameter tool. Perfect. So I've created the frame width in our plan view. I'll need to create that in my front view as well. So let's go to our exterior side here and let's create the reference plane again. So RP, create a reference plane this way. DE to create the dimension and go from top to down, which is from our stronger reference plane to our weaker reference plane. Select this dimension and select frame width. Now, what do I mean by stronger reference plane and weaker reference planes? When you select a reference plane in Revit, you can select them with your tab key as well. You can notice that in our properties window, it belongs to a certain type. So in this case, it belongs to the top reference plane, which means it is a stronger reference plane. But when you select a newer reference plane, you can notice that it belongs to a weak reference. Similarly, when I go to my floor plan view, for example, when I select this middle reference plane here, it belongs to center left right, which means that it is a stronger reference plane. So all these reference planes here, strong reference, left, right, center, top, bottom are all stronger reference planes. And we have a separate category for weaker reference plane. So whenever you create a new reference plane, it belongs to a weak reference plane. Perfect. So I've created the dimensions and I've created the reference planes. Let me quickly go to my exterior side. What I would also like to do is create my families more professionally, and this would please your next BIM manager as well. It would be a good idea to change the colors of the new reference planes. So if you'd like to change the colors of the new reference planes, simply go to Manage, click on Object Styles, and then under Annotation Categories, you have your reference planes here. Click on New Subcategory and call this Reference Plane. So it'd be a subcategory of reference planes. So click on OK and then change the color to, say, for example, red, and the line pattern to aligning line. Now click on OK, and what you can do now is select all your new reference planes and change the subcategory to reference plane new. So now you can notice that it is red in color, which indicates that these are the new reference planes in this family. If you go to your floor plan here, you can notice that it changes automatically in a floor plan as well, which means that reference planes are actually 3D lines, which means that if you draw it in your floor plan, it will automatically show up in your elevation views as well. So that is these lines here. So that is important to know and understand as well. All right. So in the next video, we'll start creating our extrusions. We've created new reference planes here. We'll start creating the extrusion from the next. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll create the extrusions for our door here. We're going to keep it simple, and later on we'll learn to create a very advanced door with nested families and more. So to create your extrusion, you will need to go to your exterior view here, and then let's click on create and click on extrusion. Then you would need to lock your extrusion lines with these reference lines. Now this is very important, and this is what makes it parametric. So let's click on pick lines here and let's select our reference lines and make sure to lock them as well. So once you pick these lines, click on lock. Now if you like to automatically pick and lock these lines, make sure to activate the lock icon here, and then you can pick and lock these lines as well. So make sure to select only the reference lines and not your other lines, for example, your wall lines. So make sure to select your reference lines and lock them with these reference and lock them. All right, so now I'm going to trim them. So TR and start trimming your lines. Now we need an additional line here. So click on pick lines again and select the line here again. Now you would see that the highlighted lines overlap. That's because this line overlaps with the small line here. That's not a problem. We can simply trim them again. And we've created our closed loop. So once you created your closed loop, you can click on finish edit mode. So we created our first 3D element. Let's go to our flow plan here, double click, and we'll need to lock it here as well. So use these arrow icons here and simply drag it to your reference line and then lock them in place. Also make sure you're not locking them to your walls. So in this case, you can notice when I drag this arrow here, it gets locked to the wall. So in this case, it would be a good idea to hide the wall. So to hide the wall, simply select the wall, and in the bottom, you have sunglasses icon. So simply click on that and click on hide element. So now you can see your reference planes better, and then you can sort of drag it and lock it to these reference planes. So when you want to unhide these walls, simply click on your sunglasses icon again and click on reset temporary hide isolate. So that's a quick useful tip for you guys. Now when I go to my 3D view, you can notice that we have our frame in place, and this is also parametric in nature. So if I go to my family types here and let's change the width to 1000, click on apply. And let's change the rough width to say about 800 and click on apply. It would automatically change here. And we also have the frame width here at the bottom. So let's change this to say 50. Click on apply and it will automatically change the frame width as well. Now let's go back to our floor plan view. Now what we can do is we can add our shutter as well. So generally our shutters get added on the interior side of a wall. To recognize, we have our exterior side and we have our interior side. So that's very important to be aware of, which is we have an exterior side, like what I mentioned about the walls, and we have our interior side. So we're going to create our shutter on the interior side. So to create the shutter on the interior side, we can switch to the interior elevation. And here we can start creating an extrusion this time. So let's go to create, click on extrusion. And this time use the pick lines tool again and select the interior reference planes. Make sure to lock them as well. Perfect. And then we need a closed loop. So use the trim command, TR, and trim these lines. And then click on finish edit mode. Perfect. Let's go back to our floor plan view. And we'll need to lock this to some new reference planes so that we can control the thickness of our shutter. So I'm going to draw a reference plane here. And I'm going to change the color as well. So this would be a new reference plane. So you can either create a new subcategory or you can select reference plane new. Perfect. And I'm going to hide our wall again. So let's go here and click on hide element so I can see my reference planes better. And then I'm going to draw a dimension from our strong reference plane to our weak reference plane here. So this is going to be a new parameter. So select the dimension, click on create parameter and call this the shutter thickness. This can be a type parameter. We'll talk about the type and instance parameters later. For now, let's leave it as a type parameter and let's click on OK. Perfect. Now what we need to do is we need to lock these lines here with this reference plane on top and this shutter bottom with this reference plane here. Perfect. So now let's go back to our 3D view and let's check if it is parametric or not. So let's go back to our family types, and this time instead of changing the values here, what I will do is I'll create new types. So I'll create a new type and call this 1000 mm by and call this 1000 by 2100. So that's our first type. I need to change the rough width to 1000 here and the height to 2100 and click on apply. And then I'll create a new type, and this would be about 1200 by 2400, for example. So the rough width would be 1200 and the rough height would be 1400. So let's click on apply again, and you can notice that it is completely parametric. As a last step, what I would also like to do is change the material of the frame and our shutter. So to change the material of our frame and shutter, simply select the extrusion. We have the material option here. And as mentioned before, in the category space here on the right, we have a window. We have a small icon. So simply click on that icon and then you can change the material here. So in this case, let's create a new material and let's call this wood. And this time what I will do is we have something called the asset browser. So we're going to open the asset browser and we're going to select a wood material from here. So search for wood and tap enter. Yeah, so you can see we have different materials here. So we can use any material that we like. Let's say we go for ash door material. So if you want to replace the new material with this material, on the right, we have this replace the current asset in the editor. So click on this icon. And then you will notice that it automatically gets replaced here. So the wood material changes with the settings in our asset browser. And if you'd like to see that in your 3D view, the color as what is shown here under the appearance tab, go to your graphics and click on use render appearance and then click on apply and then click on OK as well. I'm going to quickly switch to shaded so that I can see my material. So that is our shutter material. We can also add a material for our frame. So let's go to our frame material here. You can create a new material and call this wood frame. And then again, simply go to your asset browser, search for wood. So in case it doesn't show up, you can also select the materials from here. So you can see we have the different materials here under wood. And in this case, I can go for bamboo light semi-gloss. Perfect. And then simply go to graphics and make sure you use the render appearance, which is the appearance here. All right, so we've created our first door. Now we're going to use this door in our project. So we're going to save this family first. So go to File, click on Save As, and click on Family. Or you can hold down Control and tap S on your keyboard. And then let's save our family here. Now, generally, it's a good idea to follow a naming convention when saving families in Revit, and it would help your project as well. So you can use this naming convention to name your families. So we can start with the discipline, which is architecture. So you can, in this case, it can be A as well, which stands for architecture. And then it can be the category, which is doors or door. And then we can give the family type. In this case, it can be a simple door. You can give additional info about the doors. So let's say the different types. So this would be a single opening door. And then you can give some additional infos. Let's say, for example, it is a wooden door. So you can type in wooden. You can also give in the sizes if you like, or if it's parametric, you can leave it as is. And then you could also give the version number here. So for in this case, it would be 2026. Perfect. So it's always a good idea to follow a naming convention when saving families for your projects. So let's also click on options here and let's change this to 1 so that the backup is only 1, and let's click on save. Perfect. Now let's load this family into our project and let's use this family in our project. So let's go to a file and let's open our last project. And let's go back to our family. Now to load this family into our project, simply go to modify and you have load into project option. So simply click on that. And then what you need to do is, since this is a wall hosted family, you cannot place it wherever you like. You would need to place it on a wall. So we'll need to hover over a wall and then simply click to place your door on the wall. So you can notice that I've placed it on the wall. I can hide my DWG file temporarily. So select your DWG file, go to your sunglasses here and click on hide element. We can unhide it later. And now you can notice that I've placed my door in the project. Now let's check the size of this door. So right now it is 1000 by 2100. But in our case, what we need is a 4 feet width door. So we can also create types in the project. So you can click on edit type here. You can duplicate this type and you can call this 4 feet by 7 feet, for example. And then you can give the exact rough width to be 4 feet and the height to be 7 feet. So you can do it this way as well. And then when you unhide or reset temporary hide isolate, you see your DWG file. And then what you can do is you can place it exactly at the edge of the DWG file. Now, in case you do not see the lines below this wall, switch to wireframe. So now you see your walls better. And then you will need to move this door. So select the door, click on move, and move it from this edge to this edge here so that it sits exactly between this 4 feet door. Perfect. All right, so we've created our door, but it's not quite complete. We will also need to create this opening symbol here, right? And you can also notice that we placed it exactly on the interior side because our symbol sits on the exterior. So this symbol generally sits on the outer or on the exterior side of an element, and it indicates the exterior side. So for this family, this is the exterior side, and you can see that our shutter sits exactly on the interior side. All right, perfect. In the next video, I'll show you how to create this symbol, and we'll learn how to create our first nested family in Revit. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we learn to create symbolic opening line for this door, and we're going to create that using a nested family. So what do I mean by a nested family? So as you can see, every family can be created on its own, or we can also nest elements into the main family. So we have a main family, in this case, our door, which we just created. And we can add additional elements to this door as nested elements. So for example, we can add door handles as a nested element into this door. So these can be also nested families. And we can also add panels. So we can create different options for this door. So panel 1, panel 2, for example. Or we can also add a 2D opening line family into this main family as a nested family. So we'll learn how to use nested families. So to create a nested family, simply go to File, New, and click on Family here. Then from this list, you will need to select this time, not metric door, rather metric detail item. So this is the template which we're going to use, and then click on Open. Now to create your nested family, you need some reference planes. So let's tap RP and create a reference plane here, and also create a reference plane on top here. And then we need to create our dimensions. So tap DE, or you can click on Create and click on Aligned here. And then start from your strong reference plane to your weak reference plane. Similarly here, start from your strong reference plane to your weak reference plane. Now to make this parametric, simply select these dimension lines and call this the door width. Or you can also call it width. It doesn't really matter. Perfect. Now we need to create our symbolic opening line. So to create your symbolic opening line, let's go to Create. And then we have the line option here. And then we can select a subcategory. So in this case, I'm going to go with hidden lines. And then what's important is you need to select the intersection. So tap in SI to select the intersection. Go all the way here and click again. And then you need to switch to start end radius arc. Go to this point here, tap SI, and then snap it so that you get a perfect 90 degrees. And to close it, you can switch back to your line, tap in SI, and make sure to select the intersection. Perfect. So now it is parametric in nature. If I sort of move this, you can notice that our lines adjust accordingly as well. So now I can save this. So tap in Control S. And let's give a name for this family. So let's call this A door, call this 2D opening, and save it in the folder. Now what you need to do is you need to load this file into our family and not into our project. So this is a nested family, and this nested family I'm going to load into our main family. So click on Load into Project. And now it's brought in to the main family because I have only my main family open. And then I'm going to place it here. You can place it anywhere in your screen. And then what you need to do is you need to lock it in place. So tap in AL. So AL is the shortcut for the Align tool. So we will be using the Align tool quite a lot, especially when working with families. So tap AL, and then you would need to select the reference line first. So in this case, it would be this line here. And then you would need to select the line which you would like to align it with. All right, so once you've placed your 2D element, we'll need to align this with the right reference planes here. So to align it, we can use the align tool. So tap AL, or you can use the align tool from your modify ribbon. Then select the reference line you would like this element to align with, which is this reference line here, or reference plane, and then select your element reference line. So in this case, it would be this line here, and then make sure to always lock it as well. Similarly, I'm going to align it on the left as well. So select the reference plane you would like this element to move to or align with, then select your element and click on lock. And then what you need to do is you need to select this 2D element, and you will need to associate the right parameter with this 2D element so that it matches the width of our door opening as well. So select this family, click on edit type, and then we have the width option here. So right now it is set to 500. You can of course manually change it, but I would like it to automatically adjust as and when I change the size of our door. So if you would like it to automatically adjust itself, you need to associate a family parameter. So to associate a family parameter, on the right, we have the associate family parameter option. And here I'm going to select width option and then click on OK. But the problem now is it is associated to the parameter, which is width, but this parameter is a bit too big for the opening. The opening needs to be our rough width minus the size of our frames. So let's go to our family types again. And under width or next to width, we have 1200. Let's add a formula here. So we're going to add a formula in Revit. So this is going to be a rough width minus 2 times. So you can add minus or dash a bracket, and then you can add 2 times our frame width. So this is our frame width. So let's add 2 times our frame space width. Make sure it is the same name as what is shown here. Even the spacing needs to be correct. If it is, for example, a smaller name, then it wouldn't work. We have this error here. The following is not a valid parameter. So make sure it is the same name and then tap enter. So right now you can see our width, the actual width, the opening width is 1100 because it is the rough width 1200 minus 2 times the frame width. And now if I click on OK, you can see that our opening is exactly between our frame. And now if I adjust the types, so if I go to type 1, you can notice that it adjusts accordingly as well. What I would like to do is maybe just remove the bottom line here. So we can go back to our nested family, and I'm going to remove this line here. And then I'm going to load it back into our family and click on overwrite the existing version so that the bottom line goes away. Perfect. Now what we can do is we can load this into our project. We can close our nested family. We do not need our nested family. We can load this into our project. So let's open our project here. Let's go back to our family and click on load into project. Now, in this case, when you load a family into a project, an existing family, you get 2 options. You get to overwrite the existing version, or you get to overwrite the existing version and its parameter values. Now, in this case, we would need to only overwrite the existing version because we do not want to overwrite the parameter values of the family, for example, the width, the height, and more. We'll talk more about these 2 options later, but for now, let's click on overwrite the existing version. All right, perfect. So now you can see that we have our opening here. Now I did make a mistake is that this family should not be placed on the exterior side, but rather on the interior side. So let's go back to our family. You can also select the family here and click on edit family in case you would like to go back to the family. And then we'll need to simply flip this. So we can use the mirror tool, which is another new command you will be learning. So we learned about the move tool, the copy tool, the align tool, and now we learn about the mirror tool. So the mirror tool, you have two options: mirror pick axis and mirror draw axis. In most cases, I use the draw axis tool. So I'm going to use a DM, which is the shortcut to mirror. And then I'm going to mirror this, maybe using the midpoint of the frame here. So I'm just going to mirror it to the other side. Perfect. And what you also need to do is lock it again, because once you mirror it, it wouldn't be locked. So you can see it is unlocked. So make sure to unlock it again. So I'm going to lock it to this reference plane and then to this reference plane using the align tool. And you can delete this opening on the top. We do not need that for now. We just need the one at the bottom. Then let's load that back into our project. Overwrite the existing version and boom, it sits in perfectly. Now, since we've created one door, which is a D1, 4 feet by 7 feet, what we can do is we can create the other doors here as well. So let me switch back to wireframe and let's create our types. So we need two types. Type 1 is 4 feet by 7 feet. Let's duplicate this. The other type is, we can call this type 2. This can be 3 feet by 7 feet. But what I would actually like to do is, maybe I would like to create the types in my family rather than creating it here in my project, so that when I overwrite the values, I would overwrite the family and its parameter value. So now you can see the difference actually. So let me just go back to my families here and let's create our types here. So this is type 1, type 2. Let's create type 1 imperial, and that would be 4 feet by 7 feet. And I can change the rough width to 4 feet here and the rough height to 7 feet. You can also tap in 7 apostrophe. So that's type 1. Let's duplicate this. Yeah, you cannot duplicate, so we'll need to create a new type. I'm just going to paste that name again, and this would be type 2 imperial, and this would be 3 feet by 7 feet, and 3 feet rough width would be 3 feet, which is about 914. And then I need a third option, which is about 7.5 feet. So let's create a new option, and this would be imperial 2.5 feet by 7 feet. So just tap in 2.5 apostrophe and tap enter. Perfect. So now we have 3 types. And now when I load it into the project, I want to overwrite the existing version and its parameter value. So I bring in the new types from my family as well. So I'm going to use the second option now. So now you can notice when I select the family, you have 4 feet by 7 feet. We have imperial, the second option, and we have the third option as well. I did not rename this, so we'll need to rename it. What I can also do is I can delete the other types here. So let's go to our families here and search for our door. So this is our door which we just created. I'm going to select all the other types here and I'm going to delete them. So right click and click on delete. I have to also delete the instance which is placed here. So I'm going to delete that. We can place our door again. And I'm just going to go back to my family. I had to rename this. So there's 1, 2. We can also delete some of the types here. So we can delete this. We can delete this. So we have type 1, 4 feet by 7 feet. Type 2, 3 feet by 7 feet. And 2.5 feet by 7 feet. I'll need to rename this. So let me rename this to type 3. Perfect. So let me just load this back into our project. We can overwrite the existing version and its parameter values. And now you can notice that we have our 3 types. Generally, when you add or overwrite the existing version and its parameter values, the new types gets added into our family. So we can delete the one which we do not need. So that was type 1, 2.5 feet by 7 feet. Perfect. So we have type 1, type 2, and type 3. And now we can use this in our project. So if you want to use this in our project, you can also drag a family from your families window here into your project and then place it in place. And if you want to switch, you can tap the space bar while placing. So I'm hovering, I'm switching to the right side. I'm tapping the space bar and then I'm placing it in place. So that is type 1. Then type 2 comes here. So I can place type 2 here. and then type 3 comes in here. So type 3, I'm going to place it in here. And then finally, what I need to do is align this. So I'm going to tap AL, select my CAD line, and then select my door. So to align it properly, similarly here as well, so that it sits in perfectly. All right. And then finally here as well. So that is a lot to unpack. I would highly recommend that you go through the video again. What I would like to show you as a last step, and I would not like to extend the door family video to another video, is that I would like to hide this panel here in my floor plan and only show it in my elevation. So to do that, you can select the door family, click on edit type. And then what you need to do is you need to select your extrusion. And we have something called the visibility settings. So select the visibility settings and make sure to switch off plan RCP so that it doesn't show up in your plan view. So then click on load into project, overwrite. This time you can just overwrite the existing version. And now you can notice that when I select my door family, yeah, I will need to switch to hidden line as well. Okay, let me just quickly go back, select this family, click on visibility settings. So it is not shown on plan RCP, and it is not shown when cut in plan RCP. This is also very important. So now let's load it into the project. Click on overwrite the existing version, and boom, the panel goes away and only our opening stays and our frame. Perfect. So I will highly recommend that you go through this video again and try to learn the different aspects that goes into building a family. We've created a very simple family. We'll learn to make this more advanced later on. But for now, this is good enough to create the rest of the project. In the next video, we'll learn to create our window families and also follow the same steps that we've used to create the door family. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. All right, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create window families in Revit. So we created the door families so far, and we placed them in our project as well. And now we're going to create our window families. Let me quickly switch to the wireframe mode so you can see our window openings. So you can create a very simple window family, and we'll place it in our project. Let me switch on the highlight for my mouse. All right, so to create a window family, let's go to File, New, and click on Family. And let's select metric window this time. So let's go all the way down and we can have our metric window family. So let's select this and let's click on Open. Perfect. So let's start off with the basics. We need our bare bones, which is our reference planes and our dimensions. We have some parameters here, which is the width, height, the rough width, and the rough height. So the first step is I would change the width to the rough width. And let's go to the exterior side and let's change the height to the rough height. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some new reference planes. So I'm going to go to my object styles, and in my annotation objects, I'm going to create a new reference plane here. So this is a reference plane and new. And let's make this red. The line pattern can be an aligning line. So let's tap RP and start creating our reference planes. So we're going to create 2-shutter window with 2 shutters. So we need a reference plane on the left and right. So let's also rename or change the subcategory to reference plane new. Also, when you're creating the reference plane, you can change the category and then create the reference plane. So you do not have to always keep changing the reference subcategory. Perfect. So I have a frame here, I have a frame here, and I have a frame in the middle. I'm going to increase the size of a rough width here. So I'm going to go to my family types. I'm going to change the rough width to say 1500. Yeah, that would make more sense. Let's add some dimensions. So DI, which is the shortcut for dimension. And let's create some dimensions this way. Let's select these 2 dimensions. And let's call this the frame width. It's going to be a type parameter. So this is our frame width. Similarly, here is a frame width as well. But this time, what you need to do is you need to first create a dimension from the left to the middle to the right. And then click on the equal symbol here to make it equal. And then from the left all the way to the right, you need to create the frame width dimension. So select the dimension. Also, you can notice our dimensions are a bit too big here. So if you want to make it smaller, simply reduce the scale of your working window. So if you make it 1:5, then you can see that it becomes smaller. So I'm going to select this and make this a frame width as well. Now frame width 329 is a bit too much. Generally for windows, we can have a frame width of about 75 or even 50 works. Perfect. Now let's go to the exterior view and let's create 2 reference planes here as well, on the top and on the bottom. Now this can be from the top to the bottom. Always go from the strong reference plane to the weak reference plane. It's also a good idea to change the subcategory of these 2 reference planes here. Perfect. So now we can create our frame. We're going to keep it simple for now. I'll show you how to create a more advanced frame later. So now we can use the extrusion command and create our frame. So let's go to create, click on extrusion, use the pick lines tool, and then start picking your lines. So I have to pick the exterior reference lines first, and then the interior reference lines, or the reference planes that is, and then these 2 reference planes here. Now what I would also suggest is that we've so far learned about the move tool, the copy tool, align tool, and the mirror tool. There's a very useful tool called the split command tool, which is SL. So click on split element or SL, and then let's split the line here and let's split the line here. So we split the line, and now let's use the trim tool. So TR, and I'm going to trim these lines. So I've trimmed the inner lines, and now I'm going to trim the outer lines. Perfect. And now let's finish edit mode. Now let's quickly switch to our floor plan. And now we need to give the size of our frame. Now what I would recommend is that you create a separate reference plane here so that you can control the offset of your frame from the wall edge. For example, if you'd like to control the offset from the interior side, then what you would need to do is, let me just quickly hide this wall because I would like to see where the reference planes are. So I'm going to create a reference plane here, and this is going to be the sill offset. And then we can give our frame thickness as well. So let me create a reference plane here. This is also a new reference plane. We can copy this reference plane on top. Perfect. Now what you need to do is you need to create dimension from our reference plane here, which is our strong reference plane, to our weak reference plane. And let's call this our sill offset. So this can also be a type, or for instance, in this case, I'll show you the difference between type and instance. I'll give you a few examples throughout this course, starting with this one. So I'm going to use instance only for this option for the sill offset, and click on OK. So I can control the sill offset for each window. I'll show you how that works in our project. And this would be our frame thickness or frame depth. So let me select this dimension and call this the frame depth. So that can be a type parameter. Now we need to lock this frame with our new reference planes at the bottom and at the top. Perfect. So now you can notice that when I go to my family types, we have our sill offset here. So you can control the offset of your frame from the edge of the wall. So if I give a sill offset of 0, then it stays flush with the wall. If I give a sill offset of 50, then it is offset 50 mm from the wall, and so on, or 2 inches and so on. All right, now let me just go to the 3D view quickly just to see how this looks. Perfect. So we created our frame. Now let's go back to our flow level. Now we need to create the shutters for these windows. So generally the shutters, I would like to place it in the midpoint here. So what you can do is you can create some new reference planes just for the shutters. And I'm going to tap in RP and create a new reference plane here. And let's call this reference plane new. And I would like this reference plane to be right in the middle of these 2 reference planes here. So make sure to create a dimension from the bottom all the way to the top, connecting this middle reference plane, and then click on the equal symbol here. Perfect. So now you can see that it stays right in the middle. Now this is where I will place my shutter frame and then the shutter glass. So I'm going to draw two more reference planes here. So this is one on top and one below this reference plane. And I can call these two. I can also rename, I can also change the subcategory for these two. Now, if there are too many reference planes, it's a good idea to add an additional colors. So let me just go to object styles, annotation objects, and let me create a new reference plane. So this is called reference plane shutter, for example. Only for the shutters, I would be using this reference plane. I can make it, let's say, for example, dark green. Let's call this aligning line. And let's change these here to reference plane shutter. Okay, so dark green doesn't make sense. Let me just use another color. Maybe let's go with pink, for example. Yeah, pink makes more sense here. Perfect. So now what we need to do is create some additional dimensions. So this would be the frame thickness. So we've already made the center line equal. Now we need to make these lines equal as well, so that it stays right in the middle. And this would be our frame thickness. And not frame thickness, this would be a shutter frame thickness. That would make more sense here. So this is our shutter frame thickness. And let's go to our exterior view here. And now what you can do is you can either create the shutters here in this family, or you can create it as a nested family and bring it in. I would recommend that you make it as a nested family so that you can also switch between different shutters. So let me create a new family, or let me do that in the next video. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll create the nested shutter family window for this family here. So let's create a new family. Let's go to File, New Family, and let's select metric window again. Now you can either use the metric window family, or you can also use metric generic model. This would also work since it is a simple shutter family window. We can use metric generic model. So let me select metric generic model, click on open. And now we need to do the bare bones, which is create the reference planes and the dimensions. So let's tap RP and let's create some of our reference planes here. So we'll make this equal as well. So this would be our shutter width. You can also call it width or shutter width, doesn't really matter, since we are going to associate these family parameters in our main family. So this is going to be the width. This is going to be the thickness of the shutter. So the thickness in our case would be about 50 mm, or let's say 100. And then let's switch to the front view. And let's create a reference plane here. And also a reference plane on top. So this would be our sill height. This would be where our shutter sits. Now let's create a reference plane on the left and on the right and on the top and on the bottom. So this is our shutter frame width, and inside is where our glass would sit. So let me just create some dimensions quickly. Now I'm going a bit faster. Since you've already created the door, you should have a good idea of how this entire process works. So it's just a rinse and repeat. So let's call this the shutter frame width. Perfect. Now we can create our shutters. So let's use the extrusion tool. And let's select these reference planes. And let's use the trim tool, TR, to trim these lines. Perfect. Now let's go to our floor plan. So right now you can notice that I cannot see my extrusion. Now this is very important and it's a good tip for you guys. So if you want to see your extrusion, you would need to change the cut plane of this view. So how do you change the cut plane? You need to select your view here. So when you select the reference level floor plan view from this list in the project browser, you can notice that the properties change. So when I click here, you see the properties for the family, but when you select the view, you see the properties for the view. And in the properties for the view, we have the view range. So you need to edit the view range. And then we need to change the cut plane. So in the cut plane, you can notice that now it is set at 1200 mm from the ground level or from our floor plan level. In our case, we set our, if you go to our front view, you can notice that we set our sill height to 1300. So it has to be, the cut plane has to be above this level so that it cuts through our extrusion. So let's go back to our floor plan, select reference level, go to our view range, and let's change this to say 1320. And now you can see your extrusion. So that's important to be aware of when you're working with families. Now we can lock this with our two reference planes here. So this is the thickness, perfect. So we have, as you can see in 3D, we have our frame, and now we can create the glass shutter in between as well. So to create the glass shutter, let's create some reference planes here. So I'm going to draw a reference plane in between. I'm going to make this equal. And then I need to draw two more reference planes, one above and one below the middle reference plane. Then I need to make this equal as well. Let's decrease the size of our text by changing the scale there. And then this would be our glass thickness. So we can draw a dimension from bottom to top. And let's call this our glass thickness. Perfect. Now for the glass, we can create this in our exterior view. So let's go to our front view. So let's go to create, click on extrusion, select our lines. So in this case, this line, this reference plane, and this reference plane. And let's trim these lines. Perfect. Now let's go to our floor plan again. Yeah, as you can see, we cannot see our extrusion, and that is because this extrusion, I believe, sits above our cut plane. You can see it is sitting above 1447. So we need to change that in our cut plane. So let's go to reference view, click on edit view range, and let's change this to say 1450. And now you can see our glass extrusion. So let's move this all the way up and lock it here, and move this all the way here and lock it to this reference plane. Perfect. Now we need to change the material for these extrusions. So let's select this extrusion and change the material from here. And let's use the glass material, which is part of this template. And we're also going to change the material for this frame, but I would like to control the frame material from my project. So in that case, what you need to do is you need to associate a material parameter to this frame, and then associate the material parameters in your main family, and then finally you can change the material in your project. I'll show you how that works. So let me select this frame material. Now instead of adding a material, I'm going to associate a new parameter, a family parameter, by clicking here, and I'm going to call this the frame or the shutter frame material. Perfect. So we've created our parametric nested shutter. Now we can save this. So let's click on save, Control S. And let's follow our naming convention, which is our discipline, which is architecture, followed by our category, which could be window. And this would be a shutter window. And you can finally give some additional details like the size or the material and the version number. So let's save this here. and let's load this into our family. So let's click on load into project, and now we have three different options here. And in this case, we would need to select our create windows in Revit. So that is an RVT file, which is wrong. We need to save our window family file first and then load this here. So let me go to family 5. We haven't saved our window family. And let's save this window family first. Okay, so that was the door family. I can save and close the door family. Yeah, so this is our main window family. Let's hold down Control and tap S. And let's call this a window, double casement, wood 2026. I would like to keep the material different, so I will just call it a window, double casement 2026. Now, if you like ownership of this file, you can also add your name at the start as an abbreviation so that you know that it belongs to you and that you created the family, or that it belongs to your firm. So let's save this here. And now let's go back to our nested family and click on load into project. And this time we need to select our RFA file and not our RVT file, which is our project file. So we need to deselect the project file and select the main family file, which is our RFA file. Perfect. So now we can place it, but we need to place it in our floor plan. So in case you switch back to the floor plan, the option to place goes away. Let me reset the temporary hide option first, and let me place our family. So when you load a family into another project or another family, it automatically gets added to the family list. So if you go to your families here, you can notice that it belongs under generic model. This is our family that we created. Now to place this here, you can drag it from this list and place it in place. Or you can go to create and click on component. And then let me just place it here. And we need to snap it to our reference planes here. So before I snap it to these reference planes, I can also associate some parameters. So let me select this family, click on edit type. Let's associate the width with our width tool here. So you can see it is set to 1000 now. All right, so you've placed your family in this project, and in the next video, we will place it in place here so that it sits perfectly between the two frames. We'll need two shutters, and we'll also need some formulas in our family. I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll create some formulas so that we can fit our nested shutter family right into these two lines here. So let's go to our family types for our main family here. And let's create some parameters. So I'm going to create a new parameter. So you can also create a parameter from here. And I'm going to call this the shutter width. This can be a type parameter. Now the shutter width is going to be our rough width divided by 2 minus the frame thickness. So it's going to be our rough width divided by 2. So I did not write that properly. It has to be ROU. So you can see right now it is 750. And this 750 would be minus the frame thickness as well. So we need to minus this with the frame width. So that would be about 700 mm. Let's quickly measure this here as well. So it's not exactly 700 mm. It has to be 675 mm. So in that case, we would need to do some math here. So our complete width divided by 2 minus the frame width. Yeah, so minus 50 mm here and minus half of this frame width here. So it would be minus frame width, and then we can minus it again. But this time it would be minus frame width divided by 2. So now you can see it's exactly 675 mm. So in case you get confused, you can also do some mathematics to figure out the exact formula. So now what you can do is we can associate the family parameters. So we have our shutter frame thickness and we have our shutter frame width. So select this object, click on edit type, and then associate the width, not with width, but rather with the shutter width, and associate the thickness to shutter frame thickness. So let me click on apply and click on OK now. And now you can notice that it sits exactly between these two reference planes. We need to also lock this in place. So use the align tool and then lock it in place. So I'm going to lock it to the left, and I'm also going to lock it to the bottom here. Perfect. So now let's quickly check if this is parametric as well. So let's go to our family types here to flex this parametric window. So I'm going to call this 5 feet by 5 feet and give the width as 5 feet and the height as 5 feet and click on apply. So you can notice it works. And let's create a new type. This would be 4 feet by 4 feet. So this would be 4 feet by 4 feet. Perfect. And then you can simply copy this to the other side as well, or you can also use the mirror draw axis tool. So click on mirror draw axis, make sure copy is on to make a copy, and then copy it over to the other side. And then you can lock it here as well. Perfect. So now if you go to 3D, you can notice that we placed our shutters. It is parametric, but we would also need to lock it in the front view. So let's go to our exterior view here and let's lock it here as well. That's important too. Perfect. Now what's missing is our shutter height. So we need to create a new parameter for our shutter height. And the shutter height would be our rough height minus our frame width into 2. So that's about 1200. And then simply select your shutter, click on edit type. Now in this case, our height is missing in our object. So let's check our family. Let's click on edit family. Let's go to our front view for this nested family. And you can notice that I have not created a parameter for our height. So I need to create a parameter for our height. So I've added a dimension here. Let's call this our shutter height and then save this family. You can also load into project and close. You do not have to keep it open all the time. So let's close the file and let's load this into our main family. Let's overwrite the existing version, but not its parameter values. And then select the family, click on edit type. And now you can associate the shutter height as well. So this would be here. Perfect. So now it sits in perfectly. And we can change our shutter frame width from 137 to 50 mm. So that would work better. Perfect. All right. So the shutter height seems to be not exactly correct. So this would be about 1088 mm. That would be our rough height minus 2 times our shutter frame. Let me check the formula once again. So this would be our rough height, which is 1219 minus our frame width. Yeah. So as you can notice, I have not associated the frame width parameter. So that's very important. So select these 2 dimensions here and associate the frame width parameter. So now it works perfectly. So we have our frame width and our shutter sits right in between the frames, which is exactly how we need it. Perfect. So it sits right in between our frames and we have our shutter in place. All right. So let's save this family. Let's save it. And then let's load this into our project. So let's load it into our project. And now we can place it on our walls. So I'm going to place a family here. I'm going to place a family here. Now it's also important to recognize or be aware of where the outer part of the wall is, or outer part of the window. In this case, we'll need to switch it. So click on the symbol here, flip the instance facing. So it faces outside. Similarly here as well. And then make sure to use the align tool and align these windows exactly. Now in this case, it would be a 4 feet window. So let's switch to 4 feet. And let's align this here. So it sits in perfectly as well. Now in the next video, we'll place our symbolic lines and we'll also add another nested family into our main family. And we can showcase two options for the same window family. By the way, this is how the windows look in 3D. How cool is that? It's also a good idea to check in your projects if everything's working fine. In this case, you can notice that here we have a problem, and that is because this shutter window is not fixed with the reference plane correctly. So let me quickly go back to our reference view exterior and select this window here and select this window here. You can notice this is locked with the bottom axis, but not yet locked with the axis here on the left. So let's select this reference plane and lock it here as well. And then load it back into our project. Click on override the existing version and boom, it gets fixed. So that was a quick tip for you guys in case you get stuck anywhere in the process of creating families. In the next video, we'll finish up with this family by adding some additional windows, and also potentially we'll add a door handle. So we pretty much covered the family basics in Revit. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. Now, something which I missed out on, or not really missed out on, was something which I did not check was the glass thickness. Now, 44 mm is a bit too much for a glass. So let's change this to about 12 mm, 12 to 15 mm, or even 5 mm works depending on your window. So that works better, about 5 mm or 12 mm. And then let's load this into our main family. So this would be our double casement window. Let's override the existing version. Now you can notice that when I overrode the existing version, did not change here. And that's because it did not override the parametric value, which we changed in the nested family. So if you'd like to override the parametric value as well, what you need to do is, let's quickly change this again. Let's change this to say about 8 mm. And this time when I load it into the project, into our main family, I'm now going to select the first option. Rather, I'm going to overwrite the existing version and its parameter values. And now you can see that it changes the glass thickness. Perfect. And now we can load this into our main project as well, which is here. And then overwrite the existing version. And then boom, you can see that the glass frame thickness changes here as well. So that is a quick tip for you guys in case you are wondering why the glass frame wasn't being shown in our project. Well, that's it. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Here's another bonus tip for you guys. Now, in case you do not see your window here in the project, what you need to do is just go to your nested family and then change the category from generic models to windows. Then load this into your main family, which is double casement here. Let me just double check if I've associated all the family parameters as well. All right, so the width parameter is not yet associated. So I'm just going to quickly associate that to the shutter width. And then I'm going to load this into our main project. Click on override the existing version and boom. Now you can see your glass in the shutter as well. So quick bonus tip for you guys in case you're wondering why you did not see the glass shutter in your family. Oh, and by the way, make sure that in your nested family, the cut plane is cutting through the extrusions and the glass here, and also in your main family here. Make sure that the cut plane is cutting through your family. So then it works in your project as well. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to complete our window family. So as you can see, it is missing the opening here. So we'll need to add that in. And we'll also use the visibility settings to control how the window looks for each of the detail view here. So for example, if I switch to coarse, it remains detailed in coarse view, in medium, and fine. So I'll need to change that in the window family. So let's edit the window family, select the window and click on edit. And let's go to our floor plan here. Now we already did create a 2D family for our door, the opening 2D family. So we'll import the same family file here. So to import the family, simply go to insert and click on load family. And in our exercise files under the doors exercise folder, we have our 2D opening file. So let's select that and let's click on open. Now we need to place this in our floor plan. So let's go to annotate and click on detail component. And now we can place this 2D file here. So let's use the align tool. So tap AL on your keyboard, or you can click on the align tool from your modify ribbon. And let's align this to the external side of the window. So I'm going to align it to this reference plane and lock it, and to this reference plane and lock it in place. Now we need to give the exact shutter width for this 2D file as well. So let's select the 2D family, click on edit type, and we have a width parameter. Simply associate the right parameter with the width parameter here. So in this case, it would be the shutter width. So now you can notice that it sits exactly in between the frames. Now we can mirror this to the other side. So select the 2D family, tap DM, or you can click on mirror draw axis. Make sure copy is switched on and copy and mirror it to the other side. Now once you've mirrored it, you need to lock it in place again. So use the align tool, AL, and in case you're not able to select the right lines, you can also move it out a bit and then align it in place. And lock it in place. Perfect. And make sure that the width parameters associated as well. Now what we need to do is we need to select this 2D line and associate a visibility parameter as well, so that we can hide our opening lines in our projects. So to associate a visibility parameter, select the file or the 2D family, and next to the visible parameter, click on associate family parameter, create a new parameter and call this our 2D openings. Now, when you create a new parameter this way, you can notice that it comes under the data type called yes, no. So this is a yes, no parameter. I'm going to leave it as a type parameter so that we can adjust it for the entire set of windows together. So we're going to leave it as is 2D openings, and we're going to group it not under other, rather under visibility. So we have a group called visibility. So we're going to group it under visibility. Now let's click on OK, and let's click on OK again. Make sure the other 2D family is also associated to the same parameter file. So click on associate family parameters, select 2D openings and click on OK. Perfect. Now what we need to do is we need to use our visibility settings here. So if I select these nested families here, we have the visibility settings. So click on this. Now I would not like to see my detailed elements in coarse view. So I will switch off the coarse view. Similarly for this as well. And I would also switch off the frame in the coarse view. Now for the coarse view, now if you'd like to see how this looks in a coarse view, what you can do is in the family editor, we have something called preview visibility. So switch this on. And now you can notice that these elements, since the preview visibility is turned on, which basically means this is how it would look in a project as well. So if you switch your detail view from coarse to medium, you immediately see the 3D elements in medium or fine view. But as soon as you switch to coarse view, they go away. But I would actually like to see a dashed line here. So I'm going to create a dashed line. So let's go to annotate and let's click on symbolic line. Let's select our normal line here and make sure the subcategory is opening projection. Now what we need to do is we need to draw from the intersection here. So in order to select the intersection correctly, I will need to temporarily hide this wall here. So I can select my sunglass symbol here and click on hide element. And then I will go back to annotate and select symbolic line. Make sure opening projection is selected. And then what you need to do is make sure you select the intersection. So now you can notice that I'm selecting the intersection. So from this point to this point here. Perfect. So that's one line. And then from this point to this point here. Now these two lines, I would like to see it only in the coarse view. So I'm going to select these two lines. And I'm going to go back to my visibility settings and I'm going to switch off medium and fine. What I would also like to do is see these lines as a dash line. So I can select both of these and change the subcategory to either opening cut, or in this line, we can also use hidden line cut. Perfect. So now you can see it's a dash line. So we can reset our temporary hide isolate. So we've placed our hidden lines, and now you can notice when I switch to medium, these hidden lines goes away and they only stay active in our coarse views. Perfect. So this way we can see the exact rough opening that we need in a coarse view. What I would also like to do is select these two lines here, check the visibility settings, and I would not like to see these openings in fine detail view. So now you can quickly go through the different options here. We have coarse, we have medium, and we have fine. Perfect. Now let's load this family into our project. I'm going to quickly save this, and I'm going to replace the existing file, and I'm going to load this into our project. Make sure to overwrite the existing version, and we placed it in place. Now you do not see the opening line. I can also quickly hide our DWG file. So select the DWG file and hide it here. And now let's go through the detail views here as well. So we have our coarse view, our medium view, and our fine view. And the best part is this is also parametric in nature. So it works for different sizes. For example, if I select this window and change the size, let's say to 4 feet, the lines and the window would adjust automatically as well. Now, sometimes you might see problems like this where you can notice that I have not aligned the opening 2D symbol correctly. So I'll need to go back to my family and just check if I've aligned it correctly. Now it seems to be aligned correctly. So let me just check where the problem is. Exactly. You can notice that we've aligned this line to this reference plane, but this 2D family, we've aligned it to the top reference plane. So you can simply unlock it and then quickly lock it back to this reference plane here. Perfect. So now it sits in correctly. Yeah, it's in the same reference plane. And now we can load this into our project. Override the existing version, and boom, it works perfectly here as well. So that's how you create a very advanced family in Revit. Now, as a bonus, what I would like to show you guys is how you can replace different panels in the same window family. Now, if I go to my 3D view, you can notice that we have our 2D panel here. So maybe as a bonus for you guys, in the next video, I'll show you how to replace this or have multiple shutter options in the same family. And we'll also add our door handle into this family. So that's a bonus for you guys. In case you would like to skip this video, you can go ahead and skip it, but I would recommend that you go through this next video as well. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create a bonus nested window, shutter window, and load it into this family. And also we'll create our door handle. So the best way and the fastest way to create an additional option here is to simply edit your nested family. And then we're going to save this as a new family. So let's call this window shutter, and let's call this the glass element. So this would be a shutter with only the glass element in place. So a window shutter glass. And let's save this in here. Now what we need to do is we need to go to our front view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this extrusion here, which is our frame. And I'm going to expand this glass extrusion all the way to the outer boundaries. And I'm going to move this to the left here. Now, as soon as you move it using that arrow symbol, you can notice that we have an error here, which is constraints are not satisfied. You can simply remove constraints. So now you can notice that the constraints get removed on this side and you can lock it in place here. Similarly, we need to do the same here as well. So make sure to remove the constraints and then lock it in place. Perfect. So now you can notice that in our 3D view, we simply have a simple glass shutter, a simple glass window here. And it is parametric in nature as well. We can quickly check that as well. So let's adjust, for example, the shutter height. Yeah, it is parametric in nature as well. Now let's save this file and let's load this into our main family. So I'm going to click on load, and I'm going to load this not into our project, but into our main family. And yeah, we can place this in the right view. So you can tap escape and go to the right view here, which would be the exterior view. Now, before I place it in place, what I would like to do is select the nested shutter families here. So for example, this shutter, and I'm going to associate a visibility parameter for these nested shutters. So I'm going to create a new visibility parameter, call this shutter window with frame. We can also add a asterisk symbol here. So this is option number 1, shutter window with frame, and let's group it under visibility. Make sure it's a type parameter and click on OK. Similarly, this window here as well. So this would be option number 1. Now, before I place my other window here, I would also create some types. So let's go to our family types. So these are the 2 window types here. Now let's rename these. Let's call this width frame. Here, this one as well. So this would also be called as width frame. Perfect. So we have 2 windows with frame. And for these 2 windows, we will keep this switched on. Now we'll create a new type. So this would be, let's say, 4 feet by 5 feet. And this would be without frame. And make sure to switch this off for this type. So let's click on apply. And let's switch on our preview visibility as well. So now you can notice that the element goes away. And that is also because we're using the coarse hue. Let's go to medium. Yeah, so we can notice that our window shutter goes away. Now let's place in our new window. So to place your new window, let's go to create and let's click on component here. Now, in order to place it here, what you need to do is you need to switch to your ground floor. So let's go to our floor plan and then let's place it in place. So let's go to create and click on component. And now you can notice we can place our A window shutter glass. So let's place it on the exterior side and let's lock it in place. So we need to lock it to the midpoint of our frame. So our midpoint is here. So I'm going to use the align tool, tap tab key, click on the reference plane. And then what you need to do is select the midpoint of a glass shutter. So let's select the midpoint of a glass shutter and then lock it in place. Perfect. Now we need to select our glass shutter, click on edit type and associate the width parameter as well. So this would be the shutter width. And let's click on OK. Click on apply and click on OK. And then we should lock it to the reference plane here on the left. So I'm going to lock it in place as well. Perfect. What we also need to do is adjust the height. So let's adjust the height as well, the shutter height. So this would be the shutter height and the sill height as well. So the sill height would be the default sill height. Let me just quickly, or we can lock it in place. That would be better. We do not have to associate the sill height. Perfect. Let's quickly go to our exterior view. So you can notice that it's a bit down. So we need to lock it in place. Let's move it up using the shift key and the up arrow. Use AL, which is the align tool, and then lock it in place. Perfect. So we've locked our window frame here. And then we need to copy this over to the other side. Let's use the mirror tool, draw axis. Make sure copy is switched on and let's mirror it to the other side. Perfect. And now what we need to do is, of course, lock it in place. So I'm going to lock it to our mid plane there. And I'm going to also lock it here. And I'm also going to go to my exterior view. And I would need to lock it to our bottom plane here. Perfect. Let's quickly check if this is parametric or not. Let's go to type 1, for example, and let's click on apply. Boom. You can notice that our window frame shutter also changes. What we also need to do is select these shutters and associate a new visibility parameter. So this would be option number 2, and this would be shutter window without frame. and click on OK. In case you forgot to change the group of that parameter, you can simply go to your family types and you can notice that it stays here. So let's change this to the visibility group so that it falls under the visibility group. Perfect. I need to do the same for this shutter as well. Let's associate this to a shutter window without frame and click on OK. Perfect. So now when I go to my 3D view, we have two windows. We have one window without the frame and one window with the frame. Now, in case you'd like to see the changes, you'll need to switch on preview visibility in 3D as well. So we have two nested families in this main family. We have a shutter window without frame and we have a shutter window with frame. And finally, we can load this into our project as well. So let's load this into our project. Overwrite the existing version. And now you can notice we see our window frame in the plan view. That is because we did not adjust the visibility parameter for our window frame. So that is another step that we missed. So simply select this window, click on visibility and make sure it is switched off in course view. What we also need to do is we need to go to our family types and check our family types once again. So for type 1, we do not want to see our shutter window without frame here. Similarly for type 2 as well. And for type 3, I would only like to see the shutter window without frame. Perfect. All right, so I made some changes to the family types as well. Now let's load this into our project and we can close this file as well. Yeah, so we'll need to load this into our project. We can save this file. And this time what you need to do is you need to select the second option, override the existing version and its parameter values. All right, so we have some additional types here. So you can notice as soon as I change the type, that additional window frame goes away, the additional window in our family. So we have some extra types and the other types we would need to delete. So let's go to our family here, search for window and under MPS, we have our old types. So we can delete these old types from our project. Perfect. All right, so now we've created a perfect family. You can notice that we can adjust the sill height as well since it was an instance parameter. Now to quickly explain the difference between type and instance parameters, I will copy this window over to this side. So let's select the window, click on the copy tool and let's copy it over to this side. Now when it is a type parameter, you can notice that these two are the same type. This is 4 feet by 4 feet and this window is 4 feet by 4 feet as well. Now, let me copy this over one more time just to make you guys understand this concept better. So we have 3 types and all 3 are the same type. So if you select this window, it's 4 feet by 4 feet. This is 4 feet by 4 feet with frame and this is 4 feet by 4 feet with frame. Now, what happens when I change some of the settings here? If I go to edit type and let's say, for example, I will change the rough width to 3 feet just for demonstration purpose. And I'm going to click on apply. So you can notice as soon as I click on apply, it automatically changes in all 3 instances of the same type. So those were the type parameters, which means that when you change the value for one type, it would automatically change for the same or the similar type. But when you create an instance parameter, even if it is of the same type, you can adjust the instance of that element individually. In this case, we have our sill offset as an instance, which means I can adjust this sill offset individually for each window. So in this case, I can keep this set at a 0, the sill offset set to 0. In this case, I can keep it about 1 inch from the wall. And in this case, I could keep it about 2 inches. So you can notice that even though they are the same types, since the sill offset was an instance parameter, I can adjust them individually for the window. So I hope you understood the difference between type and instance parameters. You would understand it better as we go through the course, so you do not have to worry if in case you did not understand it. To give you guys a quick analogy, so the type parameters are like the blueprint. For example, every chair has the same height, the same color, and the same leg type. But so that would be the type parameters. And the instance parameters are like putting a name tag or a sticker on each chair. So each one is uniquely labeled. So that would be, for example, chair 1, chair 2, chair 3, for example. I hope that analogy works. I hope you can go through this video again and then you would understand the difference between type and instance parameters as well. So let me just quickly revert back to 4 feet. So I'm going to quickly revert back to 4 feet. Click on apply and click on OK. So you can notice the instance for each element remains the same and the width changes equally for all 3 windows. So those were the type parameters and the instance were the sill offset. So I'm going to delete these 2 windows here and leave this window as is. And in this case, it was 4 feet. It was actually 5 feet by 5 feet. Perfect. So we've covered much more than we started out with, and we've created a very advanced Revit window family. As homework, what you guys can do is you can create your own family type and you can use the concepts that you learned so far to make it a very parametric and advanced window family. I would love to see your work in the assignment section as well. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. We can go further with our project now. We have created some of our windows. We'll place all of these windows in place and we will create the rest of the house for our project. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're not quite done with the window family. We will also need to place our window door handles on the inside face of our family. Now, if you'd want to, you could skip this video in case you like to complete the building first. But I would highly recommend that you stick around because it's a useful video. All right, so let's edit this window family. So we have our window here. We need to place it on the inside face. So we need to switch to our interior view. This is where we need to place our window handle. So to create a window handle, let's go to File, hover over New and click on Family. And let's select Metric Generic Model Face Paste. So we'll use this family template to create our window handle. Perfect. So this is our external view. This is our wall facing view. So we'll need to go to our elevations. Let's go to our front view here. So in this case, you need to imagine yourself that the elevation is considered as floor plan and the floor plan is considered as the elevation. That would make more sense once we create our door handle. All right, so before we start modeling, we'll need the bare bones, the skeleton for our family, which is our reference planes and dimensions. So let's create some reference planes here. And let's create some dimensions. So always go from the strong reference plane to the weaker reference plane. In this case, from left to right as well. All right, so this dimension would be our projection from the frame. So imagine this is your window frame and this would be the projection from the frame. So let's create a new parameter. Let's call this projection from frame. Tap enter. Let's select this dimension and let's call this the handle length. So this is the projection from the frame. This is the handle length. Let's adjust these dimensions so that it mimics real world conditions. Now the hand length generally is about 130 mm and the projection from frame could be about 50 mm or 2 inches. Perfect. So now we can use something called the sweep feature in Revit to create our sweep. So to activate the sweep tool, let's go to create and select the sweep tool from here, solid sweep. So basically it creates a profile along a path. Now to use the sweep tool, we'll need a profile and a path. So how a sweep tool works is it creates a solid shape by moving a profile along a path. So we need to create a path first and then we need to create a profile which would move along the path. It is like pulling a shape along a line to form a 3D object. So imagine you're pushing a cookie cutter through dough in a straight or curved line. The trail it leaves behind is your sweep. So that's an analogy for you guys in case you haven't. So first we need to create our path and then we would need to create a profile. So to create a path, right on top, we have sketch path option. So there are two steps while using this sweep tool. The first step is to sketch the path. So let's sketch the path. Let's select our lines. So pick lines and select our reference plane here on top and here as well. And then we can trim this. So TR to trim. And then we'll need to lock this to this reference plane. So use the align tool, AL, select this reference plane and click on this point here to lock it in place. Similarly, you need to select this reference plane and lock it with this point here. You can also select points, the edge points of your lines, and then lock it in place. So we have a path good to go, and now we can create our profile. So to create a profile, we need to finish edit mode for our path first. And then on the right, we have edit profile option. Now we can edit this profile in another view. So let's select floor plan and let's click on open view, and we can create a simple circular profile here. So to create a circular profile, select circle option, select the intersection, and you can move out about 10 mm in radius. So it's about 20 mm in dia. So let's click on finish edit mode for our profile. And then you need to click on finish edit mode again. So to summarize, we created our sweep in two ways. So let me show that to you guys in 3D as well. So first we created our path. So this was our path. And the second step was our profile. So this is what we created our profile. And once we click on finish, it would create our extrusion along this path. So you can notice that it creates an extrusion along that path. Perfect. Now we can save this family. You can save it as a door handle family and click on save. Now let's load this into our main family. So let's click on load into project and let's select our main family. Click on OK. And now we can place this here. So let me just tap escape. Let's go to create and click on component again. And now when we need to place this, I would recommend that you select place on face so that we can select the frame here. And I'm going to place it along the midpoint here. Perfect. I can also place another window handle here. So just tap space to rotate and place this here. Now, what I would also recommend is make this parametric in nature. So we place this on the interior side and we need to make this a bit parametric. So I'm going to place a reference plane here and I'm going to create a dimension. So this would be the door handle height or the window handle height. And we'll also need to place a reference plane here. So this would be the offset from the frame edge. So this would be the offset from here and this would be the offset from here. Make sure to select your reference planes and not the model lines. So let's select these two dimensions here and call this the handle offset. Perfect. And now what we need to do is we need to lock this door handle to these reference planes. Perfect. And we also, what we like to do is select these two door handles and associate the first visibility parameter, which is shutter window with frame. So that shows up only in the shutter window with frame option. Perfect. So now if you go to your 3D view, you can notice that we placed our window handles perfectly. And let's quickly check if it works on all three types. So let me switch on preview visibility and let's change this to medium and let's change the type here. So let me select type 1, click on apply and you can notice that the door handle shows up. Type 2 as well. We can adjust the height for type 2. For example, we can adjust the handle offset to 20 mm and the window handle height to say 600 mm. So that the window handle adjusts itself as well. And then we have type 3, which is without the window handle. Now let's load this into our main project. And let's overwrite the existing version. And now you can see our door handle here as well. Let's quickly switch to course view. Now we need to adjust the visibility for our door handles in course view. So that's one last step which we missed. So let's go to our floor plan in the family, select these two door handles, select the visibility settings and make sure course is switched off. So now when you load this back into your project and overwrite the existing version, you can notice that the door handles go away. Now, as a bonus exercise for you guys, what you could do is just to push your limits. What I would recommend is you could create another option for your door handle and bring it in. And you could create family types with different door handle options here as well. So that's a bonus exercise for you guys in case you would like to test that out. All right, so we've completed the window family. We've added the door handles. We've created a very advanced door family, a nested door family, and how differently it looks in different views. All right, so to summarize, we've created a very advanced window family with nested families and also different sizes with different visibility settings and parameters. I would highly recommend that you create your own family as an exercise and upload your family into the assignment section. And I could give you guys some feedback based on your family file. All right, so in the next video, we can go further with our project. And what you could do is quickly place these windows in the right position here. So you could quickly switch to wireframe and then place these windows in the right position. Now we would need to create another family here. Since this is a 2-shutter window family, we need to create a single shutter window family and place this in here. So that could be your assignment as well. In the next video, I will create a time lapse of how I create this single window family. It's pretty much an exercise for you guys. And if you'd follow all the steps, what I've shared so far in the Windows section, in the window family series of this course, then you should be able to quickly create this window type here as well. Same goes for this window family here. What you could do is you could actually use this window family and place this here. And all you need to do is change the sill height to 0 and edit type, create a new type, call this 5 feet by 7 feet with frame, and change the rough height to 7 feet. So now you can notice when I go to my 3D view, we have sort of a door window here. So that's all you need to do to place your window on this side of the wall. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to quickly create this window family and place the other windows here as well. And once we are done with the doors and windows, we can go further and create the rest of the project. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hi guys, welcome back. So in this video, I'll show you a bonus tip. It's going to be a quick video. Now, in case you're having trouble finding the difference between the new elements here and your CAD elements, what you can do is you can switch to hidden line. And what you can also do is you can switch to course, select the wall, click on edit type, and we have something called the course scale fill pattern. So in this option here on the right, we have this box. So click on that box and select solid fill. You can leave it at black or you can change the color. Let's click on apply and click on OK. And you can notice as soon as I click on OK, that the color changes to black for these walls. Now this is only in your course detail view. When I change this to medium, you can see that the color goes away and now it's just our wall. Similarly in fine as well. So that is a quick tip for you guys in case you're not able to see your new stuff, what you made in Revit, and in case you're not able to see the difference between your CAD lines and your Revit lines. So this really helps. Similarly for these walls as well. So select this wall, click on edit type and change the course scale fill pattern to solid fill. You could also change it to another hatch pattern. Let's say for example, steel, just to indicate how it looks. So you can notice now that the hatch pattern comes into place. But in most cases, you can leave it at coarse solid fill for now. We'll talk about these hatch patterns and more in the future videos. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to add the floor tiles in our model. So to add the floor tiles, I would recommend that you add it on the finished floor. As you can see in our elevation, we have a slab top and we have our finished floor level. So let's go to our finished floor level. Now you can notice that our DWG file goes away because it was placed on the slab top level and not on the finished floor level. So if I go to my 3D view, you can notice that this DWG file lies on the slab top level, right? And our finished floor level is 2 inches above the slab top level. So we do not see what is below this level. In case you're wondering why you do not see your DWG file, it only lies on the level you placed it on. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start adding our floor tiles. Now to add our floor tiles, I'm going to switch to medium so that I can see the structural layer as well. Now, what I would recommend is that you remove the layers from these walls. We will add these additional plaster layers later when we're doing the detail modeling. So let's select the wall, click on edit structure, and let's remove the plaster finish for now. Perfect. This way I can select the wall edges faster, and generally your floor tile starts from the structural edge and not from the plaster edge. That's very important to know when it comes to construction of the building. Now let's create our floor. So let's go to architecture, click on floor here. Now you can notice we do not have the right type to add into this space. So we'll need to edit this type. We can duplicate this. We can call this floor tile 600 or 2 feet by 2 feet. You can also add a color if you like, or the material type if you know the material. Then let's click on edit here. Let's change the structure to 2 inches. So it's 2 inch thick. Change the material here as well. So right now it's concrete cast in place. Let's click on this box here to open the material editor. Now in the material browser, what we can do is we can add a new material. We can rename this, call this floor tile 2 feet by 2 feet. And then what you need to do is you can either replace this with a suitable material from your asset browser. So for example, when I search for tile here, we have a textile slate blue, ceiling tile, and tiles 4x1. Now it's important to understand what sort of material you add into this or replace this material with. For example, you can see that textile slate blue is an appearance material, which means that you can replace the entire floor tile with this material by clicking here. And then you replace the settings of this material with our new material here. But there are also other types of materials. For example, we have here tile ceramic floor, and this is only a thermal setting of the material. So you cannot replace this material with the thermal settings, but rather you can add to the asset. So when I click on add here, you can notice that thermal gets added to this material. Similarly, physical as well. If you want to add a physical entity into your material, you can search for tile, and we have a tile porcelain physical entity, and we could add this in as well. So you can notice physical gets added, thermal gets added, and so on. And if you want to remove it, you can simply right click here and click on delete. Perfect. Now what we can do is we can go to graphics and make sure we are using render appearance. And then to show the tiles in our floor plan, what we need to do is we need to add a surface pattern to our foreground. So we can click here. We need to add a model hatch so that we can select from which point we will be laying the tiles. So let's select model hatch. And let's select the suitable hatch from here. Now, if you do not find your suitable hatch, you can create a new fill pattern. Let's call this tile 2 feet by 2 feet. This can be a cross hatch. Angle can be 0. And the spacing can be 2 feet by 2 feet. Now let's add this in. Let's change the color as well. Let's make it a bit darker. Let's click on apply and let's click on OK to close. Now we've just created the type. Now we need to place the floor in place as well. So what we can do is we can select the structural lines. So click on pick lines and select the structural lines here. Now, of course, when you click on finish edit mode, you get an error because it is not a closed loop. So make sure it is a closed loop. and then click on Finish Edit Mode. Now, if you do not see your flow pattern, it may have to do with your visibility settings. So tap VV to open your visibility settings, or you can go to View and click on Visibility Settings here. And then what you need to do is you need to go to your flow category, and you can notice that our patterns are hidden. So simply click on this option and make sure you click on Clear Overrides. So when you click on Clear Overrides, you can notice that our background pattern gets added and our foreground pattern. So now you can notice that we've added our floor into the model, and this is a 2-inch thick floor. Now if you want to indicate the exact point from which this floor is starting, for example from this point or maybe from this point, what you can do is you can use the Align tool. So AL, click on the edge which you want to start the tile from, and then click on this tile line. Similarly here as well. And then now you can notice that this is the start point of laying the tile, and this is how we proceed with laying the tile in this plan. So I've just created one material. Now what you can do is you can duplicate this type, and you can call this, let's say, 1 foot by 1 foot. You can edit the type and you can change the material. So in order to change the material, you can either do material. Let me duplicate the material and its assets. Let's call this 1 foot by 1 foot, and let's edit the tile pattern. So you need to click on duplicate, call this 1 foot by 1 foot again, and then simply change the line spacing to 1 foot by 1 foot. The thickness is 2 inches, which is right. And now we can place this floor as well. So to place this floor, oh, by the way, I changed the floor here, so I'll need to set my other floor here. And to create a new floor, simply go to Architecture and click on Floor. Select the right type from this list. Make sure you're placing it on finished floor and not on your slab top. So I'm placing it on finished floor. And then let's pick our wall lines here. Now generally you pick the inner lines of the door as well, in case you do not have a frame here. Perfect. And we can click on Finish Edit Mode to finish placing our lines. Now what's also a good idea is to set the starting point. So in this case, I can set the starting point here, and make sure you select the right line. So use the Tab key on your keyboard to cycle through the selections and select the right line. Perfect. Now only the bathroom tile is missing. You can go ahead and create the bathroom tile here as well. That's how you add floor tiles in Revit. In the next video, we'll add some furniture so that it looks good in Revit as well. So see you guys next video. Cheers. By the way, I'm going to do a time lapse of creating the floor tiles for the bathroom as well. So you can stick around or you can jump to the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we'll place the furniture for this model here. What I'm also going to do is, before I place the furniture, I'm going to install the libraries that I need for my course. So what you would need to do is you would need to head to the link in this description. So what you would need to do is you would need to log in to your Autodesk account. So manage.autodesk.com. I'm going to log in here. All right, so once you've logged in, what you can do is you can go to the products and services. And then under Revit, you can click on view details. And then you can go to libraries. And under libraries, you can notice that we have our content here. So you can sort according to file size or according to the name. And in our case, we can download the US English content for Revit 2026. It's about 2 GB. So let's click on download. Now, if you're using the German version, I would highly recommend that you use this library here. It is a pretty useful library with a lot of useful families for the German DACH region. All right, so it's going to take a bit of time. So we'll come back once the download is done. All right, so the download is complete. So we can open the installation file. And click on install. Now we'll need to wait a bit till the installation process is complete. All right, so the installation is complete. Now we can click on finish. Now let's head back to Revit. Now to place your 2D families, let's click on a load family under insert. Now you can notice that under US, we have a lot more of families here than before. So let's go to our furniture families. And here you can notice that we have different families to select from. Let's go to our tables. So we'll need to furnish our living room first. So we'll need some seating. The problem is these are 3D families. I would like to actually show these families as, I would like to actually add 2D families in my model. Let me check in this library if there are any 2D families for my project. Okay, so there are no 2D families. So what you can do is you can go ahead and furnish your model with the families that are present here. For example, a TV stand, TV flat screen, wastebasket, and so on. We also have table, coffee table. So for example, if you want to place a table coffee, you can open this family. And when you want to place it, make sure you're on the right floor. We are on the finish floor. Then go to architecture, click on component. And now you can notice that our table coffee is here. And then you can place it in place. So for example, we can place it here. And then you can go back to your library and then search for the right families from this list. Another way to search for families is by using the Autodesk family option. So under insert, we have load Autodesk family. So you can click on this. And then you can search from this list for the right families. For example, when you search for chair, then you can find the right families. This is actually from your library. So for example, we can place this family in our project. So select chair Kobu and click on load. And then when you want to place it, just go to architecture, click on component, and then you can place it in place. You need to tap the spacebar key to rotate it. And then you can place it in place. You can place multiple sofas this way as well. So this is another way to place families, either by loading the family or by going to your Autodesk family option here and searching for this family from this list. So we have sofas, Kobu. Let's search for dining. We also have some dining tables. So let's load this dining table and let's load it here. Now these families are also parametric. So if you want to reduce the size of the table, you can select the table, click on edit. You can duplicate the type first. So call this new. And then you can reduce the length, let's say to 5 feet, and click on OK. So you can reduce the length of these families as well. Most families are parametric, for example, the sofa as well. So you can reduce the size and more of the sofa too. Same goes for the coffee table. Now there are certain families that we'll need to create separately. So in the next video, we'll learn how to create our kitchen counter as a 2D family and also our kitchen island. And we'll also create a family for our toilet here. Now, generally for the toilet, we also have some existing families. So if you go to insert, click on Autodesk family, search for WC, or let's say toilet. Yeah, we have some existing families here, so we can use these here as well. So maybe I can place a domestic toilet in my model. So to place this in place, you need to go to architecture, component, and then place it here in your model. So tap the space bar and place it in place. All right, so in the next video, we'll get back to families and learn how to create our own furniture families so that you can create it with your own style of families as well. And you do not have to use the ones that come from Autodesk. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to learn how to create a furniture family in Revit. We're going to create a simple chair in this video. We're going to create a simple chair in this video. So to start off, let's create a new family and let's select the right template. So I'm going to select metric furniture from this list and click on open. All right, so we are welcomed in the family workspace of Revit. So here we have our reference planes. Now we're going to create a parametric chair family. So let's create some reference planes. So RP to create your reference plane. Now you could change the color of these reference planes as mentioned before. Now let's make these equal using the dimension tool. So tap DI on your keyboard and then create the dimension so like shown, and then click on the equal symbol. Now let's create our width parameter. Now generally when you're using a template, you would find some label parameters. If you do not find a parameter, you can create one. So let's call this the width. And let's create the depth from this strong reference plane to the weak reference plane here. Perfect. Now let's change the sizes of our width and depth. Now generally for your chairs, let's go to your family types here. Now generally for your chairs, the depth is around 600 to 800. So let's type 600 here. And the width would be 600 to 800. Now generally for your chairs, the depth would be about 600 to 800. And the width would be about 600 to 800 as well. So let's create a simple 600 by 600 chair. Click on apply. And this is the size of our chair. Now for starters, I will be creating a 2D family and later we'll add a 3D in it. So what we can do is, in this family, we can use under annotation, symbolic lines. And let's select furniture projection. Make sure you select rectangle and make sure to select the intersections. So to make sure you're selecting the intersections, tap SI on your keyboard, click on this point and tap SI again to select the intersection and click on this point. Now, since we're using the intersections, you do not have to lock it. It would be parametric on its own. So if I extend this, you can notice that it is parametric. What we can also do is create some types. So let's go to family types here. The type 1 can be 600 by 600. Type 2 can be 750 by 750. So let's change the depth to 750 here and the width to 750 as well. And type 3 could be 800 by 800. So a pretty big chair. So this could be 800 by 800. And then click on apply. What I also like to do is control the headrest for our chair. So I'm going to create a reference plane here. And I'm going to draw a dimension from the bottom, the strong reference plane to the weaker reference plane. And let's call this either the backrest depth or you can call it the headrest depth. So this is the backrest depth. Click on OK. And we can create a line here as well. So go to annotate, click on symbolic lines. And make sure you're selecting the intersection of the reference planes and not these lines here. So what you can do is you can temporarily hide these lines. Select these lines using the control key on your keyboard to select multiple lines. Then go to your icon here, temporary hide isolate, and click on hide element. So this way we can see our reference planes better. And then let's go to annotate, click on symbolic lines, and let's start from this intersection to this intersection here. Perfect. And once you're done, you can reset temporary hide isolate as well. Now let's quickly check if this is parametric in nature. So let's switch to 600 by 600. Let's also change the headrest for each of these types. So for the 600 by 600 chair, we can give a headrest of say about 25 mm. 750 by 750 would be about 30 mm. And 800 by 800 could be about 40 mm. Let's make this a bit more thicker. Maybe 70 mm here would work better. Perfect. All right, so we have three types. We can save this family. So tap Control S and let's rename this to A underscore chair underscore 2D. And let's give the version number 2026. Let's also keep the file save options to 1 and not 3. You do not have to have too many backups of this family file. Now let's click on save. And then let's load this into our project. Now, in case you want to see the recently viewed projects, you can click here on the top, which is the home button, or you can tap Control D on your keyboard. So this would switch to the start view in Revit. And you can see the recently opened projects here. So I'm going to open the recently opened project, edited project that is. And I'm going to load my family in here. So let's go back to our family and let's click on load into project. And now we can place it in place. Now, in case you would like to rotate it, you can tap the space bar and then you can simply place it in place. So I'm going to click here and make sure you're placing it on the finished floor level as well. So I'm going to place it on the finished floor level. You could also reduce the size. So select the chair. So right now it's 600 by 600. That should work. Now, what's also interesting to note is that I can add a mask to the 2D family so that I can mask off these lines here. So to do that, you can go back to your family. Now, instead of adding lines here, we also have something called mask. So if you go to annotate, you can notice we have a masking region here. So select masking region. And then again, start from your reference plane. So from this point, so SI. Also make sure to switch to a rectangle. It's easier to just create a rectangle. So start from this intersection, tap SI again, and select this intersection here. Now, if you'd like, you can lock it, but since you selected the intersection, it should work fine. What's also interesting is that these lines here actually belong to furniture projection. So what you can do is you can actually delete those other lines and only keep your mask lines here. So let me just quickly delete the other lines and then create the mask because we would have two lines on top of each other. So I'm going to use the tab key on my keyboard to select the perimeter and then click on delete. And then I'm going to go back to annotate, select mask region, use the rectangle tool and click from this intersection to this intersection here and then click on finish edit mode. So now if I load this back into my project and overwrite the existing version, boom, it hides those flooring lines as well. By the way, these are 2D families, and the reason why I made them as 2D families is to reduce the size on our model. This would really help in the concept stage of your model. This would really help in reducing the size of your project. And imagine if you're working on a very large scale project and if you're using 2D families, it would increase the performance of your Revit model. I would highly recommend that you use 2D models, especially at the planning stage. And only if the client requires that you need to show the 3D models, then you can switch to 3D. But in the next video, we learn to convert this 2D into 3D as well. We learn to add some chair legs, backrest, and a whole lot more. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. By the way, go ahead and create your own family. It could be a chair, it could be a dining table, it could be a sofa. Make sure to create it in 2D. And then once you learn the skills to learn it to convert this to 3D, then you can convert this to 3D as well. So we'll be learning to do that in the next video. So see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to learn how to create the 3D family for this chair. I would also like to keep my 2D lines in this family before I create the 3D family and also only change the detail based on the detail view. So when I use coarse, I would only be using my 2D lines. And when I use medium and fine, I would like to see the 3D as well. So what you can do is you can select the mask, click on visibility settings here and switch off medium and fine. Make sure only coarse is on. Similarly, this line here as well, select this. Click on visibility settings and switch off medium and fine. Make sure only coarse is on. This way, when I switch to medium, I need to switch on my preview visibility as well. You can notice that the lines go away and now only the 3D model or 3D extrusion would be seen. So in this mode, I would start creating my 3D extrusions. So before I create my 3D extrusions, I would also need to create the height. So let's go to the front view here and let's create a reference plane. So I'm going to create two reference planes this way. Now let's create a dimension from our strong reference to our weak reference. Select this dimension. Now we already have some parameters here, but we cannot use them. We need to create a new height parameter. Let's call this the seat height from flow, or you can just call it seat height and click on OK. Now the seat height in most cases would be about 450. So let's change this to 450. It would be around 430 to 480 mm. So I'm going to change this to 450 mm. By the way, if you're using inches, you can also tap in 450 mm, or let's say if I tap in here 2 feet, it would change to the right mm value. Now we have the headrest here. So let's create a dimension from this reference plane to this. And let's select this dimension and create a parameter called the backrest height. Now the backrest height is typically around 300 to 600 mm. So let's change this to about 400. Perfect. So we have a height in place. Now let's go back to our plan view. So let's first create our seat. We can create a simple box chair. So to create your seat, let's go to create and click on extrusion here. Make sure to select pick lines and select these lines. Make sure to lock them as well. If you like to pick and lock, make sure to switch on lock and then pick the lines. And then you can trim these lines as well. So TR to trim. And then click on finish edit mode. Now we need to go to the front view. Make sure to lock this to this reference plane. And then we need a thickness for our chair. So we can create a reference plane here. And let's add a dimension here as well. And call this the seat thickness. And then you need to select your extrusion and extend it to this reference plane and make sure to lock it as well. Perfect. So we've created our seat. The seat seems to be a bit too thick, so we can change this to about say 40 mm. Let's go back to our floor plan view. We can also create a thickness for our backrest here. So let's click on create, click on extrusion, and then select your rectangle tool, or you can select pick lines and then simply pick these lines and lock them in place. Then we would need to trim these lines as well. And then click on finish edit mode. What I would like to do is go back to the front view and extend this all the way up and lock it, and extend this all the way here and lock it in place. So now if you go to your 3D, you can notice we have our seat and our backrest, and this is also parametric in nature. So if I switch to say 800 by 800, it should increase the size as well. We can also, of course, adjust each of the thickness in each of the sizes. Let's go back to 600 by 600 and let's go back to our front view. Let's go back to our floor plan view. Now we need to create our legs. So to create the legs, we need to give an offset from these reference planes to the inside. So let's create some reference planes to the inside. And let's create our dimensions here as well. So this would be the offset. Select all of these dimensions using the control key. And then click on create parameter. Call this the leg offset. And then click on OK. So now you can notice that all of the offsets are the same distance, which is 60 mm. Now here we can place our legs. So let's click on create here, click on extrusion. And this time I'm going to select circle. Now I'm going to start from this reference point here and go a bit out. A radius of 40, which means that the diameter is 80. That's a bit too thick. So we can select the circle and change the radius here to say about 20. Perfect. Now you can also make the legs parametric. So you can select the circle and then click on this dimension here. So then you get a temporary dimension. Select the dimension, click on create parameter and call this the leg radius. So you can notice that this is also parametric in nature. So if I, for example, change the leg radius here to say 15 mm, click on apply, it would automatically change the size. Now what I would also like to do is select the circle, and we have something called center mark visible. Make sure to switch that on. So now what happens is we have this mark here. Now with this mark, we can lock it to our reference planes. So use the align tool, AL, and lock it to this reference plane, and then lock it to that reference plane on top as well. So the left and top reference plane. So now if you select the circle, you can notice that it is locked in place. We can also change the dimension in case your text is a bit too big, and then click on finish edit mode. So you just created one leg. We'll need to create the other ones as well. What we can do is we can either copy this and paste it in place, or we can edit the extrusion and we can copy this circle to all 4 points. So select the circle, tap CO on your keyboard, select it from this point, and this time, instead of locking it in place using the manual way, we can also place it at the intersection. So this way, it would get automatically locked to the intersections. Perfect. And now we can click on finish edit mode. Tap escape twice and then click on finish edit mode. Now we need to go to our front view and we need to lock this leg to the top reference plane here. Now in case you're not able to select the reference plane, make sure you do not lock it to the model line. Make sure to lock it to the reference plane. So if you're not able to select reference plane, you can use the align tool, AL, click the reference plane and click on this part of the chair and then lock it in place. Similarly, let's lock it here at the bottom as well. Now, if I go to my 3D view, you can notice we have a very modern looking chair. Let's see if this is parametric in nature. So let me go to 750 by 750. I'm going to change some of the values here. So let's change the leg offset to say 100. And let's change the radius to say 40. And then let's click on apply. So you can notice, boom, it changes. The seat height was 326 for this version and looks pretty cool as well. Let's go to 800 by 800 this time. Let's change the seat height to say 400. Let's change the leg offset to say 100 and then click on apply and boom, we have a different looking chair. Now, of course, we need to change some of these values as per ergonomic conditions. I've just created some random values. You can go ahead and change it as per your taste. Now, the last step is to change the material for these chairs. So now if you switch to shaded, you can notice that it's all gray. So let's change the material to all wood. You can also add additional materials if you like, but for the sake of time, I'm going to apply the same material for all of these extrusions here. So select one extrusion, and then we have material option here. So click on the invisible box that you can find next to category. And then let's create a new material. Let's rename this, call this wood. And then let's replace this with one of the materials in our asset browser. So let's search for wood here. And I like ash door, so I'm going to simply replace this with ash door. Now, if you'd like to see the shaded view, make sure to go to graphics and click on use render appearance to see the same color as what is shown here. Click on apply and click on OK. Now, instead of clicking on here and changing the material for each extrusion, you can also copy the name and tap Ctrl C, select the other extrusion, and then simply paste the name here. So that's a faster way to apply materials. But make sure it is the right name, otherwise it would not apply. Perfect. So we created our wooden chairs. Now, the last step is, of course, when you go to your reference view, I would like to hide these 3D extrusions in the coarse view. So I'm going to select all of these elements here and select visibility settings and switch off coarse and switch off plan as well. I would only like to see this in my 3D and in my elevations and sections. Perfect. So we have a fully functional parametric chair. So now if I switch, let's say for example, now you do not see, maybe we can just leave it on for plan RCP so that it shows up in medium and fine. So you can notice now when I go to my plan view here, it doesn't show up in medium and fine too. And we have only our 2D lines in course. So it would make sense that we select our 3D elements, click on visibility settings and make sure plan RCP is on, and it shows up only on medium and fine. So now if I go to my reference view, you can notice that we see our chair, we see some detail now as well, our legs and so on. And in plan view, we see only our 2D lines. So we have a very functional and parametric family. So let's save this family. Click on options and click on save. And then we can load this into our project as well. So click on load into project. And then I can place it here. Now you can also tap the space bar in order to rotate it. And now we can notice that when I switch to course, then I see a simple 2D family. When I switch to medium, then I see the 3D element of this family. And when I switch to fine, I again see the 3D element of the family. But in course, you can only see the 2D family. Now, you can notice that when I create such families, it overlaps itself with this dining table here. So it would make sense to integrate these chairs with a table and add it to a furniture system. So in the next video, I'll show you how furniture system templates work in Revit. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create a parametric furniture system of a dining table. Now, when I select this dining table and start to extend the size, you can notice that it automatically populates the number of seats here. And when you reduce the size, it automatically reduces as well. And when you increase the size this way, you can notice that you get seats in the middle here. So it's a very parametric dining table. And I'll show you how this works and how to create such families in Revit. Alright, so start off, let's create a new family. And this time I'm going to select metric furniture system and let's click on open. Alright, so we'll create our table here and also add some legs, and then we will bring in our chairs into this family. So what you can do is you can create some reference planes and then some dimensions. So let's click on reference plane here and let's create some reference planes. And then tap DI on your keyboard, which is the align dimension tool, and then create some dimensions as well. Make sure this is equal and this is equal as well. This would be the width and this would be the depth. Now, some cases we also call this as the length and this as the width. You can use the version that works best for you. So I'm going to select this dimension, click on create parameter and call this the width, or you can also call this the table width. And let's make all of these an instance parameter. If I make it an instance parameter, you get the ability to extend the table with these arrows here if they are instance parameters. So let's make all of these parameters as instance parameters. So select this dimension as well and call this the table depth. Perfect. Now we can create the reference planes in the inside so that we can add our legs as well. So let's create some reference planes here. So RP to create reference planes. And let's create our dimension from our strong reference plane to our weak reference plane. Now, in case your lines are overlapping, you can simply select them and move them a bit up. Similarly, we need some reference planes here as well. Always go from the strong reference plane to the weak reference plane. Now select all of these dimensions here and make sure to create a parameter. Now this would be called the leg offset. This can be a type parameter since we would not be changing the leg offset much. So let's leave it as a type parameter. Perfect. So now we have our bare bones in place, our reference planes and dimensions. We also need to add these reference planes and dimensions in our front view. So let's go to the front view, tap RP, and let's create a reference plane above here. Let's create a dimension DI and let's select this reference plane to this reference plane here. Now this would be the table height, and this can be a type parameter as well. Generally, a table height is around 750 mm, so we can change this in our family types. So let's change the table height to 750 mm. Perfect. We also need our table depth or thickness. So let's create a reference plane here, and let's call this the table thickness. Perfect. So now let's go back to our floor plan and let's create our extrusions. So let's go to create, click on extrusion. Make sure to select pick lines and activate lock as well. Then select these reference planes here, trim them, and then click on finish edit mode. Now we need to lock them in the front view as well. So go to the front view and lock them up on top and lock them down as well. Perfect. Now table thickness can be around 50 mm. Perfect. So now we can create our legs. We can place our legs here. So let's go to create and then click on extrusion again. And this time I'm going to select circle option. Now what we need to do is make sure we select the intersection point and go out a bit. And then what we also need to do is parameterize this circle. So if you want to parameterize the circle, you'll need to add a dimension to the circle. We'll add a diameter dimension. So to add a diameter dimension, you will find your dimensions here and then click on diameter dimension and select your circle. So we've added a dimension. Now you can select this dimension and make it parametric. So let's call this the legs dia. Perfect. Now if you want to reduce the size of your text, you can change your scale to 1:10. So that works better, and then click on finish edit mode. So we've added one circle. We'll need to add the other circles here as well. What you can do is you can actually edit the circle here. So let's click on edit extrusion and let's select the circle along with the dimension here. Click on copy, select the center point and then place it on all the intersections. Perfect. And then click on finish edit mode. Now let's go to the front view. And in the front view, we need to lock our legs to the reference plane above. So make sure you drag this point all the way to the reference plane here and lock it in place. Similarly, this reference plane here as well. Perfect. So now let's check if this table is parametric in nature. So we can create some family types. So let's call type 1 as 1500 width and 750 depth. So change the table width to 1500 and the table depth to 750 and then click on apply and boom, it works. We'll need to change the size of our legs as well. So legs can be about 20 mm in this case. So click on apply. So 20 mm seems a bit too thin. So maybe 40 mm dia works better. And then of course, if you want to adjust the table thickness, you can do so as well. So we can keep that as 40 mm as well. Perfect. And then the offset is 200 mm, maybe 100 mm works best. Perfect. We can also create an additional type just to flex this table as and when we add stuff. So let's call this 2400 by 1000. So the table width would be 2400 and the table depth would be 1000. Then click on apply and OK. Perfect. So we have our table in place. Now we can add our chairs to our table. Before we add the chairs, let's save this family. And let's call this A_dining table underscore 3D and underscore 2026. And then click on save. Now in the next video, we'll add our nested family, our chairs into this furniture system, and then we will make it a very advanced parametric family. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So I've created a document for you guys where I've listed out all the parameters that we need for our family. We've created a bunch of these parameters in the previous videos. Now we will add some of these new parameters and then make this family a very advanced parametric family. We also have a very advanced formula here, which is an if-else statement. Now Revit helps you to create logical statements as well, and I'll show you how this works shortly. You'll find the link in the description. All right, to start off, let's place our chair in this family. So we'll need to load a new family into this project. So let's go to Insert and click on Load Family here. Now let's go to the previous exercise files and select our 3D chair family and click on Open. Now to place your 3D chair family here, simply go to Create, click on Component, and then place it in place. Now we'll need to lock this 3D chair family with a bunch of reference planes, and we also need to assign some parameters to this 3D family. So let's first create some of these parameters in our family types. So let's go to Family Types here. And to create new parameters, simply click on Create New Parameter here. All right, so we need to create a bunch of parameters based on our document. So the first parameter would be the chair width. This can be an instance parameter, and then click on OK. Let's create another parameter. This would be the chair depth. So I'm going to quickly create all of these parameters that you can see in your document. What's also interesting is we have something called Edit Tooltip here. Now, in case you would like to describe what this parameter is, you can do so. For example, this is the actual depth of a chair. So you can see the tooltip describes this parameter as actual depth of a chair. Now this is just in case you need to describe all of the parameters so that it is useful for your future colleagues. So let's click on OK here. And I'm going to go ahead and create all the parameters as a time lapse. You guys can go do so as well. What's also important is that you give a potential value here. So for chair depth, we can give say about 450 mm and chair width as well. So make sure you create the parameters and give a potential value here. All right, so I'm going to start the time lapse. And make sure all of these parameters are instance parameters. That is also important, which I forgot to mention. So make sure these are instance parameters. All right, so I've created some of these parameters here. That should suffice for now. Now we will add the other parameters later. So let's click on OK. Now we'll need to create some reference planes. So let's tap RP on our keyboard and create some reference planes here. Now what I would also like to do is make sure that my new reference planes are of a different color. So let's go to Manage here, click on Object Styles, go to Annotation Objects, and under Reference Planes, click on New, and make sure this is a reference plane. New. So I'm going to give a name called reference plane new, and it is a subcategory of reference plane. Let's change the color to red, and let's change this to aligning line. Now simply select these dimension lines here, the new ones, not the existing ones which came with the template, just the new ones, and change the subcategory to reference plane new. This way you can see which reference plane is new and which is existing. All right, so now let's create some dimensions. So this dimension, so let's create a dimension from this reference plane to this reference plane. And then simply select your dimension and assign the right parameter. Now in this case, it would be the chair offset. And then let's create another reference plane here. This can also be a new reference plane. And then create a dimension from here to here. Now this would be the array length width. All right, so we have some reference planes in place. We also need an offset here. So let's create a reference plane here and call this reference plane new. Let's create a dimension from this reference plane, the edge, to this reference plane here. Now this is going to be our table offset, but there is no table offset parameter. So let's create a new parameter and call this table offset. Now this can be a type parameter. I will not be changing the table offset. All right, perfect. So now we can align our chair to these reference planes. So tap AL and align your chair. So you need to select the reference plane first and then the object and then lock it in place. Similarly here as well. Perfect. So now we have one chair here, but we also need to associate the chair width with the new parameters that we created in our family types. So select your chair, click on edit type here, and then we have width here. So you can associate this with our chair width parameter. So now you can see it changes automatically to 450 and we can control the chair width as well. Perfect. What I also like to do is add a reference plane here and then create a dimension this way. This would be the chair width parameter. This is just so that I can select the intersection point here when I'm arraying this, when I'm going to array this chair. If you like, you can go ahead and organize your dimensions a bit better. In case they are overlapping each other, you can sort of arrange these dimensions so that it looks more organized. All right, so now we can array this chair all the way to this point here. So we're going to array it from this point to this point. So select your object, click on the array tool or tap AR on your keyboard. And then what you need to do is you need to group and associate and you need to move to last and make sure constraint is on as well. So it's going to be a linear array. So I'm going to start from this point. So tap SI to select this point here and I go all the way to this point here and then click to place it in place. What I also like to do is lock this just so that it doesn't move in our project. So I'm going to tap AL on my keyboard and then align this to our reference plane. Perfect. Now select your group and then click on this line here, which is the array line. And we can associate a parameter to this array line as well. So let's create a new parameter. And in this case, it's going to be our chair count width. So this is the number of chairs along the width of our table. So this can be an instance parameter. And we can group it under constraints. Then click on OK. Now I'd like to control the chair count based on the width of our table and our chair spacing as well. So we can add a formula to our family types. So let's go to our family types here. And next to chair count width, we can add our formula here. So tap in if. So this is going to be our table width. If open brackets, table width. So if our table width is less than 1400 mm, I'm going to use 0 chairs. I'll show you how to use visibility graphics later. So let's keep it at 0 or let's keep it at 1 for now. So when it's less than 1400 mm, I would like to show only one chair for our table. Now, if it is more than 1400 mm, you need to make sure you give a comma as well. So when it is less than 1400 mm, it's just one chair. And if it's more than 1400 mm, it needs to adjust based on the length. So we need to add a formula here. So it can be round down, so which is rounding down a number to the lowest decimal. So if let's say you have 3.5, it would round down to 3, or 3.6, it would go round down to 3 and so on. So let's round down our table width. So table underscore width. Make sure it is the same name as what is mentioned here. So right now you can see that it is table width. Even the case is important here. It needs to be uppercase here, the first letter. So it would be table underscore width minus 2 into our chair offset. And then it should be divided by our chair width plus our chair spacing. And then close brackets. All right, so we have a formula here where if the table width is less than 1400 mm, we would have only one chair. And if it's more than 1400 mm, it would adjust based on this formula here. Now this formula basically means that it's our table width minus 2 times our chair offset, which is 2 times 50, 100. Now the chair offset here is our offset from the leg. So we have a chair offset here and also a chair offset here from this side. So that's our chair. So 2 times our chair offset. So this value, the actual table width for our chairs after the legs, divided by the chair width, which is our chair width here, our chair width plus our chair spacing. So now the chair spacing between each chair, so that is set to 50 mm. So let's click on apply here. And now you can notice that the chairs adjust automatically. Now, in case you have an error, that's because in your type 1, you set your chair offset values to 0. So make sure to give some values in your type 1 here as well. So now if you click on OK, it still works even though it's set to 0. But I would highly recommend that you give the right values here as well. So we can keep, say, the chair offset to say 150 and the spacing between each other to say 100 or 150 again. Perfect. But we have a problem here, and the problem is our array length width. So for example, if I change to 2400, it changes based on the value here. But I would like to control this value with a formula as well. So this value here, I would control it by adding a formula as such. So this would be a table width minus open brackets twice, and this would be a leg offset into 2 plus our chair offset into 2 close brackets. So now you can notice that if our table width is 2400, then the array length width is only 2100. So it would be our chair offset and also minus our leg offset here. So let's click on OK now. So now you can see that it sits perfectly in between the table. So this is the formula I presently used, which is based on the table length. It would increase or decrease the number of chairs. Let's load this family into our project. So let's click on load into project and let's place it in our project here. Now to place your furniture family, simply go to architecture, click on component and then place it in here. Now you can notice that we have these arrows here because it is an instance parameter, which means that when you increase the size, it should automatically increase the number of chairs in your table as well. Now the only problem is when I decrease the table size, you can notice that our chair stays always on the left and it doesn't center itself to the table. So we need to improve the family a bit more. So let's go back to our family. And what we can do now is we can change the formula a bit. So when it is less than 1400 mm, I would keep a 0 chairs. So let's say, for example, we can add a new type. Let's call this 900 by 1200, for example. And let's change the width to 900 and the depth to 1200, or let's keep it as 900 as well. So I can rename this. So 900 by 900 table. Now you can notice that the chair count is set to 0. So when you click on OK, the chair actually goes away. Now you see this chair because your preview is not enabled. So let's switch on preview here. So you can notice that our chair goes away. Let's load this into our project. And let's overwrite the existing version. So now when it is less than 1200 mm, the chairs goes away. And when it is more than 1200 mm, automatically the chairs populate. How cool is that? So now we need to center a chair here. So when I reduce the size, I need a chair right in the middle. So when it is less than 1200 mm, I would like to switch on a parameter. So to do so, what you can do is, let's go back to our family and let's place our nested family again. So click on component and let's place our chair family here. So this is a new chair. I'm going to lock it to this axis here and to the center axis as well. And then what you need to do is you need to select your chair, and we have something called visibility parameter. So associate a family parameter, and let's create a new family parameter, and let's call this show center chair. Let's keep this an instance parameter as well. And then let's group it under constraints. Click on OK, and then click on OK. Now what you need to do is you need to go to your family types. And for show center chair, we can add a formula here as well. So this will show up only when our chair count width is equal to 0. So now you can notice that when chair count width is equal to 0, the show center chair shows up. So when I go to the other values, it gets hidden automatically. So let's click on OK and let's click on load into project and overwrite the existing version. And then boom, our chair shows up right in the middle. And as soon as I extend this to more than 1200 mm, the middle chair gets hidden automatically and the other chairs show up. Now what you also need to do is you can add a mask here in case you would like to hide this part of the chair here. So let's go to our reference plane again. And let's increase the size a bit. So maybe 1500 mm, click on apply and OK. And then I can add a mask here to hide the chairs. So let's go to annotate, click on masking region, select your rectangle, and then make sure you tap SI to select the intersections of these reference planes. And then you can lock it as well if you like, but since you've already selected the intersection, it's fine. And then click on finish edit mode. So now when you load this back into your project and overwrite the existing version, boom, your chairs get hidden. So we have a very cool parametric family in place. Now you can go ahead and save this family and maybe do a save as, and then what you can do is you can replicate the same chairs on the other side. So I would place my component, my chair again, and place it on this side. So tap space bar to rotate it. I'm going to place it here. And we need a reference plane this side as well. So this would be our table offset. So let's select this dimension and call this the table offset. And then let's lock this chair with this reference plane and also with this reference plane here. And then the same steps, select this chair. The width is already associated with the chair, so that's fine. And then we need to array this chair. So let's tap AR and we need to array it from this intersection to this intersection here. And then what you need to do is again align this chair. Align this chair here as well. And then simply select this chair to select your array parameter and then associate this with our chair count width. So this is for a bigger chair, for bigger table. Now when you go to a smaller table, the chair gets hidden automatically. So we need to add our chair again. So let's go to create, click on component, place another chair here. Lock it with the middle axis. And then select this chair and associate a visibility parameter. So this would be a show center chair. So that's all you need to do. Click on load into project and let's see if this works. And let's overwrite the existing version. So now you can notice that we've added a very parametric looking table. And then of course you can adjust the table width. Now we've not added a parameter for the table depth. That's still a type parameter. If you'd like to make this an instance parameter, you can do so as well. So to do so, let's go back to our reference, to our family, select our table depth here, and you can quickly change to instance parameter by clicking here. What you can also do is you can place additional chairs here. So I will quickly do all of this as a time lapse. Now you get the idea of how to create this. The most important is your formula here. And if you have a working formula, then you can make a very advanced looking furniture system. So the rest of the video is going to be a time lapse, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. By the way, I've associated the depth parameter as well with chair depth so that I can control the depth of the chair as well. Now you can select these two chairs and associate visibility parameter here as well. So this would be called show side chairs. Now I can add a formula to this as well. So let's go to our family types. Let's also change the group so that it sits under constraints. And let's call this our table depth when it is greater than 900 mm. So you need to make sure the parameter is right as well. So when it is greater than 900 mm, only then would you see the side chairs. All right, so we have a problem here, and that is you cannot use a type parameter with an instance parameter. So we need to adjust this parameter and make it an instance parameter. So now it works. Perfect. So now let's load this into our project. Let's overwrite the existing version. And then you can see our chairs here. So now when I reduce the size, so it is supposed to get hidden. Let's just check the settings again. So when the table depth is greater than 900 mm, so let's say 2400 mm, then the side chairs would be seen. So what we need to do is select these chairs and make sure that it is associated with the right family parameter as well. Okay, it is associated with the right family parameters. Right, so this is based on the table depth and not on the table width. So I was right. So let's click on load into project. I didn't make any mistakes. This only works when you increase the size this way. So when you increase the size this way, you will see your table chair on the sides. Now when you reduce the size, let's say to less than 900 mm, then boom, the chairs on the sides goes away. So now you can see we created a very parametric table where you can adjust the spacing of the chair. For example, you can change this to say 4 inches or let's say 2 inches. Okay. All right, so we've created a very parametric looking chair for our project. So you can notice how when you increase the size, the chairs get hidden, or when you increase the size, the chairs get shown, or when you decrease the size, the chairs get hidden. When you decrease the size sideways, you can see that the chairs populate automatically. Similarly, when you reduce the size to less than 1400 mm, you see only 2 chairs here. So this is a very useful family for your project, and you can use it in multiple projects. You can go ahead and delete this chair and table what you had it here, and then simply place this family here. So let's click on component and then place it in place. And now you can notice that when I increase the size, the chairs get automatically increased. Now when you reduce the size or the depth, you can see that these side chairs get hidden. So it's a very useful parametric dining table. All right, so that was a masterclass into creating an advanced Revit dining table family. Now in the next video, I'm going to place the other families here, which I created previously. And what you can do is you can study these families and create these families on your own. Now, if you'd like to learn to create each of these families, you can sign up to my complete Revit family course as well. The reason why I showcase families at the start of this course is to get you into the habit of creating families right from the start, and it will help you master Revit much faster as well. Now in the next video, we will add the remaining important elements of our building and create some presentation plans. Now in the forthcoming videos, we will complete this project by adding the stairs and a whole lot more. and create some presentations as well. So I'll see you guys in the future video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, I'm just going to share some additional family tips just to make your families much more likable for others. So the first step is to organize the dimensions a bit better. So you can notice that we have some extra lines here. So what you can do is we can change the dimension type. So select the dimension, click on edit type. And we have something called witness line control. Right now it is a gap to element. Let's change this to fixed to dimension line. And then when you click on apply, you can notice that all of these dimensions get shorter. So it is just fixed to our dimension line. Then what you can do is you can sort of organize this a bit better. So you can either move it together. Now, in case these text overlap each other, you can reduce the size a bit further. So you can see so that it is sitting well with each other. In case you want to see bigger text, then you can increase the size and of course, just keep it a bit away from each other like so. And then what you can do is also reduce the size of some of these reference planes and make sure they snap to each other. So that's also a good idea. Now, in some cases, you may have to adjust the dimension lines. And now you can see that it looks much more better than before. So some tips like these would really help create some professional Revit families. Also make sure to change some of the reference plane colors. You can also add additional reference plane types as well, subcategories, and change the colors if you like. Now for the sake of time, I just created one subcategory, reference plane new, and assigned it to the corresponding reference planes. All right, so that's tip one. And what you can also do is start maintaining a library of your own families that you've created. So you can create a new project. And this time you can select none. So basically in this project, there are no elements and it would be a smaller size project. So let's create a project with none and then click on OK. And you can select the right template as well. Now, since we've created our families in metric, we're going to select metric. And then we can place our families here on level 1. So right now in this project browser, we are on level 1. So to place your family, simply go to your families here and then load this into your project. And this time it would be the new project. And then place it here in place. What you can also do is you can create sort of a factory with model text. And just like how you enter a warehouse or a factory just to see the types of products that they have, you can list out your products this way. Now, for example, if this is a furniture factory and we have our tables, kitchen cabinets and more, what you can do is you can, under architecture, we have something called model text. So click on model text. Let's call this dining tables. And then let's place this here. And then I'm going to simply copy this table up a bit and then maybe extend this a bit more. No, just to showcase that we have different kinds of tables here. We can also sort of reduce the size, then reduce it this way. So we have different tables. Similarly, we can also create kitchen cabinets, doors, windows, and a whole lot more. And you would have a warehouse of families in this project. And then you can also save this. So let's go to File, click on Save, Project. And you can create a support folder. So in my support folder, you can notice we have RFAs, RVTs for our projects, RFA for our families. We also have classification documents, docs, Dynamo scripts, IFC settings, Navisworks settings, rule sets, and more, parameter settings, and some resources. So under RFAs, you can create some folders here, architecture families, for example, or you can also create. Now, since this is an RVT file, I will not be saving it here, rather under RVTs. And I can call this my library furniture 2026. And then save my families in this project. So I'm going to just save it. And I can use this project in the future as well. So if you'd like to use some families from here, for example, when I create a new project, yeah, let's say metric multidiscipline. What you can do is simply go back to your library furniture project, select the family, tap Control C on your keyboard, go back to your new project and tap Control V. And that's how simple it is to place families from your library to your new projects. And you can use this family here as well. And you can use this family here as well. So that was a glimpse into creating your own library. In the next video, we'll use my library to populate the floor plan and quickly place the other 2D families here as well. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to place the furniture from our library file into our project. Now these are 2D families. Now it helps to add 2D families at the start of the project as it keeps the size of your project low and helps in working faster with Revit as well. Now to place these families, you can open this project file. You will find it in our exercise files here. So you can open this library project file. Now if you want to place, for example, this living room, you can select one of these, tap Control C, and then place it here. So tap Control V to place it. Now when you place it, you need to make sure that you're placing it in the right level. So I'm going to select this, and you can notice that right now the level is ground floor, finish floor. Now what I'm also going to do is I'm going to delete the other 3D elements here, and I'm going to move this in place. You can tap the space bar to rotate it. And now this is a very parametric family, which means that you can decrease the size as per your requirements. And you can notice that it becomes a double-seater sofa. We have a single-seater sofa here. You can also use the align tool and align it along the walls as shown. Let's reduce the size a bit more. And then we placed our living room in place. Similarly, we can also place, for example, here the kitchen unit. So let's go back to our library file. We have a kitchen unit here. This is also a parametric 2D family. So tap Control C and then tap Control V to place it here. And you can, in case you've already placed it and want to rotate it, you can then activate the rotate tool. Make sure to place your point. So I'm going to place this here and then rotate it this way. Perfect. And then we need to align this as well. So use the align tool, align it in place. What I'll also do is I'll quickly switch to medium just to see the wall lines a bit better. So you can see the structural lines here. Perfect. And then we can move it down. So you can see we can reduce the size, a very parametric 2D family. You can also move your sink if you like. So you can notice we can move our sink and also, for example, a fridge here. So there are different possibilities for this kitchen island. Similarly, we have a family for our toilet as well. So let's select the toilet here, tap Control C. We can delete this 3D element and paste our layout, bathroom layout furniture here. And then this works similarly as well. So you can move it in place and then also lock it here as shown. Finally, we need to place our bed here. So let's go back to our level 1. So we have a bed which I've created for you guys. Let's select both of these furniture layouts, tap Ctrl C, and then place it in place. So you can place 2 items as well. You don't have to keep copying each individual item. You can place all of them together and then place it in place. So this can be our wardrobe unit. So I'm going to place it here and then extend it out a bit. Perfect. So we placed our bed, our toilet unit, our kitchen, our dining table, and our living room. And we have a floor plan that we can present to our clients. Now we'll need to create our living room here and our curtain walls. So we'll do that in the next video. So if you see our DWG file, we have to create our stairs and also these vertical sections here. So we can use this curtain wall option to create these sections. All right, so I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Now, these are all families created by me, and you can go ahead and test out these families as well and check how they are built. Simply click on the family, click on Edit Family here. And if you go to your floor plan, you can see that this is a very advanced looking family. And if you'd like to learn how to create such families, I'll create a separate family course where I'll explain how I've built each of these families from scratch. Now, what's interesting is you can also, for example, hide left or right here. So if you select this family, you can hide, let's say, the left sofa. So you can click on left and then you can see that the left sofas get hidden. So now there's more circulation space here from our floor in our floor plan. There's a lot of, for example, if you like to see the cooktop, you can switch on the cooktop here. So you have cooktop options. So you can notice I've placed the cooktop and then I can move my sink and cooktop as per the requirement or floor plan. So these are very useful families when it comes to placing furniture pretty fast, and especially if you're in university and if you'd like to show your floor plans quickly, I'm sure these templates in my project library is going to help you guys a lot. And if you're part of this course, you can use it for free. No worries. All right, so I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create our stairs. The first step is you can go to the right view in our project. In this case, it's ground floor slab top. So this is the view I'm going to create the stairs in. Now to create your stairs, you can activate the stair tool. Now before I activate the stair tool, I would like to measure out these stairs here just so that I use the right settings. So you can go to your measure between two references. This is the temporary option here. Select that tool and then let's measure out these stairs. So now you can see the thread depth is about 11 inches. The width is about 2 feet 5 inches, or I guess it should be about 2 feet 6 inches. Yeah, so the width is 2 feet 6 inches. And yeah, our landing is about the same, about 2 feet 6 inches or 2 feet 6 inches. Now there are some additional lines here which we can hide. So if you want to hide these lines, you can select your DWG file. Now in case you're not able to select your DWG file, that's because some of these options here are deactivated. So you can see we have select element by face. Now if I deactivate any of these and then try to click or select my DWG file, I'm not able to select my DWG file. That's because the first option here, select links, is switched off. So I'm not able to select even when select links switched on, and then maybe select pinned elements switched off. So switch this back on and now you should be able to select pinned elements as well. So make sure these are switched on or off and then you can work accordingly as well. The same options you will find under modify here as well. So select links, select underlay elements, select pinned elements, select elements by face and drag elements on selection. All right, so now I can select my DWG file. I'm going to click on query here and then I'm going to select some of these lines here. So for example, these railing lines, I'm going to select these railing lines and click on hide in view. Similarly, this railing line here as well. So that's top rails. We can hide that as well. Perfect. And we have some overlap here. So we have some additional lines. So I'm going to select this line. So this is our above riser lines, interesting. And what is this here? This is our outline. So maybe I can hide the outline and only keep our riser lines active. Perfect. Now we can create our stairs. We have some additional lines here as well. So let me just double check what that is. Okay, we can hide the outlines here as well. So only our riser lines are now active. So this really helps in case you have too many lines, you can hide the other lines. And in case you want to bring back those other lines, simply tap VV. Go to your imported categories, and here under your DWG file layers, you will find these hidden layers. So you can switch them back on in case you need them back. All right, so now we can create our stairs. So let's go to architecture and click on stairs here. So we have the stair command here. Now, before you create your stairs, you need to check some of these settings. I've checked the dimensions already. So the width between each other was 11 inches. So you can use this measure between two references as well during the command to double check. So that's 11 inches. This is about 2 feet 5 inches. And here, this is, I guess, about 2 feet 6 inches. So we're going to use our width of 2 feet 6 inches for each step, and we can adjust it later as well. All right, now these options are gone from our option bar here. Now if you want to bring back these options, you need to select the right stair type, and that is straight stair here. So make sure you select straight run type. And then we need to select the right stair as well. So we have three types of stairs. So if you click on here, we have three options. We have assemble stair, cast in place stair, and precast stair. Now with this case, it's going to be a RCC stair, which is going to be cast in place. They're going to place the framing and more, and then pour in the concrete. So we're going to use monolithic stair. And we're going to change some of these settings. So the location line would be from run right, because we're going to start from this point, go all the way up in a clockwise direction and come back to the first floor. So that's from the right side, and we're going all the way up. Now the actual run width, I'm going to select 2.5 feet. And then our base level is going to be slab top, which is right. And our top level is not going to be lintel level. Right now you can see the desired stair height is 7 feet. So we're going to change this to first floor slab top. So now you can see automatically the desired stair height is 10 feet. Now what's also important here is the desired number of risers. Right now it is set to 17, which means that the riser height is automatically calculated, and right now it is 7 inches. But for a residence, it's ideal to give a riser height of 6 inches. And to get 6 inches, we need desired number of risers as 20. So this would be our total height, which is 120 inches divided by number of risers, which is 20. So you get about 6 inches. Now we can create our stairs. Now sometimes when you change some of these settings, you can notice that the actual run width changes back to 3 feet. And that is because there is some other settings. Now these are the instance parameters. We also need to check the type parameters of these stairs. So let's click on edit type here. And here you can notice that the minimum run width for this type is set to 3 feet. So let's change this to 2.5 feet. So it supports 2.5 feet as well. Perfect. So the minimum thread depth we can change here as well. We can change this to say 11 inches because our thread depth is 11 inches, and the riser height is maximum riser height is 7 inches. So that's fine. Now, if you like a nosing and more, you can add a nosing as well. What I will do is I will duplicate the stair type so that I keep the original settings as is. Although I did change some of the settings here, but that's not a big matter. In case you like to duplicate from start, you can keep the settings as is, duplicate it, and then change the settings here. And then the run type here, we also have a nosing. What we can do is we can remove the nosing for now. So to remove the nosing, we can duplicate the type. And let's say no nosing. Now here you need to change the nosing length to 0. And the profile can be default. Now I'd like to keep the riser not slanted. I'll just keep it regular. Now I do not need a riser as well, so I'll switch that off. Now this is the nosing riser, so you can switch that off. So there is no nosing now for our stairs. So click on OK. So no nosing. So the landing thickness right now is 7 inches. Actually, we could keep this 6 inches. So let's duplicate this, call this 6 inches thickness. And let's change the monolithic thickness to 6 inches. You can also change the material here, but for now I leave it at 6 inches and concrete cast in place. Function is going to be exterior, so let's change this to exterior. And now we're good to go. There are no supports on the left and right, so we can leave that as is. And our cut mark is going to be single zigzag. Perfect. So now let's click on OK. And now we can create our stairs. Also important now is sometimes when you change some of these settings, do double check your instance settings here as well. So now you can see the desired number risers is back to 18. So let me set this back to 20. And now I can start creating my stairs. So I'm going to start from the right here, from this point. I'm going to go all the way up. Now you can notice as I go up, you can see that the risers get created here, 6 risers, 7 risers, and there are 14 remaining, 13 remaining. So we need 10 here on one side. So that's 10 number of risers. And then from this side, I'm going to click again and then go all the way up. You can click outside here and notice that our stair gets created. So we have 10 risers here, 10 risers here, and a automatic landing here. So the landing gets automatically created because our automatic landing was switched on. And then once you're done creating your stairs, if you'd like to add the railings as well, on the right here, top right, we have railing option. So from here, you can select the right railing for your project. So in this case, I'm going to go with handrail rectangular, and I'm going to place it on my threads and not on my stringers. Stringers are those supports on the end that we'll show you later. For now, let's place it on our threads and click on OK. Perfect. So now we've created our stairs here, and then let's click on finish to finish edit mode. And we've created our stairs. Now, if you'd like to see these stairs in 3D, simply select your stairs and then tap BX or click on the section box option here. So now you can see your stairs in 3D as well. So it comes in automatically with the railings. The railings are placed on the threads, right? We'll talk more about the railing tool later as well, but now you can see we've automatically created our stairs. Now, if you'd like to edit these stairs, let me go back to the floor plan view. What I would like to do is maybe here we have, for example, I'm going to tap DI and check the measurement. So we have 2 inches here on the edges. I would actually like to give an offset of 2 inches from the edges here. So what you can do is you can select your stairs, click on edit stairs here, and then you can move your landing or you can move your flight of stairs by 2 inches. So I'm going to tap MV and move it down by 2 inches. So you can see it sits right below these sections here. Similarly, if you want to edit the landing, you can do so as well. I'm going to keep the option like this, our landing as shown, and I'm going to simply click on this arrow mark of my sections. Now, sometimes you get errors like this, which you can ignore. For example, the landing depth is less than the run width. Generally, it needs to be the same width as your width here. So in that case, if you'd like to fix this, then you'll need to move your entire stair 2 inches to the left. But in this case, since it's a small residential house, you can ignore this warning. It can be about 2 feet 4 inches and this about 2 feet 6 inches. So now let's click on finish edit mode. And now we placed our stairs within the boundaries of this section boxes here as well. Perfect. And you can see that we've added our curtain here as well. Now, in the next video, we'll talk more about stairs. You can skip these videos if you'd like and jump straight to curtain walls in order to create this part of the project, which is our curtain wall here. These sections here, we'll learn how to create those. But if you'd like to learn more about stairs and create unique stairs, stick around and I'll show you the different stair options in the coming videos. But if you'd like to finish the project fast, like I mentioned at the start of the course, just stick to the main videos and come back to the ones where you want to dig deeper and learn about each tool in depth. All right, I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome to this mini stair workshop where I'm going to talk about in detail about the stairs tool in Revit. So we created a simple dog-legged staircase in the previous video. Now we can create different types of stairs. We can start off with the simple straight stairs. So let's activate the straight stair tool again. And then let's create our stairs. Now it's very important to check your settings here. Make sure you're using the right type. Make sure the levels are correct. So in this case, it has to be from our ground floor slab top to first floor slab top. And then you can select the desired number of risers here as well, and the actual tread depth. Make sure it's within these settings here as well, the calculation rules. In case it is not, you can change these settings here. Make sure to duplicate the type. And then to create your stairs, simply click once, go all the way up. Now, if you like to create your landing, make sure automatic landing is switched on. Let's maybe create some number of risers to 10. And then let's start the next step from here, then go all the way up. And then automatically we create our stairs. And then let's click on finish to create these stairs. Now, let's say you want to edit these stairs and maybe you want to give a bulge here for whatever reason. Then you can select these stairs. You need to select the stair and not the railing. Make sure you select the stair. And then click on edit stairs here. And then what you can do is, in case you want to edit this landing here, you need to convert this to a sketch type. So you need to select this landing. And then we have something called convert to sketch based. So once you convert it to sketch based, it is irreversible. Let's click on close. And then when you double click, you can edit this stair. So for example, you want to add a bulge here, you can delete this line here. Use, for example, a start end radius arc. Click on this point and then this point. And then you can hover to the right and then click again. And now you can notice when I click on finish edit mode and finish edit mode again, I automatically create my stairs. And what's also interesting is when you switch to 3D, let me switch off the section box. You can notice that these stairs here comes in with our railing and the railing gets adjusted automatically here as well. How cool is that? Now, this is called sketch-based stairs. Now, I'll show you how to create your stairs sketch-based, which means from scratch. Now, in sketch-based, we have three options. So to create your stairs, let's create a new stair, maybe a funky looking staircase. So let's go to architecture and let's click on stairs here. Now, instead of using the automatic option here, which is straight, and we have some other options, we'll talk about this later. We have below straight this option called create sketch. So when you create sketch, we have three options. The first option is our boundary. Now let's say, for example, I create a boundary like this. I'm going to create a boundary this way. For example, like this. And then let's start our boundary this way here as well. Or you can also use the offset tool now. So let's click on pick lines and give an offset of say about 3 feet. So it's going to be 3 feet this way, and this way. And then we can trim this as well. So TR and trim these lines. So I've created the boundary and I'm going to create my stairs along this path here. So we'll have to now create the riser lines. So to create the riser lines, we have the riser option here. So select riser. So this was the boundary. These green lines are the boundary. Now let's create the riser line. So select riser. And then you can notice right now 0 risers are created. So let's create the first riser from left to right. So you can see 1 riser is created. Now we can adjust the width of these risers individually as well. So this can be say 1 foot. And then this can be say 2 foot. Yeah, you need to make sure that you're giving apostrophe. So you can see we've created 2 risers here. So 1, 2, and 3, actually 3 riser lines, and each are with different widths and more. Now for the each are with different sizes. Now for the sake of time, I'm going to copy these lines up 1 foot above. And then I'm going to use the copy tool, CO, and then simply copy some of these lines. And you can notice that as I keep copying, the number of risers get created, and you can notice there are 6 remaining. So let's create 2 big landings here. So we can create 1 landing here. Now it's always important that you do not use the boundary line, rather the riser line. So let's create 1 riser line here. And make sure that the risers are getting created here as well. So I'm going to create another riser line here. And we've created 8, no, 4 remaining. So I'm just going to create some funky looking steps here. And we have one remaining. So this is going to be our last step. Finally, we also need our stair path. So we're going to start from this point and go all the way up. So let's click on stair path. Start from the midpoint, go to this midpoint here. Then start from this point, go all the way here. And then to the top here. Now let's click on finish and then finish edit mode again. And you need to wait a bit for this to generate. And now if you notice in 3D, we've created our funky looking stairs with different kinds of steps here as well. Now, of course, it's not perfect, but it gets the job done. So we have a long landing here. We have some stairs with some angles here, threads that is. And we've created our stairs. You can also change the type of your stairs. Now, this was an monolithic stair. We can also change this, say, assemble stair. So you can notice this is an assemble stair and maybe precast stair. No, so we have different options. So that was the stair sketch mode. In case you like to adjust your stairs depending on the project requirements. Now, sometimes you may have to create 2-3 flights to separately, 2 stairs separately, and then connect it with a landing. So that is possible as well. So it depends on your requirements. So once you learn the differences between boundary edges, riser lines, and the stair path line, then it's easy to create a stair. Now there are some other stairs options here as well. For example, we have our full step spiral. So this can create a spiral stair by specifying the start point and a radius. So this can be the start point, and then you need to specify the radius, say that's about 3.5 feet or 3 feet. And then it automatically creates a stair. So once you create a stair, it's a good idea to finish the edit mode and then create a fresh stair from scratch. Although you can create multiple stairs in the same mode, but I would recommend that you create another stair from scratch. So let's click on stair here. Now we also have center end spiral. So this creates by specifying the center point, start point, and end point. So that's 3 clicks. So we have our reference point, and then this is our start point. And then if you want a landing, you can click here. And then if you want a landing along this edge, you need to select the center point. And then again from here, you can notice I can click from this point and then create the rest of the stairs this way as well. So I've created a stair with a landing here. So if you go to 3D, you can notice that we have our landing here on the stair, and the railing comes in automatically as well. Now, of course, I haven't adjusted the height, so you can adjust the height and check on your own. And then we have some predefined stairs. So we have an L-shaped winder. So in this case, what you can do is you can only place the stair first. So I'm going to place it, and then you can adjust these options here. In most cases, I do not use these stairs because I have the sketch-based option. But in case you have some predefined stairs or requirements in your project, you can use these predefined stairs here as well. So let's click on Finish Edit Mode. And then finally, we have, let's activate the stair tool again. Finally, we have this option, U-shaped window. So now if you click, you've created a U-shaped winder stair. So this is the final form. And this is again based on your slab top level and your base level and your top level. Perfect. So you create different kinds of stairs. You guys can go ahead and create your own type of stairs and share it in the assignments section. The best way to learn about stairs is by using them in projects. So we'll use these stairs in advanced projects and future courses. Especially for larger projects, there are some additional options that you need to keep in mind, and we'll talk about that later as well. For now, this is good to go, and we'll continue with our project. So I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to create our vertical sections using the curtain wall command in Revit. So to start off, let's activate the curtain wall command. Now you won't find the curtain wall as a separate command. You will need to activate the wall tool first. And then in the type list, at the bottom, you will find the curtain wall types. Let's go with not defined, and we'll define our own type. And let's place this curtain wall here, the outside. We'll need to adjust this. But also when you place it, you'll need to check the base constraint and the top constraint. For now, it is GF slab top, which is ground floor slab top. and up to finish floor. So that's only about 2 inches, but actually we'll need to go all the way to the first floor slab top. So now it's right, it's about 10 feet. Now let's select this wall and let's click on selection box. So now you can see we have our wall here. Now there's not much happening in this wall. It's a simple wall here and there are no divisions. So let's add some divisions to this wall here. So let's click on edit here and let's duplicate the type. Let's call this MPS underscore vertical sections and click on OK. Now to add grids, we have vertical grids here and horizontal grids. In our case, what we need are vertical grids. So let's add vertical grids here, maximum spacing. And the spacing between each grid would be about 3.5 inches. And there would be no horizontal grids. Now let's click on apply and click on OK. So now you can notice we have some vertical grids. By the way, if you saw that error, that element has duplicate type mark. That is because when you edit the type, if you scroll down, you'll notice that there is a type mark called CW01. That is the same for not defined as well. So we need to change the type mark for this type here. So let's call this, for example, vertical type 01, and then let's click on OK. So that error goes away. All right, so I've added my vertical sections, but there are no mullions in between these vertical sections. It's basically just the panel now. And basically this panel needs to be not glazed, but rather empty panel. That I'll show you how to add that as well. So let's go back to our type. You need to select the curtain wall again. So when you select the curtain wall, you can notice that there is this dashed lines at the boundaries. That means you selected the curtain wall. Let's click on edit type again. And now what you need to do is under vertical grid, we've added the grids. And once you've added the grids, we can add the mullions as well. So you can notice we have vertical mullions here. Now there are 3 options. One is the interior type, border 1 type, and border 2 type. Border 1 type is the starting vertical section. Border 2 type is the end vertical section. And interior types are the ones in between these 2 borders. So for example, when I add, let's say, a section to border 1, so let's go with maybe a 5-inch or 1.5 inch by 2.5 inch rectangular section. And let's click on OK. So now you can notice that it comes on this side. So it depends on where you drew the curtain wall as well. So I started from this point, and that is the border 1. So you can see I've added a section here. Now let's click on edit type again. And if you want to add a section on the end of this curtain wall, then you can add it on border 2 type. So let me add it on the end now. So now you can notice it comes on this end. And now if you want to add in between, you can select the curtain wall. Let's remove the sections here. We do not want sections on the ends. We just need them between the ends. So I'm going to add a section here. So this is going to be rectangular mullion, 1.5 by 2.5 rectangular. Now, due to the change in parameters, some mullions get deleted. So you can delete those mullions. And now you can notice that we have added these sections in between. Now you can notice that our panels here. So basically now what happens is we have our sections in between, and then we have these panels. So these are our facade panels. So if you want to change these facade panels, you can edit the type again, and that you will find under curtain panel. So right now it's set to none, which means that it's using the system panel. You can also set your own panel here. For example, you can set, let's say, curtain empty system panel. So basically now if you click on apply, the system panel goes away. So now it's just our sections in this curtain panel type. So now let me just go back to ground floor slab top. So I've created my curtain wall. Now when you want to add these walls here, you can draw the wall again. So let's go to architecture, click on wall, and let me select the right type. This time it's going to be MPS vertical section, our type which we created. I'm going to draw it from the slab top, not to the finished floor of ground floor, rather to the first floor slab top, and that's about 10 feet. So I'm going to start from ground floor slab top to first floor slab top. I'm going to draw it as a chain. I'm going to draw it from the center line, which means I need to give an offset. And in this case, the offset would be about half the size of this section here. So let me just figure out what the exact size is by using our temporary dimensions. So here it would be from this part to this part. So that's about 1/4 of an inch. So I need to give an offset of 1/4 of an inch to get the center. So let me go back to wall and let's give an offset of 1/4 of an inch. And yeah, so now we can start drawing our curtain wall. So I'm going to start from this center point here. So in case you're not able to find the center point, okay, so now let's start drawing our wall. So I'm going to start from this edge here and I'm going to go to the right all the way till the end here. So you can notice that it's placed exactly 1/4 of an inch from this edge. And then I can start from this edge. So you can tap the tab key to select the endpoint. Alright, so I've created the type. Now let's create the curtain wall. So to create the curtain wall, let's activate the wall command again. And let's select the R type, which we just created, which is MPS vertical section. And then what we need to do is we need to draw the wall from an offset. So the offset right now, if I use my measurement tool, you can also use the annotate tool. So you can see it's 1/4 of an inch. So I need to give an offset of 1/4 of an inch when drawing the wall. So I'm going to click on wall again. And then I'm going to give an offset here of 1/4 of an inch and tap enter. And make sure it's from ground floor to slab floor to first floor. Height is 10 feet. Now we can start drawing the wall. So I'm going to also make sure that chain is switched on so you can continuously draw the wall. So I'm going to start from here, this point. I'm going to go all the way to the right here and click again. And then I'm going to go all the way down and I'm going to click here. So you can notice that I've placed my curtain wall. Now, of course, it's not the same as the size of the one shown in the DWG file, but it gets the work done. Now, if I go to my 3D view and if I switch off the section box, you can notice that I've placed my panel here. So I can delete this curtain wall here. And you can notice that I've placed my cool looking curtain wall panel. Perfect. Now there are a few adjustments for these curtain walls. For example, it has to be the same size as our DWG drawing. So in that case, it would, if I hide the curtain wall temporarily, our DWG drawing is only about 1 inch by 2 inches. So we need to create a separate section and then update this curtain wall with this section. So I'll show you how to do that. Simply go to your, simply select the wall, click on edit type and check the profile name here. So it's called rectangular mullion, 1.5 inch by 2.5 inches. So let's search for the same name in our family list. So let's go to families here and let's search for mullion. So you can see we have rectangular mullion. So we can create a new mullion type. So let's create a new type and let's call this 1 inch by 2 inches rectangular mullion. And let's double click. And here we can change the size. So you can see there's width on one side and a width on side 1 and width on side 2. So let's change this to 1 inch and let's change this to 2 inches. Now in case it's the wrong side, we can of course come back to this window and change this to 1 and this to 2. But let's check if this works. So let's click on OK. All right, so we placed our curtain wall and we've completed this task as well. But if you'd like to perfect curtain walls, what you can do is you can stick around. In the next few videos, I'll show you about how to create families in curtain walls and add these families into the curtain wall. So we can use these. For example, we can add the end profile here and more. So we'll do a small curtain wall family masterclass. Now, if you like to skip that and continue building on your project and finish this project quickly, you can skip the next section and jump to the next part of the construction, where we would present this plan and also complete the project by adding our terrace, adding our parapet walls in the terrace, adding our plaster and a whole lot more. All right, so if you like to continue on the curtain wall series, stick around. If not, I'll see you guys post this section. And for those sticking around, I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to adjust the curtain wall section sizes here. Now, before I adjust the section sizes, I'm going to make some measurements. So let's select the curtain wall and let's hide this element. Now to make measurements, you can use a temporary dimension or you can use align dimension as well. I'm going to stick with temporary dimension. So this is 2 inches. This here is 1 inch. And the spacing would be from the center. So from here to here. And that's about 4 inches, close to 4 inches. So that's from here to here, right? So that's about 4 inches. So you can also copy this value in case you want to use the same value for your project. All right, so first step is to use these section sizes here. So let me just reset. And to change the size of your curtain wall sections, select this curtain wall, click on Edit Type. Here you can notice under vertical mullions, we're using rectangular mullion 1.5 inch by 2.5 inches. Now let's go to our family list here and search for mullion. And you'll find under rectangular mullion, our 1.5 inch by 2.5 inch rectangular type. Let's double click here. And then you can see the sizes here. So the thickness is 2.5 inches, which is this thickness here. And there is a dimension option here, which is the width on one side. So from the center here to the right, which is about 3/4 of an inch and 3/4 of an inch to the left. So let's change this. Let's duplicate this. Let's call this 1 inch by 2 inch rectangular. And let's change the width on one side to 1.5 inches. Let's change the width on side 2 to 1/2 inch. And let's copy this and paste this here. So in total, it'll be 1 inch. And let's change the thickness to 2 inches. Now let's click on OK. And now to use this here, click on the wall type, click on Edit. And then simply change your interior vertical mullion to 1 inch by 2 inch rectangular. And then click on OK. So now you can notice that it's the same size as our DWG drawing. Now let's move this in place. So I'm going to tap MV to move, and I'm going to move from this point to this edge here. Similarly here as well. So tap MV and then move it from here to here. Perfect. Now I'm not going to adjust the spacing here between each other. I like the new spacing, and the new spacing is about 3/8 of an inch. Now this depends on the size of or the length of your wall here. So if you click on Edit Type, you have maximum spacing. If you want a fixed spacing, we have fixed distance as well. And let's say it's 3.5 inches. And now you can notice that if I check the size, it is 3.5 inches from the midpoint of one section to the midpoint of the next section. Now, in case you'd like to adjust the spacing here as well, what you can do is you can right click on Disallow Join, and then you can just move this point here on top. Or you can move it in as well so that this section gets hidden. So it is basically a fixed distance from this point here. Now, if you like to start from this point, then you can just move it in a bit. Maybe you could also draw some reference lines first. So tap DL, which is detail lines. We haven't talked much about detail lines, but these are temporary 2D lines which you can place in your drawing and then delete them later. So here it's connected to each other as well. So you can right click on Disallow Join, and then just move it in. So we have some spacing there. Let me just move this in a bit. Okay, perfect. So now we can see that the sections are 3.5 inch and 3.5 inch to each other. Similarly here as well, you can right click on Disallow Join, and just move it in a bit. Now here you can draw a reference or a detail line. So tap DL and draw a reference line, and then snap it to that line there and delete this line here. Similarly here, it goes up to this point, which is fine. Perfect. So now if you go to your 3D view, let's switch to 3D. Let's switch off the section box. You can notice that we placed our vertical sections. So that's how you change the size of your curtain wall sections. We'll talk more about curtain walls in future projects. There's a lot of complexity that goes into curtain walls, especially when you create families. For now, this suffices for this project. We'll come back to curtain walls as and when required. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to place our rooms in this project. So we have enclosed spaces and we can place our rooms now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide our DWG file. So let's select the DWG file and then let's click on this button here and click on hide category. I will switch this category back on later. I'll also switch to medium so that I can see my wall thickness better. Now to place rooms, you can go to architecture and then click on rooms here. So in order to place rooms, you need an enclosed space. So you can notice when I try to place rooms outside, it wouldn't place the room because it doesn't have an enclosed space. But as soon as I go into an enclosed region with 4 walls, you can place a room. So I'm going to click to place a room. So I'm going to place a room here and I'm going to place a room here. Now this is an enclosed room. Now, if you'd like to change the name of your room, what you need to do is not select the tag. Now you selected the tag, you cannot change the name of the tag. You'll need to select the room. So tap the tab key on your keyboard in order to select the room. So when you select the room, generally you see this X here and the room highlighted. And then we have the number here and the room name. So we can change the room name to say bedroom 01. And then it changes automatically. Similarly, let's do this here as well. So use the tab key to select your room. And generally, you would also find the room names here. But in case you do not find them, you can add your room name as shown. So you can call it toilet, or if it's a residence, it's better to call it a bathroom. Now here, what you need to do is you need to separate these rooms into different spaces. So we can separate this here with a line. In order to separate this room, we have something called the room separator line. So I'm just going to move this tag up a bit. We can also delete this tag. Tags are temporary. We can add them later. But do not delete the room. The room is still in place. Just the tag, the 2D tag has been deleted. Now, if you want to separate this room, we can draw a room separator. So you'll find the room separator line here. So click on that. And then I'm going to click from this point here, which is our wall, all the way to this point here. So now I've separated the room. So now if I click on the tab key, you can notice I cannot select the room here. So probably the room has been moved to this region. Now, if you're not able to see your rooms here, it's a good idea to color your rooms. So tap VV, which is your visibility graphics window, and then go to rooms here. And then make sure interior fill is switched on and then click on OK. So now you can notice that I see my rooms. So I've separated my rooms here. So this is our living room. And since I've separated, the room gets added into or gets moved into this space. So which means we need to add a new room here. So tap RM, which is the room command, and add your room here. So let's call this the dining and kitchen. So I'm going to call this the dining / kitchen. Perfect. Now, in order to tag your room here, you can use the tag tool. So we have tag room here and then simply tag your room. And then of course you'll need to change the name of your room. So in this case, it would be living. Perfect. Now we also need to place some rooms here on the outside. So this is our porch or stair area. So in order to place your room here, you can again draw a room separator line on the outside. Now, if you're not able to see your room separator line, it may have to do the fact that you're drawing on top of other lines, but now you could see the line. It's also important that you draw it on the right level. So you can see we've drawn our room separator line. Now let's extend this to this point here and let's draw another room separator line from our edge of the wall here. Now there seems to be some problem here, which is we have our floor and we have our wall and it's not sticking on the same line. We can fix that later. For now, let's just draw a room separator line. And let's start from this point and go all the way up. And let's trim this line here. So once you've drawn a room separator line, you can place your room here as well. And let's call this the porch. Perfect. Now we need some lines on the outside as well. So let me hide or unhide my category, my ground floor DWG file. So you can see we have a sit out here. So I'm going to draw a room separator line from here on the outside. Go all the way to the right and back up. And then I can select these three lines. Tap DM, which is to mirror. And generally I can mirror it from the midpoint, but I cannot find a midpoint here. So in that case, I'll just simply draw it. So let's select the room separator line, tap CS, and I'm going to draw it from here as well. Perfect. So now let's place our room here as well. So this is the bedroom sit out, and this is the living room sit out. So and we need to change the names here as well. So the back sit out, and this is the bedroom sit out. So that's how you place rooms in Revit. So we placed all our important rooms. Now for some reason here, the room as name is not changed. So let's change this to living. Yeah, perfect. And we can hide our wall category, our CAD drawing again. Perfect. So we've added our rooms. Finally, what you can do is also hide the room fill. So you can just go to your categories here and make sure interior fill is switched off. If you like, you can also hide your room separator lines. So select the room separator line, click here and click on hide category. If you want to switch that back on, tap VV, and under lines, you have the room separator line category here. You can also search for categories on top. So that's how you add rooms. In the next video, we're going to fix this drawing. There are some inaccuracies. So I'm going to fix this in the next video. For example, you can see the wall and the floor are not sitting on top of each other. So we're going to fix that in the next video. See you guys in the next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So when you're modeling in Revit, there would be instances where you find problems like this, where the wall is not exactly sitting right on top of the floor slab. And if you're doing a CAD to BIM workflow, it's a good idea to fix them right from the start. So this is a quick break for you guys from learning new concepts and fixing stuff in Revit. Now, in order to fix this, what you can do is you can isolate the flows and the DWG file. So I'm going to activate the DWG file here by tapping VV. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the DWG file. So let's select the DWG file and I'm going to select the floor here. So let's see if we can select the floor. So multiple categories have been selected. Yeah, so the floors and the DWG file has been selected. Now let's isolate this. So let's isolate category. So we have our finished floors, we have our complete floor, and we have our DWG file. The DWG file is correct. So you can see so the flooring is correct and it is sitting correctly within the bounds of the DWG file. What you see here is an extra plaster. So we can now hide our floors. So let's go to model categories here. So what we can do now is we can reset temporary hide isolate. Now let's select the walls and our DWG file. And then let's isolate this now. So let's isolate category. All right, so the wall is a problem. The wall is not sitting right to the edge of the DWG file. So I'm going to select this wall, tap MV, and I'm going to move this to this edge here. So now it's sitting perfectly on top of the DWG file. So now it looks perfect. Let's quickly check all the other walls here as well. To the left, to the top. Okay, so that fixes it. And we can go ahead with the other lessons. So let me just reset temporary height. And you can notice that it sits perfectly. Let me isolate this category again. So let's isolate the DWG file and our walls. Yeah, so it's sitting perfectly. And the size is 7 or 200 mm, which is what we needed. All right, perfect. All right, so now it looks fine and we can go ahead with the rest of the course. Maybe what you could also do is, in case you would like to see your DWG file here, now, for example, you can see some lines are hidden here. And that is because this DWG file, when you select this, it is placed on ground floor slab top. Maybe you can change the work plane to finish floor. So now it comes to this level, and then we can see our DWG file better in this level. So that's a quick tip for you guys in case your DWG file gets hidden, and that is because it is placed at another level. So you simply need to change the level of your DWG file, the work plane, to the right level. So in this case, I placed on finish flow for now. All right, so now let's continue with the rest of the course. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Here you can notice that the area line is right now in the middle of the wall. So what we can do is we will hide our DWG file because there's too much information in our DWG file. So let's hide our DWG file, and let's draw the area lines manually. So to draw your area lines, we have area boundary here, and then we can select line option. And then I'm just going to draw some lines here. Now in this case, we'll need to include our area here as part of the built up area as well, because we have a staircase here and it is kind of covered up to this part here. The slab, there's a slab on top and there is a stair here. So we can include this entire area in our built up. So let's select area boundary line and let's draw an area here on the outside. Then let's go all the way down. Perfect. And then let's go this way as well. Now here we'll need to include this part of the project in the area. So let me just fix this room line here so it is straight, and let's extend this area line. So let's select this area line and extend it all the way to this point. I'm going to draw some additional area boundary lines. So let's select area here. Also, make sure when you're drawing these area lines that apply area rules is switched off so that you can draw it manually. I'll talk about the area rules shortly, but for now, let's just draw it manually. All right, so I've drawn some area lines. Let's isolate these area lines now. So let's click on the area line and click on isolate category, and let's trim these lines so that it is a closed loop. In some cases, you may not be able to trim these lines, but you can, in that case, you can leave it as is because Revit has automatically created these area lines. But in this case, what I'll do is I'll delete that additional area line there, and I can sort of trim the area line here on top, and we can delete this area line here as well. And let's trim these lines here. So you can notice how the area line jumps to the external side, and that is because of area rules. So we'll talk about area rules shortly, but now you can notice that our area lines now sit on the boundaries. So these rules for the area line you can find under room and area, and you can see we have area and volume computations. So now you can see that we have some options here. So volumes are computed at finish faces. So we'll compute not only areas, but also volumes. So areas and volumes is selected. And we also have room area calculation, and that is at wall finish. So you can select different options. For example, at wall center, then when you create the area lines again, it would consider area, the wall center. In this case, it was considering the wall finish. So that is why the lines jump to the wall finish. All right, so I've added my area lines and now we can add our area. So let's go to area option here and let's click on area. And now you can notice that I can add the area to my project, and our total square feet is 831 square feet. So that's how you add areas. And in case you want to change the name of this area, you can select the area and then change this to built up area. You can also call it ground floor built up area. So this is only the ground floor. So this is the ground floor built up area. Now, if you have a floor above, then you would consider that as part of the total built up area. In this case, for this project, we only have the ground floor, and this is the total built up area, which is 831 square feet. That's how you add areas in Revit. Also, if you notice in your project browser, we'll also have area plans here, and right now it is sitting under coordination. So you can notice that our area plan sits here. Now, if you like to make it sit under the architectural tab, what you need to do is simply change the discipline here from coordination to architectural. Then it would sit under the architectural discipline. So I've changed the settings of our view here in the properties for area plan. All right, so that was a glimpse into areas. Now, generally, I've added these sit-outs to the total built-up area because there is a slab above this area. So that is why I've added it. If there is no slab and if it is open to sky, you do not have to consider it as part of your built-up area. Sometimes you also consider balconies and more as 50% of the built-up area. It depends on your project and if it is covered above or not. If you'd like to read more about which parts of the building are considered as part of the built-up area, check out the resource sheet that I have added to this video. So that's about areas, and now we can go ahead and finish this project. We'll need to clean up this model. We'll need to add the plaster, the external plaster, the internal plaster. We'll need to add our parapet walls. We'll also need to add some railings here, and and we'll need to adjust our ground floor slab as well. So we'll do all those final adjustments in the next video. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Here you can notice that the area line is right now in the middle of the wall. So what we can do is we will hide our DWG file because it's too much information in our DWG file. So let's hide our DWG file and let's draw the area lines manually. So to draw your area lines, we have area boundary here. And then we can select line option. And then I'm just going to draw some lines here. Now in this case, we'll need to include our area here as part of the built up area as well, because we have a staircase here and it is kind of covered up to this part here. The slab, there's a slab on top and there is a stair here. So we can include this entire area in our built up. So let's select area boundary line and let's draw an area here on the outside. Then let's go all the way down. Perfect. And then let's go this way as well. Now here we'll need to include this part of the project in the area. So let me just fix this room line here so it is straight. And let's extend this area line. So let's select this area line and extend it all the way to this point. I'm going to draw some additional area boundary lines. So let's select area here. Also make sure when you're drawing these area lines that apply area rules is switched off so that you can draw it manually. I'll talk about the area rules shortly, but for now let's just draw it manually. All right, so I've drawn some area lines. Let's isolate these area lines now. So let's click on the area line and click on isolate category and let's trim these lines so that it is a closed loop. In some cases, you may not be able to trim these lines, but you can, in that case, you can leave it as is because Revit has automatically created these area lines. But in this case, what I'll do is I'll delete that additional area line there and I can sort of trim the area line here on top. And we can delete this area line here as well. And let's trim these lines here. So you can notice how the area line jumps to the external side, and that is because of area rules. So we'll talk about area rules shortly, but now you can notice that our area lines now sit on the boundaries. So these rules for the area line you can find under room and area, and you can see we have area and volume computations. So now you can see that we have some options here. So volumes are computed at finished faces. So we'll compute not only areas, but also volumes. So areas and volumes are selected. And we also have room area calculation, and that is at wall finish. So you can select different options, for example, at wall center. Then when you create the area lines again, it would consider the wall center. In this case, it was considering the wall finish. So that is why the lines jump to the wall finish. All right, so I've added my area lines and now we can add our area. So let's go to area option here and let's click on area. And now you can notice that I can add the area to my project and our total square feet is 831 square feet. So that's how you add areas. And in case you want to change the name of this area, you can select the area and then change this to built up area. You can also call it ground floor built up area. So this is only the ground floor. So this is the ground floor built up area. Now, if you have a floor above, then you would consider that as part of the total built up area. In this case, for this project, we only have the ground floor and this is the total built up area, which is 831 square feet. That's how you add areas in Revit. Also, if you notice in your project browser, we'll also have area plans here. And right now it is sitting under coordination. So you can notice that our area plan sits here. Now, if you like to make it sit under the architectural tab, what you need to do is simply change the discipline here from coordination to architectural. Then it would sit under the architectural discipline. So I've changed the settings of our view here in the properties for area plan. All right, so that was a glimpse into areas. Now, generally, I've added these sit-outs to the total built-up area because there is a slab above this area. So that is why I've added it. If there is no slab and if it is open to sky, you do not have to consider it as part of your built-up area. Sometimes you also consider balconies and more as 50% of the built-up area. It depends on your project and if it is covered above or not. If you'd like to read more about which parts of the building are considered as part of the built-up area, check out the resource sheet that I have added to this video. So that's about areas. And now we can go ahead and finish this project. We'll need to clean up this model. We'll need to add the plaster, the external plaster, the internal plaster. We'll need to add our parapet walls. We'll also need to add some railings here. And and we'll need to adjust our ground floor slab as well. So we'll do all those final adjustments in the next video. I'll see you guys next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to finish this project by adding our parapet walls and adjusting our floor slabs and more. So what we can do is we can hide some of the elements here. For example, I'm going to hide the rooms here. So I can select the rooms and click on hide category. Similarly, the furniture here as well, so that our project is more clean. I can also hide the grids for now. I'll leave it on later. Now we'll need to keep our DWG file because we'll need to use that as a reference while adjusting our model. All right, so start off, let's edit the ground floor slab. Now, if you're not able to select your ground floor slab, you can just hover over your wall here and then use tab twice to select your ground floor slab. And then let's click on edit boundary. In this case, I'll need to delete these two lines here and then trim our line because we are extending our slab all the way to the edge. Similarly here as well, we need to extend this. So we can draw some lines here above our DWG file or our ground floor. So I'm just going to draw some lines here. Perfect. And then we can split this line. So we have the split tool here, SL. Let's split this line and then let's use the trim tool to trim off these lines. So I'm just going to split all of these lines here. Perfect. I can delete this line here and trim and extend this line to this edge. Perfect. Now let's finish edit mode. So we've added our ground floor slab. Let's quickly check this in our 3D view as well. All right. Now what we can do is we can add the parapet walls here. So let's go to our first floor slab top. So this is our first floor slab top. Now you can notice we can see the walls here. So we can use that as a reference. By the way, these walls need to sit below the floor slab here. So if you select the wall, it has to actually sit below the floor slab. So we can use the tab select on our keyboard. So use tab select and select all the external walls. Or what you can do is, let's isolate this category And let's select all our walls here. We can give a top offset of minus 6 inches because our slab is 6 inches. We can give a slab top offset of 6 inches. So our unconnected height of the wall is 9 feet 6 inches. So now after we are done with that, we can reset temporary hide and isolate. So you can notice our slab is 6 inches and now our walls sit right below the slab. That's how it will be constructed as well. Now once we had the columns and more, we'll need to adjust the walls further, but that is for another time. Once we get into the structural design of this course, that will be another course. In this course, we're focusing more on the architectural part. All right, so now what we can do is create our parapet walls here. So let's activate the wall tool. Let's select the right wall type. Now in this case, we can search for generic 200 mm. So this was the wall thickness that we used in the DWG drawing. And then what you need to do is you need to remove the top constraint, set it to unconnected, and set the unconnected height to 3 feet. So our height of the parapet wall is 3 feet. Now the location line is going to be from finish face exterior, or we can also use interior here. So finish face interior, and we'll use it as a chain, and we can start from this point here. So I'm going to click here to start drawing, go all the way up. Then go all the way to the right and then to the bottom here. Similarly, I can select this point here. So tap escape once and then you can start drawing at another location as well. So at this location, tap escape again once and then let's draw from this location. You can also tap the space bar if you like to switch your wall or mirror your wall while drawing it. Important is that the symbol stays outside, which means that this is the external side of the wall and this would be the internal side. Perfect. So now let's check this in 3D. So we have added our parapet walls here. Now here what we're going to do is we're going to add our railings here. So we'll use the railing tool in another video, probably in the next video. But for now, we've sort of completed this house by adding our parapet walls and adjusted the slab here as well. Now what we need to do is very interesting, is adding a external plaster and an internal plaster in Revit 2026. Now in the new version, they've made it easy to add internal and external plasters. Maybe we can do that in the next video. So we'll focus only on plaster work in the next video. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Cheers.